Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. I gotta take the thing. What is the thing again? I forget what the thing is. What is the... This is working. Is this even on? Hey, there we are. Okay. Hello? Hey. Yep. Okay, we're good. Let's see if we can't get some noise. Where is the tab that contains the noise? Oh, so many goddamn tabs. Funny. Let's move this tab over here. And this tab over here. We're good? Yeah, we're good. Oh, I need this tab too. Let's just move all these damn tabs up. And then I'm gonna need these tabs. We can put this... No, we can't put that tab over there because we need all of these fucking tabs. Jesus fucking fuck. Anyway, I'm gonna get this set up. I'm gonna put some noise on, and then I'll be right back. And you can, you know. Starting soon 1, or do we want starting soon 2? Starting soon 2. If you're wondering what that horrible sound was, that was me coughing. And that's gonna happen a lot today, so be prepared. Okay. That's not what I wanted. I want this. And I want... What was it called? Sometimes I'm like, I want to do a new one, but I don't know. Here, let's do this. This is the relaxed movement. Oh, fuck, that's too loud. I don't have my headphones on. So noises are gonna be extra today. Let's turn that on, and now you should be able to hear things. So yeah, I'll be right back, and then we can get started. Hello, cat. Let's go. You ready to be on screen today? Right? Your cat out there? Okay, we are almost ready. I just swallow this stupid pill. Oh, see, a disaster today. Oh, my life is a disaster. I should do a stream with, like, organize the contents of Under My Sink with me. Love that shit, that, like, organization kit. I want a month. Last night, well, actually, I had multiple dreams, but I had a dream last night that I discovered a case of mugs, and apparently I just put all these mugs in there, and I, like, put it up away somewhere, and I forgot about it, and then I you know, discovered the mugs, and I was very excited. And then I woke up, and I went into my kitchen, and I realized all those really cool mugs I found were fake. That kind of makes me sad. That makes me sad. Kind of wish I had some cool new mugs that were old, but that I forgot about. I gotta take one of my. So it's been warm here, so I made a couple aguas frescas. I made the strawberry horchata and pineapple. And I put some mango juice in the pineapple one. And I put, like, tons of the flavoring packet. So, like, we may have strange results. But I don't know. I'm hoping that it's tasty. Anyway, my coffee is ready. And I know this because my house smells wonderful. Oh. Oh, it's so good. This side. Guys, that I do. And great. Here they are. Looking to be great. ready. That's like another minute or two, I think. One time, I started to stream. I forgot to take a shower. So I put on the starting soon screen, and I went and took a shower. Oh, that was fun. That was fun. No, it's just a little thing. You have ADHD, trying to stream. Okay. Use the last of my old coffee cream the other day. Got my coffee. The coffee is ready to go. Put that on the coffee warmer. Apple, orange, grapes. I took one of my arbos frescas out of the thing. I went to the beach yesterday, and it was pretty awesome. It was about, let's see, 71 degrees, I think. But there was wind chill because it was pretty windy. So, it was a nice day. It was a lovely day. And I spent, I don't know, an hour or so at the beach. I tried, this is the beach that kind of has the river going through the middle. And the tide was coming in. But when it goes out for a big wave, you can kind of get across. This is the time of year where the water's really deep because we get those super high tides. So yeah, I went and I was gonna cross. I got about halfway across, the water was down to my knees. And then this rush happened and I was like, oh shit, there's a big wave coming. And the big wave did come. And it was about, knee deep. And then it went to about waist high real quick because it was, it was a wave. A wave. So that was fun. That was exciting. Not rough water, you can stand pretty well in it. But it was fun. It was an experience. I got wet. I got sandy. I think one of the worst things, getting sand in your shorts and then having wet shorts with sand in them. Not very fun. Not very fun. But you get exfoliated. You get exfoliated. Oh boy. Anyway, let's do. I want to do face cam. I still have to put my socks on. I'm gonna put my socks on. And while I put my socks on, I have to wear this stupid thing because I fucked up my ankle the other day. I don't know how. I don't remember how. I was chilling, vibing, minding my own damn business. I get up to walk across the room and holy shit, my whole entire ankle feels like it's dying. And so I have this fun little boot thing from back in the early days of the pandemic when my ankle was just feeling absolutely fucked. I mean, it still feels absolutely fucked. I never really stopped feeling absolutely fucked. But now I'm going to a doctor for it. And they say they're gonna get me some insoles, these stuff in your shoes. The doctor said, he looks at my docs. I got the brogues, with the leather shit going on the top. Very nice shoes. Very, very sturdy. Very nice shoes. Um, and he looks at him and he's like, you know, those are dress shoes. You really need some walking shoes. And I'm like, as a lesbian, these are the shoes of my people. Like, you gotta wear these shoes. Layout update. I didn't do any updates to the damn layout. Oh, does it mean because I moved that? No, it doesn't mean because I moved that. No, wait, it did. It does mean because I moved that. So anyway, yeah, these are the shoes of my people. You know, and you gotta be put together. You know, you gotta have your nice shoes. So anyway, that was that. So let's start with a little bit of housekeeping, I guess. Where'd the music go? The microphone is indeed going to pick up the music. It's one of those things where I'm like, I want it to be able to pick me up, at least kind of, when I'm walking across the room. But I don't want it to be able to pick up, like, every goddamn... Oh, fuck, I just X'd out of the wrong thing. I don't want it to pick up every goddamn thing. But I guess it can't be helped. I changed my setup. Because I'm like, I don't stream all that much anymore. So I guess I don't really need the streamer setup going on. And then I was like, okay, it's video number 4. What are we gonna do for video number 4? And I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna do a react stream. And now I'm like, oh shit, because I set this shit up so I didn't have to do that. Now I do have to do that. Where the hell did I put my headphones? Give me a minute and I'll remember. Oh, there they are. Didn't even need a whole minute. But yeah, we're doing a react stream today. For my project. I mean, also because we can, but mainly because it's for my project. And it's gonna be fun, maybe. What the fuck is going on with these headphones? They're wrapped around the ear. I want some of those cool headphones that's like, you know, the little foam bits. Oh shit, that's loud. Fuck you. Fuck this. Fuck that. There we go. That's better. Just like out here sound mixing. Jesus Christ, that was loud. Nearly blew my fucking eardrums out. I've been having problems with tinnitus lately. Oh yeah, I gotta write my aunt's birthday card. But anyway, I've been having problems with tinnitus lately and it sucks. Because I thought I got rid of that shit. Listening to the cat purrs and all that. But no, it decides to come back. But I think the reason why it's coming back is because usually the shit that I listen to has this one frequency, like a low frequency. But I've been listening to this podcast before I go to bed. And it has like a higher, like their voices are higher pitched. And so I think that's been fucking my shit up and giving me tinnitus before I go to bed. Oh god, I got it right now. Oh, that's so fucking annoying. Okay. Oh, the headphones make it worse. What the hell? Okay, so I don't know which, let's see. Is anything showing that shouldn't be? No, it's good. Okay, so we're gonna try a few things. POV, oh, damn. Looking very nice. I'm gonna point you over here. Screen grab, so that's on the right side. React. So this is just a black screen. There should be some, oh wait, hold on. Oh, it's because I have everything turned off. Okay, face cam. Okay, so this is React Content 1, so this is all face cam. So then there should be, where are you? Oh, the Mosasaurus. So this is not React Content 1. This is that this is the rename. This is crafty. Gotta do the all caps craft time. Okay, there we go. We got Reading Rainbow. I don't see nothing. Nope, that's not it. Oh, this is, it says gaming. Oh, yeah, because Reading Rainbow does involve gaming. Oh, there's a PDF. Okay, so this is, and we have full face, which is just what it says. Desktop. This is this side. Okay, so I think what we're gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to move the screen capture. So we're gonna let's see, be right back, downloading, be right back, gaming, no face, gaming face, desktop. I think we could do desktop. Okay, let's duplicate the desktop. Desktop 2, that's fine with me. And now we're gonna actually rename it. We're gonna rename it React Content. And then we need to go to display, and we need to pick the other display. Okay. And what does it look like now? It looks like that. What is my, this is it. Okay. And then I can't, okay, so for me to be able to do this, I would have to change the pixels. So in that case, this is 28 pixels. It's 28 pixels wide. So in that case, oh my god, where does it end? Usually it like locks in. Okay, 28 pixels wide, so we need to change the width. Properties. Let's move this over here. Oh, I picked the wrong fucking thing. Let's move that over here too. Defaults? No. Cancel. Okay, so that's not going to be in properties. That's going to be somewhere else. What is it? Where is it going to be? Ah! Display. Full screen, projector, source, show, transition, blending, order, transform. Transform? Stretch to screen? Oh, what? No. I want... Scale filtering? Disable. Okay, that did something. Transform. No. Scale filtering. Area? See. No. Scale filtering point. What I want to do is I want to be able to shrink. So right now it's capturing the full monitor, and I want it to capture half of the monitor. Bilinear? I don't know what that means. No. Whatever I'm doing is not working. Okay. This is probably not it. Transform. Center to screen. That was fit to screen. Stretch to screen is gonna go. Center to screen is gonna go in the middle. Center vertically. Center horizontally. Reset. Okay. I mean, we could just do it like so. What does that look like? So we've got like half the screen taken up by this. Put you in full screen. But I want to be able to see the little name there. You can't really see the name, can you? We could. I don't want to, but we could flip it. That makes it even worse. Theater mode. Okay, well, let's see where the face cam is. Face cam is there. Let's see. I'm gonna try. Hold on a second. Put that down there. What I really hate about all this shit is it's all like really dark. I mean, it's all in dark mode, so like I did this to myself. I did this to myself, but still, too fucking dark. Let's see for shit. Okay, there we go. Can't talk for shit either, apparently. I don't know why my voice always does this, where it like gets all like. I don't want to restart my shit. Your device will restart outside of active hour. I don't want to restart. Every time I turn this fucking thing on, it wants to restart. Okay, so let's see. I'm looking. I need to. Hold on. We need to. Oh, look at my cool new chair. Look at this shit. It's like a kneeling chair. It's really cool. But anyway. Where were we? Gonna drink some coffee. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Yeah. Okay. I forgot to take my glasses off. I got them wet. It's okay. Bye. Yeah, my trying to spray shit. Probably won't get that people like it. I've gotten to the age where I realized that I can no longer consume toxic chemicals without like it actually impacting my health. That guy sucks. Okay. Still not sure how we're gonna do this, but I have the background behind me. Turned off one of the lights, so the lighting quality might be shitty now. The background behind me. Okay, this needs to get closer. Chair is too high. Down a notch. There we go. Oh god. Just like immediately thrown off of my game. This is gonna need to come closer. I need to go down a bit, I think. Oh. Works, it works. Oh. I don't know what the fuck happened here. You know what? I don't want to break this shit, you know? Hold on. It popped off of the thing. The bit, the clamp bit. So I have to like wiggle it back on. Oh, I think I got it. Hey, there we go. Okay, I got it. Okay. As long as it's not gonna pop off. Loosen this bit. Legs back down, tighten it up again. I think you can. Did I tell you we were doing academic essays? I meant that we were doing the Blair Witch Project. Little known fact that, yeah, I'm doing the fucking Blair Witch Project. Shaky cam. Oh my god. I think we need to go this way. I don't know how people do their fucking camera work shit. I am not. I mean, well, I take that back, because if I was doing camera work for somebody else, this would be easy as shit. But since I'm doing the camera work for myself, you know, and I have to like look at the thing and adjust, and like look at how I'm sitting and adjust, you know, it's like, oh my god, this is hard. How do people do this shit? Anyway, hi. Welcome to the stream. I'm Proletariat Prince. And we're gonna react to some shit today, and we might be playing Disco Elysium. I'm not used to this anymore. Yeah, I'm not used to being on camera anymore. It's weird, it feels weird. Let's put my headphones on, because I am a real streamer. I am like, let me put my hand thing on. I like that, this chair has even less arm support than the last chair, so like I felt like I broke my arms basically after spending all day writing. It was cool. So, oh, the music's still going. That's nice. Bring out the biscotti. So yeah, I don't know. Okay, so the desktop audio. I think we're actually gonna need another, let me pop up on another tab. With our reaction on it. Holy shit, dude, why is none of my shit loading? It's been like this all goddamn day. Okay, so some of this shit I already stuck in the video. We don't actually have to react to it. Let's see. Do I want to watch a whole 13-minute video? Or do I want to watch the 3-minute and 14-second clip? Let's see what we got. I wonder what Austin Knox has done lately. 4 months ago. Nothing. Austin Knox has done nothing lately, apparently. What about shorts? Nope, never mind. Playlist? Expired videos? What does that mean? Okay. Well. See, I'm not really sure if any of this is going to get me a copyright strike is the problem. Oh yeah! This is my new mug. I don't know if I've streamed since I've gotten my new mug. But it's from Ross. It's very cute. Mushrooms. Oh, this is good coffee. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I worked as a substitute. So I'm like a substitute with the county because they've been having problems getting substitutes since the pandemic. So I work as a substitute with the county, and they don't really call me all that often because I can only work Thursdays and Fridays. And they were like, oh yeah, every Thursday and Friday. And then like every Thursday and Friday I can work. They're like, we don't need anybody. But anyway, they called me one Friday, and it turns out I'm available. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, first grade. And I get there. And all of the kids are sick. They're all sniffling and coughing. And I'm kind of on the fence about wearing a mask because the masks, I have like asthma. And the masks, which like means that I need to wear a mask even more. But like I have asthma. I have allergies. And so when I'm wearing the mask, just like nonstop nose running, throat clogged up, feeling awful experience altogether. So I didn't wear a mask, and I didn't even like have one because where the fuck are all my masks? I don't know. And the Target, I keep trying to buy them at Target, you know, like the good ones, and they're always out. So, you know, no mask. Anyway, everybody's sick. About like an hour or two into the day, the teacher's aide gets there. She's wearing a mask. She's sick too. They're all sick. Everybody's sick. So I get home. And of course, they make you wake up. They literally make you wake up before, like, the sun comes up. I mean, since the time changed, it's probably, like, an hour before the sun comes up now. Which, like, sucks. But anyway, I get home. I'm so tired. I completely fucking crash. And, I'm fine for most of... I think I'm fine for that night. But the next morning, literally the next morning, I wake up. Back of my throat's feeling kind of funny. Well, I have a cold. And guess who gave it to me? The damn kid. So, well, I don't have a cold. Right now it's just allergies. So I had a cold for about a week. And then the cough, chest congestion, just wouldn't go away. And I'm like, there's that stupid ass cherry tree outside my door. It's definitely blooming. And that's why I'm sick. And yeah, that's why I was sick. So, well, I wasn't like sick. I was having allergies. You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, the point is, I had a doctor's appointment. I go to the doctor and I'm like, I have asthma. There's a stupid cherry tree outside my door. She's like, have you tried taking allergy medication? I'm like, yeah, at some point in my life, but it never works. Doesn't do shit. She's like, you gotta take it every day. So I got myself a prescription for allergy medication. Taking some kind of like Claritin shit now. And then I'm like, My lungs. It's my lungs that feel fucked up. Like, the air is not moving around the way it should be. She's like, okay, we're gonna get you, because I already have, like, a history of asthma. We already know this. You know, I have the inhaler prescribed, right? So she's like, we're gonna get you a steroid inhaler. I'm like, oh, okay. And she's like, it's not the steroids, you know, the steroids, kinds of steroids. You know, you're not gonna get muscles from this. It's just gonna make your body work the way it's supposed to. I'm like, works for me. And so yeah, now I have this fancy, I'm not sure if I can show you it because it has all kinds of like potentially identifying information. I'm gonna go show it to you. It's cool as shit. Hold on, there I go. Okay. I think we're good. So this is the inhaler. It's super cool. Now my old inhaler, do I have it near me? I don't have it near me. You take the cap off, you stick it in your mouth. You take the cap off, you give it a little shake, you breathe everything out, and then you press the thing on top, and it goes down, and the shit comes out, and then right as soon as that shit's coming out, you have to breathe. You have to go and fill your lungs up, right? This little thing, it's very difficult. You have these things called spacers, because it's very difficult to like coordinate the pressing down and breathing in, and most of the time the medicine ends up on the back of your throat instead of like in your lungs where it's supposed to be. So anyway, this thing, pop it open, you breathe in, you don't press any buttons, you just breathe in, and the like breathing in action makes the like medicine release instead of having to press the plunger. It's cool as shit. It's cool as shit. And so like I asked her, you know, can I use my spacer with this thing? I mean, I haven't even had to use it, you know. I mean, she said that I could use it with both, because what I was worried about is like sometimes, you know, your medications interact even if your medications are for like the same shit. So I was like, can I use this inhaler, like the guts of this inhaler with the guts of that inhaler? Like, will that kill me if they combine? No, it's fine. It's fine. But, you know, we know. Yeah, we know. But I don't even need to use it because it, like, it just works. And so what you do the thing, you hold your breath for a while, and then you're supposed to wait for like a minute, but by the time I've held my breath, that's already been about half of a minute. So then I just have to like, you know, look around the room, pop the thing closed, open it again, and then do it again. And then I have to wash my mouth out because apparently the steroids are not supposed to be on your teeth. I guess your teeth would get like hella jacked or some shit. No, actually, I think what she said is it like breaks down some kind of like mucus barrier in your mouth. Which is kind of gross if you think about it, because you need your mucus. I hate my mucus, but you do need it. Your mucus is your friend. Not all mucus is built the same though. Like some mucus sucks. Like the mucus that's in my nose right now is really irritating me, and I don't have tissue. My tissue's over there. But anyway, point is, I have a cool inhaler now, and it's cool, and I use it twice a day. And it prevents me from feeling like I'm dying. I like that. I like that. I like to feel alive. I like to feel alive, you know? So anyway, I'll be right back. I'm gonna put it back. I have this cute little like drugs tray now, and it's where I keep all of my drugs. I mean, you know, prescription medications. There's not too many of them, but I have like other stuff on the drugs tray too. And it's cute and it's fun and I like it. Reaching for a grape. Anyway, it's fun, it's sexy, it's cool, and you know, we're here for a good time and a long time, so I like that. I also went around, this is so weird, I went around because I have all these chapsticks but I never use them. I'm like, you know what we're gonna do for 2024 is we're gonna start using chapstick. So yeah, I use chapstick now. It's nice. The last time I used chapstick, I was using this weird face wash, and it made the skin of my lips peel off every day, which is really gross and weird. So I kind of had like chapstick related trauma from my lips peeling off. Oh shit, my shirt got untied somehow. Retie it. But anyway, chapstick related trauma from my lips peeling off, but now I don't use that face wash anymore. My lips don't peel and I feel fine. There we go. Double knotted it. Except I knotted my knot in my knot. That's a problem. Anyway, where were we? Yeah, we have to watch some of these videos and I have to react to them, and I don't know. Okay, let's do a quick rundown of the project. So the project that we're working on, I finished People Gotta Eat. People Gotta Eat is up on my YouTube. It is ready to watch. If you haven't watched it, go watch it now because it's a fun time. Let's see. Let me see if I can pop that up. Favorite channel. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. I think we have to actually link a new tab. Cool. Oh yeah. That's the I'm Afraid for My Life song. It's broken. This is a copyright-free song that I just completely made up on my own. These are all of my videos that I put on playlists because that's what I do now. My life is creating playlists. Where is special concepts? I didn't want to play them. I wanted to view the fucking thing. Oh my god. So annoying. View full playlist. There we go. So, special concepts number 1 is Bodies of Problems. That came out 11 months ago. Oh my god. Like a year ago. Oh my god. I hate that. I hate that. Special concepts number 2, Making My Peace, came out 3 months ago. So check that out. Threshold concepts number 3, People Gotta Eat, came out 1 day ago. It's actually been up on my channel for like a few days, but then I turned it from private to like live. We have 39 views in 1 day. That is wow. That does not happen on this channel. This thing's been up for 20 months or 11 months and it still only has 24 views. Like that does not happen on this channel. I need to blow my nose so bad. The snack size one only got 9 views. But anyway, the point is 5 videos and 9 views. Wait, I think my grandpa watched Bodies of Problems, which is, I was not expecting him to do that. But anyway, special concepts number 3, People Gotta Eat. And People Gotta Eat, here, I'll show you a little bit of it. I even edited it some from the initial snack size version. So now things are like a little bit different. Oh my god, I need tissue. I'll be right back and I'll let this play. Wait, I think I need to turn the volume up for this. If you can't hear it, it's because you're not supposed to. Ah, God.
It's not, you know,
My ears. Popping, cracking, awful.
it's not
horrible.
Like I said, it's not bad. It's beautiful. It's wonderful weather. It's just not the kind of weather that I need to do.
I'm eating grapes, if you're wondering what I'm doing right now.
The other end of the day, 'cause it almost looks like there's some great.
These are good grapes. Shit is so dusty.
That might be a problem because we're trying to record, you know. But what can you do? You can only do what you can do. I'd like to try to get this done, you know, maybe on the first go. It's unlikely. I'm thinking
People, because there's so many people, right?
5 minutes to an hour. Probably like
There's so many fucking people who like do fucking streaming and podcasting. How do those people deal with fucking like chronic chest congestion?
Video games is a revolutionary act. David,
Are you seriously honest to God telling me that no other streamer has allergies? That's just not actually Daff. Daff is always blowing her nose.
What would a YouTuber sound like? What would a YouTuber
I wonder if she got allergies.
That's what I'm trying to affect here. What the fuck does a YouTuber sound like? Depending on who you ask, digital media is either going to save the world or
Chop up.
People tend to
Actually,
lean towards the destroy it side. It's a lot like the
I'm gonna be
negative
like,
about video games causing gun violence. Often, when we encounter new
Yeah.
technologies, it's easier to be
Can't tell what I'm doing.
to become
I have a
reactionary
knife
and jump to
and an
the
apple. I'm gonna chop off my finger on stream for content.
to act in the ways they do.
Very fun, very sexy, very cool.
Florida has unique public records laws that allow information to be
You ever just like try to chop your apple the wrong way? What's it say? Oh, hey, look! Florida Man.
I want to understand the culture of content creation, but in a way that is more particular and more useful to us than think bad or think good. I can call something revolutionary, and I can call something counter-revolutionary, but these are both cop-outs because they ignore the intricacies of human interaction. They ignore the places where things intersect and become common.
See, my big beef with this shit is like, I'm talking. I'm like, maybe this is my ADHD brain. Doing the talking. But I also think that, like, you know, I had the Blizzard, or not the Blizzard, this is the Florida Man. I had the Florida Man thing pop up, but I feel like little graphics and things are really good bookmarkers, especially if they stand kind of like strongly in your mind. And so it's like, wow, I could have done the whole entire video with just the rainy dashboard. I feel like we needed some movement, you know?
Complicated. And it is in that complexity where my interest lies. In all things we do, we are haunted by the specter of capitalism. And if I can get some kind of like Monopoly Man, maybe like a transparent Monopoly Man. I don't think I know how to do that, but it's okay.
So what I did here is most of it is scripted. And then there's moments like this where I'm like going off of the script to like tell myself what to do. And a lot of those I leave in because they represent like genuine moments of like, what the fuck's it called? Like genuine improvisational moments. And so like, while a lot of the jokes I find to be like very manufactured if you have to do them like 3 times, which I record a lot of this stuff on stream, right? So like you can kind of see me reading a line. You can't really see me because I don't record it with Facecam. But you can hear me reading the line and then realizing that I didn't read the line well enough and I have to read it again. And it just kind of takes away the authenticity. So like having these moments where I go off script and I'm like, yo, put that in there, future me. It just feels like it lends authenticity, even though that too is something I picked up from like other YouTubers and other people who have done this, who like, you know, make notes themselves to go back and edit and post, right? So yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where like we're playing with the genre, we're playing with the medium, and we're like calling attention to the medium in the ways that we're like engaging with it and reproducing it, and I just think it's fun.
In all things we do, we are haunted by
I just think it's neat.
I call it specter because most people don't believe in ghosts, and the people who do believe in ghosts need a lot of proof before they will admit a ghost exists. And in this way, capitalism as an ideology is invisibilized, and we don't see the way it impacts
This video and the previous video, and I'm gonna blame this on my mental state last semester, they don't feel as cohesive as they could be. Now granted, we're working with a 30 page script, and when you get to something that's that long, when I do at least, it's hard to keep things straight in my mind. Like, what are we like, you know, what what kind of through lines have we created that we need to carry through, right? So like the digitalist capitalist specter, whatever I called it, that could have been a through line that I carried through to the end, but I just kind of bring it up and then I drop it, and I'm like, we kind of lose the cohesion, I think. I mean, maybe I do pick it up somewhere else and I just forget, but I think that I just dropped it. I like dropped it and it was there for a moment and I didn't pick it up, and I could have picked it up again.
everything we do and how we can and cannot think about things. So how does the specter of capitalism play out within digital media? This video will in no way be the end of this conversation, but I hope to pick up a few threads of conversation.
Like, there could have been a moment in the conclusion where I was like,
a new way to understand things.
which is what a conclusion is for, you know?
And I'd like to do it in a way that encourages us.
Like, when you're writing, that's what a conclusion is for. A conclusion is to, like, take all of your threads, all of your through lines, and just bring them together and be like, that's what this is, right? And my conclusion was not a very strong conclusion. I actually initially planned on creating a conclusion for the conclusion, but the conclusion for the conclusion for the conclusion that I recorded is going to be going into the next video. So, I mean, it's part of the series. It is part of the series. So it's okay if they're not very complete. It's okay if they're not quite finished. And a big part of the written project for this is talking about these like things that I'm talking about right now. So yeah.
To come to these situations with empathy, understanding, and recognition that we are all people in process, capable of growth and change. Like I stated in my last video, that hurt people, and accountability must come from within. I cannot hold people accountable for that.
I will say that the through lines between videos is getting a little bit stronger, at least with this one. Well, no, because the last one mentioned bodysuit problems. This one mentioned making my peace. The next one is going to mention people gotta eat. So you know,
the harm they have caused.
through lines.
But I can try to understand the broader structures and ideologies they're participating in, often without even knowing. So this won't be a call-out video. Nobody is being canceled. Call off your
God.
because I'd rather not have to batten my hatches. Because today
I did some creative video editing with this one.
People gotta eat. And like
For my skill level, at least.
I don't know what I want to do. There's too many things that I want to do. But sometimes, other times, right now, I want to do a thing, and I can't do it. And I'm freaking out because I can't do it. And like, I could do other things. I could do this. I'm doing a thing right now. This is a thing that needs to be done.
I'm doing a thing.
At the same time.
It needs to be done.
I feel that obsession in the back of my mind. Like, why am I not doing this other thing? People gotta eat. The coercive influences of capital push people to behave in ways that they...
I got very serious about citations with this one. So I am actually listed as a source in my own master's project now. Yeah.
Would not otherwise. This does not mean that people are not accountable for their actions. Rather explains the conditions of living under capitalism. In my last video, Making My Peace, Speaking My Peace, I spoke about the ways that liberal capitalism coerces us into silences. Silences which we must break by speaking our piece, to make our peace. How often we don't even understand the ways in which we've been silenced. But why? Why do we have to be silent? Often our survival is contingent upon our silence. Liberal civility politics don't just prevent us from speaking, they prevent us from speaking in ways that rock the boat or challenge authority. Stick it to the man, or speaking truth to power are important.
This could have been a good through line. I could have carried it through to the end.
And they present this challenge of authority, even challenging the necessity of authority. The necessity of holding up a system.
I mean, maybe not. Because
this project is going to be run through the approval.
Okay, while there is a Foucault discipline and punish element to the formation of any discipline, and you can make that argument, right? Especially when we're considering like algorithmically, I don't think that well, hold on, let me think about this. Let's take it back a minute.
We have to be silent. Often our survival is contingent upon our silence. Liberal civility politics don't just prevent us from speaking, they prevent us from speaking in ways that rock the boat or challenge authority.
Okay, so like, especially from like a Mr. Beast perspective, right? Because I talk about Mr. Beast later in the project. Like, Mr. Beast is not actually challenging the ideology of capitalism. That's one of the major critiques of Mr. Beast. Is Mr. Beast is not challenging the fundamental principles of capitalism. And kind of the critique of charity in general is that it doesn't really challenge the fundamental principles of capitalism, but rather gives shitheads an excuse to be like, capitalism is working because people are doing charity, right? That's basically the leftist argument against charity. This doesn't mean that charity is bad, it just means that charity is counterproductive to revolutionary goals. So we should not be promoting charity over anti-capitalist action. Charity does not do more work than anti-capitalist action. Charity is capitalist action. And like, totally give the $2 that you have in your wallet to a homeless guy, but also recognize that that's not anti-capitalist action. That is, you know, you're doing a nice thing, but you're still participating in capitalism when you do that. And so Mr. Beast works in that same sense of the liberal civility politics, as in, you cannot have, and people will say, like, people like Hassan, right? And like, Hassan is an anti-capitalist, but at the same time, Hassan is not Mr. Beast, right? So like Mr. Beast, let's go. Mr. Beast. Yeah. So 245 million subscribers. And that's a lot of subscribers. $1.34 million subscribers. And a lot of those subscribers are going to come from a place like Twitch, where people are going from Twitch to YouTube to subscribe to that channel. So, you know, sure, he has a lot of followers, but he is an outlier in the sense that someone like Mr. Beast, who is doing charity, which, you know, reinforces the values of capital, reinforces the values of capitalism, he's going to get a far larger reach to 245 million subscribers. Whereas a person who is like, charity is not that great and kind of sucks, is never going to make those numbers. Now you can say, leftists out there who are making those arguments will use Mr. Beast to try to break into the algorithm, right? And the thing is, they're using Mr. Beast, who is doing this work that supports the ideology of capitalism, basically, to break into an algorithm. So it's like, it's very complex, and it's very like Foucault discipline and punish, where like, you make the right content that appeals to the right values, then you're going to be promoted. You make the wrong content that doesn't appeal to the right values, then you're going to be kind of forgotten, right? And so that's I think that's kind of the ideas, the arguments that we're working with here.
Speaking truth to power are important activist memes.
I'm going to be right back. I need to wash the apple off of my hands.
And they present to this challenge of authority, even challenging the necessity of authority. The necessity of holding up a system in which so many of us are silenced. Even this project is going to be run through the approval of various professors and the liberal institutions. So there are
one of my like
that I can voice my
big kind of insecurities is like, I want to like get into teaching. I'm about to finish my master's degree. I got to start applying to like teaching jobs in the university like very soon. One of my big insecurities is like, how do I teach a like, you know, 2-hour class or like hour and 30-minute class about like all of this stuff? And the thing is, I just spent like the past 5 minutes talking about discipline and punish and Foucault. And so it's like, would I have a problem talking for an hour and 30 minutes about Foucault? I don't think I would. I mean, well, and maybe that's just because it's like one of my areas, you know, one of my like the areas of my interest, and so that's why I can like talk about it. But yeah, it's just one of those things that I've been kind of worried about. Like, can I do the teacher stuff? They all seem to know like they have their shit together. Like they feel like they have their shit together. They feel like they're good at lecturing. But then again, like, what is lecturing but like just talking out of your ass? So anyway,
that is important. More important is us as viewers learning to read for those silences. What is a piece of media not saying? What can't it say? What can't it do? We like to think the possibilities are endless, but there are all sorts of systems in place.
I need a tissue. Ah, fuck.
Audiences and other systems I haven't quite thought about, but that you can list in the comments below. Like they
are we back?
Obvious to me. There
are we working?
In place to check and critique.
I think we're working. I'm gonna take my headphones off. I'm gonna go over and get some tissues because my fucking nose, man.
And sure, we will still make some
so
of
bad.
But there is a specter, the specter of capitalism, which haunts us. Creators aren't just making fun projects, they're making content. which carries this ideology and practice of capitalism. And so when we consider the culture of YouTube or Twitch, we need to consider it with that spectrum in mind. In the labor of visual authenticity...
I actually need one of those paper bags. I can't hear what it's saying, but I've listened to this shit so many goddamn times, not even...
of the micro-celebrity. Social media enable anyone to reach large audiences, broadening users' followships out of their personal context. Regardless of reach, however, all social media use is a public performance to some extent.
I'm just waiting for somebody to come along and be like, you're stealing this content. So I can be like, I wrote this content, I edited this content, I produced this content. This is my content. I'm stealing my own labor.
Marwick describes micro-celebrity as a continuum.
Now pay me!
Described to achieve micro-celebrity, with the latter referring to the self-presentation strategy directed at an imaginary audience. This includes perceiving all social media connections as fans or followers.
I hate these big chunky quotes.
Sharing personal information and
But this is one of those situations
with them, as well as
where you kind of need the whole goddamn quote.
which offers their audiences a sense of
A big element of this video is introducing the idea of micro celebrity, and like I think so this is all like 2019, 2016, 2015. Social media, let's see, this with consumers, self-branding, individual uniqueness. I'm reading it from the bottom, I know. Sometimes I do that. Micro celebrity. Okay, so 2008. I don't know. I mean, it's in quotes. So I guess maybe 2008 is where we get micro celebrity. I don't know. I did not look up the origin of micro celebrity, because I mean, you're kind of looking for recent research, and there are so many different things that I'm researching here that if I looked up like the history of the micro celebrity, I would just be reading and reading and reading for days. Like if I tried to talk about the history of all of the things, and that's one of the things that I talked about, is like if I tried to talk about the history of all of the things that I'm talking about, this project would be like 500 pages long. Like it would be like PhD length. Because that's the thing, right? Is that there's so many different elements to like digital media and like digital media spaces, digital communities, that it's just too much shit going on, you know? At some point you gotta like be like, there's too much shit going on and we need to narrow this down. Like my one of my professors wants me to talk about genre, and it's like in theory, talking about genre is I mean, I talk about the theory, you know, of genre theory. I talk about genre theory. But if I want to talk about genres as they are to YouTube, or as they are to TikTok, or as they are to Twitch, right? That would be like a PhD, man. That would be a PhD. Because the thing is, you can consider YouTube videos a genre, and you can call that a day and be like, we're done, okay? Right? But like, the thing is, that even in my own project that only has 3 videos so far, each video is a different genre, even though it's all the same genre, right? So the thing is, the ways that you engage with discourses in digital media spaces are far more complex. Maybe not far more complex, but they're very complex. Even when it comes to like, you know, the difference between digital spaces and print spaces, right? So if you're going into a bookstore, right? You can go like the romance section and every book is going to be basically the same book, right? You can go to the history section and every book is going to be a different book, but it's all going to be about the same kind of history shit, right? If you go and look for like a history video on YouTube, you're gonna find videos that are about history shit, right? But you're also gonna find a million different other videos that are like this kind of take on history shit or that kind of take on history shit. A history book overwhelmingly is a book about history. A video about history on YouTube could be literally anything. It could be some like cartoon weirdness, like School of Rock type shit. It could be some like Simpsons does the history kind of shit, but like still like original, work by an original YouTuber. It could be, Johnny Harris type history shit, which Johnny Harris talks about like current events, but he also talks about history. So yeah, that could be history, right? It could be the guy who does everything's in its circles. I forget who the fuck that is, but they also might not be a great person, so I don't care. It could be so many different things, and the thing about that is like, I'm talking about this on the sense of individual creators, right? But those individual creators have people who are trying to mimic their style. So for every Johnny Harris, there's like 5 other guys who are doing Johnny Harris like videos, right? And this is kind of how genre works. You have somebody who does the thing, and then you have other people who are also like, I want to do the thing, right? So like Mary Shelley writes Frankenstein, and then like dudes are like, oh, that's pretty cool. I want to write a science fiction novel. So, my sinuses. I might have to do like a whole ass sinus rinse. But anyway, the point is that like genre comes about by people mimicking the shit that you do. And the more shit that is mimicked, the more stable your genre category becomes. As in, we get like tropes and shit. We get like a discourse that comes out of it with language, values, and assumptions, that kind of crap. But then the bigger it grows even bigger, it starts to become unstable. So like the Hasanabi Industrial Clips Complex, right? You start out with people making clips of the Hasanabi stream, right? The genre grows, and then you get different people who are trying to do different things differently so they can stand out in the watch my Hasanabi clips. So we have like, the title cards and the end cards, and everybody has their own title card and end card now because you have to show that you're like unique and like you're established within the clips complex, right? You have to do your like, your edits. You do your edits and your cuts and all these different things. And I mean, some people will just have the machine do it and like whatever. I don't care. That's your business, not mine. So like the larger these genres grow, the more unstable they become. And that means that you're going to get subgenres. But the thing is, eventually a subgenre has distinction. It grows and it has distinction from even the genre that it, came out of, and so it's its own genre. Right? So you have YouTube videos. And at first, we're all doing like the thing where it's like a Fall Out Boy song and the lyrics are wrong. This ain't a city, it's a goddamn fart space. Those videos. At first that was YouTube content. And everybody was like, I like pictures of cats, so I'm gonna upload my videos of cats. Right? So now we have 2 distinct genres. We have YouTube lyrics are wrong things, and then we have pictures of cats. But even the lyrics are wrong came from the lyrics are right videos, right? So we have 3 genres. And now we have like video essayists. So like, sure, at the beginning of like writing books, that's probably what happened. But there are people who have written that, and I can go and read that, and I can like consume that, and that is my knowledge now. To be the guy or person of indeterminate gender, I suppose. The person of indeterminate gender, the lady, I don't know, whatever your gender is, to be that person who does that work where we are like going back into the relatively recent history of YouTube, going all the way back to 2008. I think 2008, that's when I made my YouTube account. Anyway, and to be like, I we are going to do the project that talks about genre on YouTube. That is a massive undertaking. And you're probably going to deal with, and I talked about this in video number 4, you're probably going to be dealing with recovery of a lot of lost media to do that project. And so social media is one of those things where we think, oh, it's going to be around forever. But a lot of it gets lost and is completely retrievable. And even if we can retrieve it, we retrieve it contextlessness. Contextless, not the nest. No, we don't need the nest. So it's like, that isn't this project. That's too much for this project. I cannot be the guy who writes the history of genre on YouTube because, oh my god. It's my YouTube from 2008. Your channel. I don't know if it tells you on here. Oh, 2007. Shit. I joined the year before I thought I joined. September of 2007. And you know what's funny is I actually remember the day I joined YouTube. Yeah. I just didn't remember the year. But yeah, I was like 12 maybe. Yeah. Anyway, it wasn't a very interesting day. It's just a day that I remember. Anyway.
Credibility. This self-branding focuses on individual uniqueness and aims to create favorable and easily accessed associations in consumers. This includes marking out a specific...
I am not reading the in-text citations.
Careful curation of various social media profiles to create a coherent public image. Mars et al. 2. Ideology is an invisible hand, a guiding force, and it shapes everything we do. Unlike legacy media, new media...
If you see the Foley 63 pop up on screen, that is because I'm doing a citation, and I'm not used to doing this kind of citation. Usually I do the quotes kind, but basically it's like paraphrasing a thing that somebody else says, and then the citation is to show you that, like, this is where I got the I mean, I didn't get the exact language from, but this is what I'm paraphrasing, basically. So, yeah. If you see that pop up on screen, I'm not reading them, but they are there. That's why they're there.
Our shoulders to individualize the content process, to make each creator their own production studio, advertisement agency, and PR firm.
Like and subscribe, and ring the bell. And subscribe, or no, follow me on Twitch and my Twitter. I mean, and like, it sounds silly. It sounds really silly because you're like, what the hell? I just, there has been, or at least like from my perception, there has been a rise in, people having editors. And so now it's like people who like make content that you wouldn't even think would need or would be able to afford an editor. They have editors too. And so you can kind of see how like I do everything myself because I have my own production company is like a really unsustainable model for this. I mean, shit, you can see it in my videos because the people gotta eat would have been out in like January if I had, the money to pay somebody to edit that instead of having to edit it all myself as my grandma was dying. Yeah, that's why I couldn't, that's why I haven't been streaming, is because my grandma died in January or February. I don't remember those months. But anyway, so yeah, people are becoming their own fucking production studios, and it's like, it's not sustainable. I mean, it's slightly more sustainable if you have the money to pay people to edit. But if you don't have money to pay people to edit. It's not.
We are simultaneously creators and viewers. We are micro celebrities.
Ah.
Out of this weird mess comes a weird culture. Internet culture.
Internet
It
culture.
comes out of any social formation where people get together to do things. We can't help it. We love inside jokes and shared knowledge, and we're closely attuned to this culture because we have.
We are talking about culture with a lowercase c, not culture with a capital C. And this is something that I do a lot in my videos. You know, think about like language with a capital L. No, we're talking about language with a lowercase l. Because a lot of the kind of established science, insofar as you can call it science, a lot of the established, you know, understanding of these things is kind of just, we pulled it out of our ass at one point, and now we're finding out that it's maybe not quite as true, and it may be more messy and complicated than we think it is. So, you know, when we talk about culture, we're talking about culture with a lowercase c. When we talk about language, we're talking about language with a lowercase l. When we talk about discourse, we're talking about discourse. I think we're talking about discourse with a capital D. You know, insofar as your Twitter discourse can be considered discourse. I mean, see, this is why it's complicated, right? Because, like, is my Twitter discourse with capital D, or is it discourse with a lowercase d? And if you're going into academia and you're like talking to academics, then there are gonna be like people fighting on Twitter is not a discourse with capital D. It barely even counts as Discord because like, or discourse at all, because they're just talking about shit. And they typically don't share assumptions, values, or language. So like, discourse with a capital D is like shared assumptions, values, and language. Discourse with a lowercase d is like, we're shooting the shit on Twitter, man. I'm really mad at this guy because he is wrong about things. Which can in fact be discourse with capital D if we are sharing assumptions, values, and language. But at the same time, it might not be. So it's like, what the fuck are we doing here? Anyway.
Considerations and demands about what the cultural products that are created must look like. So, what do they look like? I was visiting my grandma.
Why the ukulele?
Miranda Sings scandal broke, and I sat on their back porch working on a needlepoint dinosaur. As I watched.
Oh, I finished that, by the way. Hold on. The Mosasaurus. Where is it? Craft Time. Let me find him. Mosasaurus. This guy. I was embroidering this guy, and I finished him. He is now done being embroidered. So yeah, I'm not going to show you that because I don't have it because I gave it to my girlfriend. Let's go back.
One after the other, going over the story. Tweet threads, leaked messages, videos of her live shows, and of course, the ukulele.
The ukulele.
Take a look at what her apology video was like, because goddamn, from what I understand.
I put the little, this is when I started putting the little peepos down in the corner, and at first I was like, let's just have fun with this, right? And then I was like, let's have fun with this. And so we have fun with this.
Is one of the worst. I'm assuming this is going to be a decent apology, a somber one, I suspect. Okay, starts off silent. No, it's not going to be a somber one. She busted out the ukulele. Okay, so I was wrong. There's no way that this 10-minute video, 10 minutes of ukulele time? No shot.
10 minutes of ukulele time.
Fucking shot.
I haven't actually watched the whole original video. I've only seen parts of it.
Down.
I kind of low-key love how, like, the video quality degrades every time somebody, like, puts this on their computer and, like, uploads it back to YouTube. So, like, this, the person who, put this originally, who is this gonna be? It should be down here. This one. So this is Hassan Reactions. Let me open a new tab. So credit where credit is due. Hassan Reactions. Colleen Ballinger's apology video is insane. Hassan Reacts featuring Boy Boy, and I did a thing. So, like, they put it on their computer, right? They took the VOD, and they put it on their computer. And then they edit it, and they put it on YouTube. And I took the video off of YouTube and I put it on my computer and I edited it and I put it up onto YouTube again. So this thing was like, you know, downloaded in 720p twice. And then probably uploaded in 720p twice too. So now it's like, you know, shitty, garbled, and awful looking. And it's probably even worse because my Wi-Fi is bad. This is mine. This is my edit. So I took the footage and I slowed it down, and then I focused in on his reaction. And we're gonna take it back so we can watch the whole fucking thing. Actually,
The ukulele down.
put the ukulele down. It's so funny. I love his face here. It's so hilarious.
The toxic gossip train, down the tracks of
It's still funny. It's still funny. It took me like an hour to edit it like that.
got a one-way ticket to
And you know what's really hard? The hardest part of this shit is getting the peepos to show up right on cue. That's the hardest part. I'm not sure why that's so difficult. Probably because my brain is broken. But yeah, it's really fucking hard, man.
gossip train.
Oh my god.
Tie me to
Do y'all
Oh,
have any idea
face.
what I'm watching right now?
So that was the thing that happened.
That was
I'd heard of this
Thing.
girl before. My cousin used to watch her. Other than that, she wasn't under my radar. I didn't really care what she was doing. I wasn't particularly invested in her content or situation. But then there's not enough.
I will say that her shit was like definitely weird, and I was definitely like, this is weird. But at the same time, she was like I was simultaneously like, this is too weird for me to want to be involved in it, but also like, I just don't care.
Apology video came out, and everybody I watched was watching it. So the scandal breaks, right?
Fucking cables.
Colleen Ballinger can afford to have PR representatives and lawyers. She can afford to have people advise her on what to do and how to make it through this. Why didn't she listen to them?
Why didn't she listen to them?
Me every time I think about this, because the allegations are bad. The allegations are indefensible. But she picks up her ukulele and she sings about
One thing I have to say about the Peepos and the Pepes is sometimes the Pepes are me talking. Sometimes the Pepes are the audience talking. So like anytime you see a little Peepo in the blanket, the Peepo comfy, that's watching the thing, that's me watching it, right? I'm watching it. But then when you see the other ones, it's like somebody else. So about halfway through the video, I had to figure out, how do I delineate when I'm talking, when I'm experiencing something, when the audience, the audience that I imagine is perceiving something, and then like there's little like sub characters who are like also kind of doing visual gag, not really visual gag things, but they're cracking jokes in the background, right? So how do we delineate from the self, me, the audience, you, and the other, which is who we are both perceiving? And that's kind of a mind trip. To think about. But like that is basically what's going on with the little Peepos and the Pepes and the emotes that I put in there. Is there are all these different members of the audience and the performer and the extraneous, like who we are observing and being observed by, and how do you delineate between these different entities?
how she grooms her cat and she calls
So like at this point in time, I haven't really realized that I need to do that. So right now the emotes are just like reacting. And that's gonna change as we go through the video.
part of a toxic gossip train. Choo-choo, I guess.
Oh yeah. The other thing, and this is like purely because I was tired and exhausted and like so done with this shit by the time I finished it. The little people clap in the middle there should be on this side in the bottom left corner. And so what I do is the bottom left corner is either me or the audience. And then the right side is the like whoever else like we are reacting to. But then sometimes that changes up because it has to. Hey, welcome to the stream. I see your comment. We are watching my video, People Gotta Eat. It's the third video in my master's project. And we're talking about the peepos and the emotes. Let's go.
I get what she's going for. Y'all are liars, and this is just weird gossip. Sure,
Can you ask me a question? Depends on the question. Why don't you ask the question? A good pickup line. I cannot help you with that, unfortunately.
Silly little guy. But why the ukulele? Videos discussing parasociality
Nope,
are
can't help you.
If you want to be a YouTube video essayist, you need to make a video critiquing parasocial. It's a rite of passage, you could say. And so I'd like to take a moment to lay some groundwork for the theory of, but why the ukulele? Because it has a lot.
Because I said no. Because you're kind of weird, dude. Like, you come in and I'm doing, like, my own thing, and you're like, can you make this about me? Like, yeah. I would tell you no if I was those three other people and I told you no and I'm the fourth. Have fun with your life, I guess. I don't know what to tell you.
To do with parasociality, and from that, authenticity. Typically, the critique of capitalism that comes from these videos stops with the idea that content creators want bigger audiences to make more money. And this is a valid position to hold. But I want to try approaching this a different way. You will recognize the idea of commodity fetishism most clearly in those late-night commercials selling strange products that people don't necessarily need.
I had to put the blanket on my my car window because it was raining at that time and rain was getting into my car. But I couldn't hear the sound of the rain. The sound of the rain that barely at all makes it into the video. I couldn't hear it because the windows were shut. So I had to roll down the window. And I had to keep my stuff from getting wet, so I put the blanket on the door. Which I guess is the one good reason why you would have a bunch of blankets in your car, is so you can put them on the door when you have to have the window open because it's raining.
Snuggie is a commercial product designed to be a combination of blanket and sweater. It has a long blanket section that drags on the floor. It's narrow for individual use, so you need to buy two. And it has sleeves and even a pocket on some models.
You need to buy two.
The Snuggie is a useless, weird item, and you already have things around your house to better accommodate any of the needs that a Snuggie attempts.
Because I was trying to get the audio of... Okay, so this... You can't really see it right here, but this is... You see that little teeny tiny square? This is the ocean. And so what I was trying to do is there's these... I think they're like a buoy or something, like a... It's a marker to tell you the depth of the wave, because there's boats down there. This is like a little marina kind of thing where the fishing boats are. So there's these depth markers out there, and when the wind blows and the waves hit them, they make this like bong noise. And it's a really, really relaxing kind of like meditative bong, bong. And so I was out there and I was trying to get footage of that sound to play in the background. And unfortunately, the camera was like such bad quality that it didn't really come off, so I couldn't really use it like that. But yeah, it was raining that day. And that was like, I was coming up against a deadline and I had to record it that day. So I just had to get rain in my car.
To fill. But you don't have a Snuggie, do you?
You don't have a Snuggie.
And a Snuggie is all the rage.
I had a Snuggie at one point.
Practical. A Snuggie can solve those rare occasions where you specifically need a sweater, blanket. Cue the camera roll of several situations.
That's you needing a Snuggie.
That have never happened to you.
You want to keep warm when you're ill, but you don't want to raise your heating bill. Blankets are okay, but they can...
My ear popped and now I feel dizzy.
You need to reach for something. Your hands are trapped inside.
They're trapped inside indeed.
The Snuggie, the blanket that has sleeves.
I'd like to take a moment here to acknowledge that while these as seen on TV type commercials are often staged ridiculously, disabled people are typically the consumer targets. People for whom the situations where a product like a Snuggie would come in useful are not laughable or ridiculous, but actually kind of normal. And these commercials aren't...
Like those bowls that can't spill anything? Why would you need a bowl that can't spill anything? You just hold the bowl. Well, guess what? Some of us have compulsions to throw bowls across the room whenever we have them in our hands. And sometimes we give in to those compulsions. So a bowl that can't spill anything prevents the, well, I mean, unless the lid breaks, I guess. What was I talking about?
This item to a broader able-bodied group. But at the same time, the idea
I keep forgetting that you can see the
I
mouse.
personally seem to have, and the apparent invention of
I need one of those, like, sick cursors that, like, no, bowls, you know, like a bowl, Let me show you. See, this thing that looks like a cup is also a bowl. It's a bowl. And then sometimes you drop things behind you and now you don't know where they are. Sometimes you're holding the bowl and you're walking across the room and the bowl goes like whoosh and flies out of your hands. And that is the situation in which a bowl that cannot be, like, dropped. I see. I need to get that thing that fell on the floor.
This is the core of commodity fetishism. Commodity fetishism comes out of the need to sell
here's my phone.
products, even if those
Nice.
products are useless,
Love when that happens.
or harmful, or silly. And this is inherently ideologically
Oh,
aligned
somebody
with
send me a
the
message.
ideology that tells us
Ooh,
that the way
clap.
we can achieve things is through our personal
I don't know what joke I
concepts
just made, but
that allow us to achieve established norms that have been created because of societal adaptation to the product. Think back to our discussion on transhumanism in Making My Peace speech.
my girlfriend sent me a cat that's covered in
Calling
hearts.
Sell me a ukulele. No.
Look at this cat.
It's important to understand that social media does not simply operate
Very cute
as a
cat.
Sure, there are subscription services and pay models, live shows where you might be welcomed on stage to become a part of the action, or ukulele-themed merch. But for the most part, these are free-to-access services, and within this model, the user is the commodity, rather than the social media itself. And this is the first way we must understand social media ecosystem. The viewer as a product. We see this in the way that creators and platforms speak about viewers, the way that they celebrate
Okay.
subscriber milestones with different
I'm
plans.
back.
We, the viewers, have become the commodity, and the
We, the
algorithm-
viewers of the United States of America. I actually made that joke when I was recording it, and I had to get rid of it. Oh. Okay, let's keep going.
monitoring system is an example of commodity fetishism. We see commodity fetishism in action when a creator gravitates towards a few types of content and avoids others. As on gaming, when viewers are going to make the stream or content.
I actually have a bunch of gaming VODs. Hasnabi gaming VODs that I have to watch. So the gaming frogs have been eating good this year, I will say.
Happen. Without viewers, there would be no content. I love all of my viewers and all that they contribute. So drop a like and subscribe and at me.
Drop a like and subscribe and add me.
That I'm not criticizing these elements as
I'm literally my own marketing agency.
A key component of ideology is that we do not recognize how it operates in our lives.
No, we don't.
Ideology, like any technology, often becomes seamlessly integrated into our lives and values without our outward recognition.
Oh my
occurs.
god.
It's entirely
My
possible
nose.
for a content creator to
I think my internet keeps shitting
viewers'
itself.
contributions to the content, but it's also a standard that creators express these sentiments, and if they don't, they will be seen as ungrateful for their audiences
Hold
who
on.
are spoiled by their
Let me
success.
turn the camera off for
This
this.
performance of gratefulness is a measure of authenticity for audiences who demand a humble creator who doesn't forget their roots as a nobody until the audience came and lifted them out of obscurity. And if this sounds like an unhealthy dynamic, it probably is, and we should maybe stop to think about that. About the humbling that some audiences feel the need to do to creators. About the control they feel that gives them. If I was in a relationship with somebody who
I come from Tumblr, and on Tumblr, you put the fear of God into your followers. So, like, going on a platform like Twitch, where, like, your follower is, like, an absolute batshit little hyena monster to you, and you're just like, love you too, wonderful, thank you for following, is just completely, you know, like, the opposite of what I believe in. All of my followers are trash, and I hate them, and unfollow me now. And see, people from Tumblr, like, understand that. They get that. Once again, discourse is with a capital D, you know? Tumblr, I hate my followers, is a discourse with a capital D. It's a genre of content. Tumblr, I hate my followers, is a genre. I mean, it is, though, because, like, you know, we all understand, like, people from Tumblr, at least, we all understand that, like, you know, you don't actually hate your followers. You don't actually want them to die. You just say that you do, because, like, fuck them.
told me I could only afford to be housed
Anyway.
with them, y'all would probably tell me to get the fuck out. But if some rando comes into my stream, donates $5 and tells me to be grateful because without that money, my life would be trash and I would be nobody,
Don't give me money.
that's okay. In spite of the obsession with view count and follower count, a creator's income will not necessarily correlate to subscriber or views.
I mean, you can give me money if you want, but don't expect me to be nice to you just because you give me money.
Word adpocalypse is a word, which describes the massive demonetization of content which occurred on YouTube in 2017. These sites may also refuse to pay out creators if income thresholds are not met.
Twitch.
And there is always the threat of copyright claims, both valid and false, which can shut down a channel altogether. Rest in peace, Hasanabi Industrial Clips Complex. Other things which can shut down your channel altogether are gratuitous violations of terms of service. So, Colleen Bollinger.
I'm not sure if it's obvious to other people, but it's about this at this point where I start getting progressively more drunk. So at first I just take like one little shot, but by the end of this I've taken like 2.5, which doesn't seem like a lot maybe for a lot of people, but for me is a lot. So yeah, at this point with that little vocal inflection, that's like when the first shot started to like sink in.
Sees the news drop. Scandal erupts. Those metrics are in danger. Follower count is dry.
Oh my god.
Lawyer says
So dry right now.
Anything you do or say will be used in a court of law and all that jazz. But the follower count, the metrics, and sure, the massive income loss is probably sad too, but the loss of public opinion?
Loss of public opinion.
Really like ukuleles, right?
Some people do. Not me.
You know, our perceptions of authenticity.
This is another moment where I realized that I wasn't using the audio that I recorded from this video. And so like it took us 16 minutes aside from the first one, but now there's going to be a bunch of these that just show up and like, you know, like not exactly one after the other, but like pretty shortly after the other.
And our judgments about authenticity will run contrary to human behavior, much in the kind of way, right?
This is clipped out of a big chunk where I'm talking about how everybody gets mad when people say and like filler words when they're like having, you know, like they're talking about shit, right? And I was basically talking about how those kinds of words are like normal words that are a sign that your brain is working normally, because you need filler words to like see, I'm doing it right now. I'm thinking about what I'm trying to say and I'm putting it together in my mind. So I say because I'm trying to fill in that space between the next thing I'm going to say and the last thing I'm going to say. So I just said a bunch of things and now I'm going to say while I think about the next thing I'm going to say. And that's just a perfectly normal part of conversation that happens all around us every day. But for some reason, when a person is like live streaming and recording, like playing games, people get really fucking hurt when they say or
Where we know that we all use the word and it means that we need to think about things, right? We know that. But at the same time, for something to be authentic, I tried to say it weird.
Authentic?
For something to be authentic to us, it has to be performed. New media blurs the line between viewer and
and so like the kind of argument that I'm getting into there is this idea that there, you know, like there is the authentic self. Like we are capable of having an authentic self. And the thing is, if you read like, you know, Judith Butler's Performativity, I don't think, no, it's Gender Troubles. You read Gender Troubles and you like, you know, think about the idea of performativity. There really is no authentic self. There is the kind of designed, engineered authentic self. And then, you know, that's what you present to the world. There's no such thing as like an affectation. Everything is an affectation. You know, we're not like, I mean, there's still like spontaneity. I'm still performing this. I'm not working off a script, right? But in the back of my mind, I have like a pre-written kind of script on how I'm going to behave, how I'm going to sit, what I'm going to wear. Like, it's literally in the script for video number 4 that this is like what I'm performing, that like I'm going to be wearing a Hawaiian shirt while I react to videos. So that's why I'm wearing a Hawaiian shirt, right? And that like it happens on that level where like I'm gonna be wearing a Hawaiian shirt because, you know, I'm wearing a Hawaiian shirt. But it also happens on a deeper level where like I move my hands around, and I'm not really doing it like consciously on purpose. I'm just a person who talks with my hands because I am Italian. And so like you can decide to become Italian hands and like adopt that as your personality, or you can also like just do that and that's just how you talk. And it is still an affectation because it's not like, you know, sitting around and not moving my hands. But at the same time it is, because I'm moving my hands. What am I saying? I forget what I'm saying. The point is that everything is fake. Your whole entire life is a lie.
Consumer. Remember, a micro celebrity.
But it's a good thing, actually. It's a good thing, actually.
With this shift from production studios like Warner Brothers or Disney or even Netflix to your dad or your cousin or you, a shift from corporate conglomerates who can
I had so much trouble with that phrase, corporate conglomerates. And I kind of wrote it to be difficult. Like, that was the joke, is that it's, like, difficult to say. But I still regret it. I have regrets. Numbers, guys. See, just progressively getting more drunk.
Screaming. I like that. We can leave that in.
We can leave that.
A shift from corporate conglomerates who can afford number guys and
Number guys.
audience
I still...
screenings
Wait, I
of
still
random
left the blooper in! I still left the blooper in! Shit!
with $10 in an iPhone. We see the burdens of traditional media shifting onto the individual. Twitter is a micro.
We talked about this earlier. That's true.
Media and new media collide.
Oh.
Stars in your favorite shows on Netflix today are tweeting things that will get them fired tomorrow. Your favorite YouTuber or Twitch streamer is probably tweeting up a storm and getting canceled every 3rd day of the week. It's a shitstorm. But there are also brands on Twitter, not just micro celebrity brands, but like Wendy's. Unlike most fast food social media accounts, logo.
People on Tumblr were hurt about Wendy's, like legitimately fucking hurt when that happened. They were so mad. It's like, funny.
Has a face, so it's easier to think of her as a snappy comeback slay queen, which is why, while this type of content is incredibly memeable, it's not in
This is also a link. All of the articles that you see, the headlines and maybe like the first line or so, are all in here. So like, where is it? Here we go. Bored Panda, no last name, Iveta. Some of these were fucking weird. I could not find a last name for this person. There was also another one. Yeah, this one, the amnesty.org. Apparently amnesty.org does not believe in crediting the people who write things for them. So there was just no author that I could give credit to, so I just gave credit to the website. Yeah.
Or actually not in the way that corporations which created these accounts would like it to be. You see, Wendy's is not a girl named Wendy who wants to sell you hamburgers, but some rando being paid lots of money to manage a social media account. The Wendy's account might even be piloted by many randos being paid lots of money.
It's another timing
might
one.
Not actually be paid that good of a money. But an important
That good of a money.
distinction here is that they are a corporate employee working for a corporate brand that is trying to sell you burgers rather than the kid in high school who went viral for posting.
See, this is the thing, like, sometimes, right? Sometimes there's the outside character who is the corporate rando.
Brand that is trying to sell you burgers rather.
And then sometimes there's that, which is supposed to be either like me or like us reacting together and being like, ew, gross, I don't like that. Right? So like, how do you tell when I'm talking about, you know, the corporate rando, who is the character? And when I'm...
You're not a real person. This is a weird money to manage a social media account.
Hold on.
The Wendy's account might even be piloted by many randos being paid lots
my
of
nose is
money.
itchy.
Randos might not actually be paid that good of a money. But an important designation here is that they are a corporate employee working for a corporate brand that is trying to sell you burgers.
Yeah, so how do you tell the difference between us reacting to something and a character that we're supposed to react to? You know? So that was one of those complications where I'm like making this video, I'm like creating this video. I'm editing it, and I'm like, at some point we have so many different characters going on that I'm like, it's impossible to tell who anybody is supposed to be. And like at this point, you know, the people clap is always going to be us, right? We're like, you know, that's always going to be us. There's not going to be any outside character who is like people clap, right? This guy is probably always going to be us reacting to something gross, right? But like the little business guys, that's not us. That's the person that I'm talking about, you know? And like it's like, you know, this, I guess this is where we have the conversation about like textuality, where like the context in which I'm like, it's a rando. It's probably many randos. They're probably being paid very well. They're probably not being paid very well. Contextually speaking, as those emotes, you know, there's the original emote, and then there's 3 of them, and then they're sad looking, right? You can tell that like, that's about that person. And now you can tell that this is like what we are, I mean, you can kind of probably tell that this is how we are supposed to feel about that, right?
Rather than the kid that your cousin bullied in high school who went.
But then it gets more complicated later on in the video.
Video about throwing a shoe. They are run by a real person. They are not a real person. This is a weird form of dissonance that occurs when things are.
And then that's me, right? And I'm like, this is a weird form of dissonance that occurs, right? That's definitely me. I mean, that might be you as well, depending on how you feel about that, but...
Both and, but also neither nor. And we understand this both and neither nor because we are people of the internet, cultured individuals with peculiar...
And now it's us! A little thing popped up.
Okay. Brand that is trying to sell you burgers rather than the kid that your cousin...
So we're just gonna rewind.
Viral for posting
I'm gonna let it go.
They are run by a real person. They are not a real person. This is a weird form of dissonance that occurs when things are both and, but also neither nor. And we understand this both and neither nor because we are people of the internet, cultured individuals with peculiar tastes. This brand is trying to be #relatable. But we perceive that this attempt is shadowed by a corporate schema tainted by the desire to sell us shit. This damn Twitter account is trying to sell us woke burgers.
Woke burgers.
We all hate ads.
We hate ads.
When we describe a character as queer-coded, we typically have an understanding that queer people are going to look at that character and think, yeah, that's pretty gay, man.
Pretty gay, man.
The performance of queerness. The character is not labeled
queer. This is actually where I start to talk about Judith Butler, I think. And the thing is, for the purposes of this video, I talk about Judith Butler in just the absolute most batshit context. I don't know. I think it's because like the idea of performativity, right, it's not just a gender thing. Performativity, and Judith Butler talks about this in the quote, right? You know, when you say, you know, I don't pronounce you man and wife, right? That's performativity. So like, performativity is not just constrained to gender, but it's kind of batshit to take something that we in the academy, I suppose, think of as, you know, a gender, we're talking about gender now, and then kind of use that to queer capitalism.
Author, but rather the performativity of queerness that the character engages in. In Gender Trouble, Judith Butler describes the performativity of gender. Gender proves to be performative. That is,
gender is always a doing.
The identity it is purported to be. In this sense, gender is always a doing. Butler, 33.
So like, queer coding, right, is the characters are doing things, right? And we see the things they're doing, and we're like, that's gay, right? So, yeah.
It is easy to look at this from the perspective of performance. These are, after all, performed acts for a Twitter audience. But performativity is not about the things we do, but rather the things we are.
Wait. Not about the things we do, but the things we are. I mean, it's how the things that we do make us the things that we are. That's it. That's performativity. Performativity is how the things that we do make us the things that we are.
Groups. Maybe not one of the major groups.
Whoops.
Where we try to judge their authenticity.
Okay. I have to go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna mute myself and let this play, and I'll be right back. And it's not stealing content because this is my own video.
Because that's not really what we expect from a dude. Like,
I kind of hope that somebody comes in to yell at me about this, about stealing my own content, so I can yell at them and be like, dumbass, this is my video.
People in the chat will
Be
be
right
like,
back.
excuse me, kilts are basically skirts. And like, okay, but like in the US, we don't really wear kilts. Maybe not just in the US, but like, you know, kilts are not... Kilts are the exception to the rule. Okay? Let's just leave it there. Kilts are the exception to the rule. And we can see this exception, well, we can see this rule play out in the judgment of Harry Styles. Because Harry Styles, he's a cishet male, he's wearing a dress, those two things don't make sense. So, like, actually, maybe he's not a cishet male. Maybe he's, like, gay. But he's not actually, like, being gay and, like, you know, performing gay. He's not, like, in a relationship with a man. So, like, he's not authentically gay. So, like, Harry Styles wearing a dress is actually lying to us. Because he's not gay, he's not trans, he's a cishet male. And so, he's not behaving according to these expectations of the cishet male, so that's inauthentic. But he's also not behaving according to the expectations of a queer trans person. So that's also inauthentic. So people aren't really sure what to say about Harry Styles. And that's where we get shit like, you know, people like Harry Styles are queer-baited.
There's an incongruence which comes out when our audience perceives that we are not the identity that we are performing. And we see this with Wendy's. Wendy's is not authentic. Authenticity as a concept is commonly used to elevate the genuineness and originality of objects or individuals. A constructivist perspective acknowledges the social construction of authenticity and investigates how it is assigned, staged, and performed. Thus, it does not assume authenticity exists objectively, but instead focuses on the relational aspect of social negotiations. The aim is not to evaluate the authenticity of an object or person, or the truthfulness of the claim, but to understand how authenticity is used by producers and perceived by consumers of cultural products.
I was muted the entire time. Whoopsies! So yeah, when we're talking about the aim, right? The aim is not to evaluate the authenticity of an object or person. The author is talking about the author's aim. My aim as a scientist, I don't care how authentic X, Y, or Z creator is. Consumers care about that, but I don't care about that. What I care about is how authenticity is used by producers and perceived by consumers of cultural products. So how is the experience of authenticity, right? So me as a consumer, I just said I'm a scientist. The imaginary consumer. How is the imaginary consumer, who is a real person, but how are they experiencing authenticity? And how is the imaginary producer, who is a real person, producing authenticity?
With increasing commercialization, authenticity has become the core narrative to overcome the perception of a mere profit orientation across all fields of cultural production.
And this takes us back to the idea of we are our own, we are making, and I talk about this later in the video, but like we're all making little reality TV shows about our lives, right? And so how do you make this seem like a reality TV show and not a soap opera? How do you perform, your own life authentically. Which seems ridiculous because you can't really like perform authenticity, but in fact you do. And yeah, I get into this later.
Translated to the logic of the entrepreneurial self, discourses around authentic behavior comprise the contradictory goals to find one's true self, while at the same time commodifying oneself as an object. Mars et al. 2. So, does this explain the ukulele?
No.
No. But we are getting.
Okay, hold on a second. It kind of does. You need like one more piece, I think. And the point of this isn't really explaining the ukulele, but I think this does go quite a ways into explaining the ukulele. Why a ukulele? Why a song? Well, because ukuleles are authentic. It could arguably be that simple. It could just be that simple that ukuleles seem authentic. Nobody hates the person with the ukulele.
Closer. But also, it's not about the ukulele. It's about the cultivation of commodity.
That too. It's not about the ukulele. It is about the cultivation of a commodity. It is about, commodity fetishism, right? So like the ukulele is kind of extraneous to the whole system that is happening, right? Because even if there was no ukulele apology, there would still be some kind of gimmick which would take the place of the ukulele apology. And then we'd be talking about that instead. There's another apology that I could talk about that came in response to an H Bummer Guy video, and which was not really an apology either. And then the events which transpired after, which are arguably made the fuck up. I have not kept up to date with what I'm talking about, so I don't know exactly the details, but I've heard that everyone is fine. There is always a ukulele, but the ukulele is not always a ukulele. What is that? Schrodinger's cat? I forget what it's called, but basically, there's always going to be a thing, right? But sometimes the thing is metaphoric for the thing rather than an actual representation of that thing. So there's always a ukulele, which means there's always some kind of gimmick that is meant to kind of manipulate you into forgiving and forgetting, and in order to avoid taking accountability for one's actions. And so there is always a ukulele. We just coined a term. We just coined a term in media studies. We just coined a term in media studies. That has to make it into the project.
Audience. And audiences hate ads, but audiences love things that are #relatable. They love it to death.
They do.
That guy from the Eminem song,
Stan. I hate stans. They scare me. Don't stand me.
15 minutes of fame. But 15 minutes of fame is temporary, and after those few minutes, the person is rarely seen in media again. They are rarely immediately accessible to mass audiences who want to personally speak to them. Even after the virality of the video has worn off, the creator who posted it will still be accessible to that audience. Not necessarily personally accessible, but you can comment on the videos, send them DMs, or find a variety of other ways to at them and engage with them, even if they never engage back.
The accessibility, the degree of accessibility is determined by two things: the platform and the creator's own desire to be accessible. Now, what ends up happening is the platform encourages accessibility engagements, and the more you engage, the more you are rewarded. And so what happens is this feedback loop where you engage positively, you are rewarded. You engage negatively, you are still rewarded. So there's just as much reward that comes from engaging negatively as there is positively, and one might say in some cases there's, temporarily at least, more value to engaging negatively than there is to engaging positively. That's probably a different video.
Stan. And these methods are all readily encouraged and made accessible by the platforms.
Yep.
You can turn YouTube comments off, but the standard is to have them on. Creators even face criticism for turning off comments or deleting comments. My free speech.
My free speech.
You're violating my free speech.
It's so funny. It's so funny because you actually see these comments in the YouTube comment section. We're like, they're deleting my comment. Bruh, if they were deleting your comment, then they would have deleted the comment where you complain about them deleting their comment. Your comment. Your comment isn't being deleted, it's being moderated because you're an asshole.
The most appear to be as accessible as a friend that we would send a text to. And that is where things get complicated.
There's some really nasty situations where people took parasociality too far and showed up at somebody's house. And that scares me. If you try to find out where I live and come to my house, I have a very large flashlight and I will hit you with it. Do not come to my house.
Way back at the beginning of part 3, I told you about the burdens of traditional media being shifted to individuals who now act as their own production studios. Out of this comes authenticity labor. Entrepreneurial micro-bloggers therefore turn to authenticity labor to overcome some of the tension between having to brand themselves.
The quote, half of the quote is fucking missing.
Entrepreneurial micro-bloggers therefore turn to authenticity labor to overcome some of the tension between having to brand themselves and their promotional work.
I mean, I'm not gonna go back and change it because I read the fucking thing. So you heard the whole entire thing. And if you can't hear and you're doing auto captions, you read the thing, so you're okay.
To sustain their business and the need to portray themselves as genuine in order to connect with audiences. This reiterates the increasing use of authenticity as an important value in the attention economy.
I'm gonna cut off like half of a word.
With marketing practices. If you've noticed that I'm doing funny voices, that's because all of my funny voices come out when I've had a little bit to drink. Well, we could like rebrand to like the drunk video essayist. I don't even drink. Authenticity labor is.
If you want me to rebrand as the drunk podcast, like and subscribe and follow me now.
Investment in realness and relatability. Sure, you're a multi-millionaire now, but you're so.
Did I say drunk podcast? The drunk streamer. I forget what it was. I forget what the name was.
Down to earth and relatable. Sure, you have hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of fans. But I could call you in the middle of the night for life advice.
Please don't do that.
Humble and be grateful. And if it sounds like I already said something about this, well, yeah, I did. Fans don't.
See, this is another shift, right? Because these reactions are, let's go all the way back. Okay, so
Drink. Well, we could like rebrand. We could rebrand.
So this is me.
The drunk video essayist. I don't even.
And there's that little glass.
Authenticity labor is an investment in realness and relatability.
So relatability. This is like, okay, so I am saying realness and relatability. I'm actually saying that, right? Now, the viewer and myself are reacting with copium. Okay.
Sure, you're a multi-millionaire now.
Now, I am talking. At this moment, I am shifting perspectives in the script. I'm shifting my perspective through the narrative to it's me talking to now I'm taking on the identity of the streamer, right? And so this is how you were reacting to me performing as the streamer.
But you're
Or the audience, how the audience is reacting.
to earth.
Now, this is how the streamer is reacting. The streamer and maybe the audience is there, or maybe they're not. This is how the streamer is reacting to my performance as the streamer. The streamer is like, we're gonna make bank, right? So the audience says, that is copium. You are not really authentic. The streamer says, I'm gonna make money by pretending to be authentic.
And relatable. Sure, you have hundreds of thousands.
Now this is the audience and the streamer responding to
if not millions, of fans.
the streamer. This is the audience and the streamer responding to the streamer, who is performed by me, talking about all of their fans.
But I could call you in the middle.
This is the streamer who is sleeping and who is woken up in the middle of the night. So see how we have all of these different perspectives, and contextually, right? Considering the kind of, things that they're reacting to. Within the context, it's kind of presumed. There's a presumed understanding that we are all going to have. But at the same time, the perspective here is shifting wildly all over the place. And so it's like, who does the perspective of the emote belong to? Who is putting the emote in the video? Right? I'm sure in film school, they have a name for this.
Of the night for life advice. You gotta stay humble and be grateful. And if it sounds like I already said something about this, well,
Yeah, I did.
fans don't recognize boundaries. There is both
They don't.
performativity and performance of authenticity in these digital media ecosystems, which couple and combine and spit out a new iteration of a tale as old as time: parasociality.
And so now this is me looking at the viewer and being like, don't be fucking parasocial.
I think we all understand the concept of parasociality, but often our understanding comes from the most extreme forms. Eminem Stan. The people who think they are the creator's best friend, who think the creator not responding to their comment is a personal slight. The people who send messages about how the creator is personally slighting them because they have ignored the previous messages they sent.
That's scary.
Parasocialists are kind of scary.
I had a very bad experience on Tumblr with a stan. Like a person who stanned me because of a post that I wrote. This is back when my Tumblr was kind of popping off. But I had a very bad experience with a person who stanned me. And they didn't just stan me, they kinned me, which is a level deeper than standing, where they don't just really like you, they want to become you. And that was that was fucking scary, man. Do not stan me. Do not kid me. Do not like me. Stop perceiving me. Just go watch something else. I say as I stream on
Part of
Twitch.
the broadcast where I tell you.
Okay, so once again, this is the viewer and me, right? So this little peepo, these little Pepe peepos, whatever the fuck you want to call them, emotes in the corner, have been 10 different personas. They've had 10 different personas. Often multiple personas combined into one. And the only way that you would know that so far is through the textuality. So through the context of the text.
A little bit about personal news, about what's going on in my life. About what's happening in the world, what's happening in the
I tried to find one where he said parasocialists, but I could not find it.
universe, what's happening in the universe of Hasanabi, for the most part. You know what I mean? This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, not much has happened.
But at the same time,
Not much has happened because all you do is stream. Anyway.
engaged in parasocial behavior all the time and in all different.
The funny thing is, I was listening to some kind of thing the other day, and it's like, the more you stream, the less you have to talk about. And I haven't streamed in like a month and a half, maybe. So when I started stream, I had so much shit to talk about.
In Theorizing Development of Parasocial Engagement, authors Riva Tukachinsky and Gail Stever bring together research to propose a model for understanding parasocial relationships. PSRs, parasocial relationships, are conceptualized as a generalized emotional and cognitive involvement with the character that can occur outside the context of any particular media exposure situation. Tukachinsky and Stever 297. When I think about which creator I'm going to watch this morning as I make my coffee and prepare to work on the project,
coffee.
the amount of noise I want to be hearing, the amount of movement and brightness of color I want to see.
This video, this is a screen grab that I recorded with OBS, and then I had to, I recorded it in the wrong format, so I had to convert it to something else. And so what I did is I converted it to, it's like the audio video, like MP4, but I converted it to the wrong MP4. So when I put it into my thing, it made the whole entire goddamn Adobe, Adobe Premiere Rush. It made the whole entire thing lag like hell. It made it crash multiple times. It was like hell. And so eventually I realized that it was the video format that was messing the whole entire thing up, and I recorded it and I converted it to a different format, and it was fine. But I nearly had I did have multiple panic attacks because I thought that this video was just like fucked.
Subtitles to understand what's happening, or if I need something that is non-linear.
This is my today playlist. These are the 128 videos that I'm planning on watching today. I think you can kind of tell something about my content consumption from that.
Storyline. All of these considerations are being made over specific people who offer specific types of content. I'm familiar with the content they offer, and I have expectations about what content they will continue to offer. And I make those judgments as I pick up.
There's Your Problem podcast. I am obsessed with this shit. This is actually what I've been listening to when I go to bed that's been giving me tinnitus because their voices are the wrong pitch.
What to play, and I make those judgments as I select a variety of songs to set up my playlist for the day that will play as I go through my work. According to Tukachinsky and Steve, judgments come from a place of parasocial engagement, where my awareness of a creator comes from a relationship that has been cultivated between myself and the creator, a relationship where I know things about
accidental left click,
and on their end of the
right
relationship,
click, accidental right click.
Try to guess things about me.
They try to guess things about me. No, I don't.
Not really.
Actually, that's a lie because there's that somewhere over the rainbow with a ukulele. I like that song. That's a good song.
There are probably audiences who
But do I go looking for ukulele music? Not really.
do. And a creator will know which audiences like ukuleles and which ones don't. Which is weird to think about. Look, creators have spent time collecting and monitoring and observing their audiences, obsessively engaging with them and drawing out what they come to a platform or channel for. Personal brand.
I was gonna include some kind of video that where a creator talks about that, but then I got tired. So this is the best I can do. But there are a lot of creators who talk about that, how metrics fucks you up. Especially when you come to financially rely, you first get monetized and you come to financially rely on, your metrics working out. And then when you've gotten to the level where you no longer have to worry about the metrics, you still, because it's, this ingrained behavior that you kind of trained yourself into, you still worry obsessively, constantly about the metrics, even though it doesn't matter anymore. You have tons of money. So yeah. I need water.
To stand out from the crowd. How a viewer will
I'm about to run out of water.
What is being offered, whether or not ukuleles will be involved. And this doesn't mean that your creator knows you.
They don't.
Definitely don't. But they have a viewer composite. And it maybe contains bits like that weird comment you left last week when their microphone was making whoosh noises. Cut that out.
I actually don't mind the microphone whoosh noise guy who comments on my videos.
I need to stop raining.
So, like, my official statement to the microphone whoosh guy is, technologically speaking, I have no idea how to do the microphone whoosh noise. If I knew how to do that consistently, I would do it for you. But I just don't know how. So, yeah.
That's cold out here. I have a sweater on. But yeah, I want to think about these things, right? I want us to have them on our mind as we take this deeper. Because we're gonna take this deeper. Because there's gonna be way more to this video. I think I got about like 40 minutes of footage maybe. But this video is I mean the footage that I have right now.
So this is the footage I recorded. I actually recorded about an hour and 45 minutes of it. So compared to what I recorded, about like 10 minutes of it makes it into this video.
The groundwork that we're kind of laying here is the question of authenticity. Part 5. Genre. Now,
Genre.
I'm gonna step on some toes here because there are some people who would call digital media like YouTube genres and the content categories subgenres. And I get it. You're old school. New technologies are.
We had this conversation earlier in the stream. But yeah, there are people, like actual like professors that I've spoken to who would like say that like YouTube video is a genre and that every other type of genre is a subgenre. And so that's where I'm like, somebody needs to write the PhD project on YouTube genres and how YouTube has many genres as opposed to one genre. And that, no, in fact, there are many genres of YouTube video. And not simply one. Especially since, like, you can upload a movie to YouTube. So, like, that movie is already going to be in its own genre. It's not in a, subgenre now because you uploaded it to YouTube. No, it's its own fucking video. So, like, it's like, if you called the New York Times, every article that's ever been published by the New York Times, if you called that the genre of the New York Times, arguably, you probably could. However, there are so many other things that conflict with reality, with the reality of that, like, I don't read the New York Times, so I don't know, like, just, like, newspaper stuff. So, like, the sports column. The sports column was around before the New York Times, and even the way that the New York Times does it is probably based on other things. So we cannot call the sports column a New York Times sports column, even though we can call it a New York Times sports column, right? And that's why this needs to be somebody's PhD.
Scary because of their complexity. And if you dip a toe into the vast variety of content available, you might actually realize the only way you can experience the snorkel retreat you signed up for is to dive right in.
And so this is where they start to get because the existential dread sounds is referring to a professor. The Hoggers is referring to a character who is neither. Well, I mean, the professor is not a character either. The professor is the professor is not the viewer or me either. The professor is their own character, and then the Hoggers is his own character.
The concept of discourse community has been one of the most contested notions in the field. The range of by now well-known critiques that claim it is too utopian, hegemonic, stable, and abstract.
But like starting with the existential dread sounds one, we kind of are establishing, like thematically, we are establishing that these are different characters, and the existential dread sounds is green. I think it was green, and then the Hoggers was all white. So we're kind of establishing that these are two distinct characters through the dialogue, the appearance of the dialogue.
Debit at off 541. You
are involved in many discourse communities, groups of people who share assumptions, values, and language, but specific language, memes. In making my piece,
I fucked up there because every time I say assumptions, values, and language, there's supposed to be a little typing guy.
speaking my piece, I spoke about my own personal memes that I create and understand. These memes constitute me as a discourse community of one. But as those memes spread throughout my social...
If you want to see what those memes are, you need to go watch the video and pause at that exact spot, because I don't care if you saw that or not. That's you problem.
social group, my friend group, my fellow students and professors, those memes become part of a discursive body of knowledge that we share, and we become a discourse.
So now, oh, look, it's in there. I don't know. On the goddamn hell. 39.
Those memes become part of a...
So the little Pepes that are running away, those are the viewers, but they're a very specific group of viewers. And then the ones with the fire,
body of knowledge that we share, and we become a discourse.
these are those same Pepes that were running around, who have now gotten 15 other Pepes, and each of those 15 Pepes got 15 others, and they brought them back together, and now they all have torches and pitchforks.
Discourse community. Discourse communities are
More existential dread sounds. So once again, my professor is coming in to make existential dread sounds.
complex. We are involved in many different discourse communities at once, and we use different language. We mean the same thing, and
But this time, my professors are having existential dread experiences because they're either afraid of the mob or they've realized that they've become part of the mob.
in those different communities. And I'm going to talk about that in my next video.
Yo! Next video! They're turning the frog memes gay.
What I understand here is how discourse relates to genre, because out of discourse communities, genre arises. If we consider discourse communities a way of speaking, thinking, doing, then we can understand genre as a product of these ways of speaking, thinking, doing. The problem with studying discourse communities is the process of sifting.
I like that very heavy... it was an inhale, it wasn't an exhale, so it wasn't a sigh, but it was a very heavy inhale. I'm like, I got so much shit to say here.
Quantities of information gathered and attempted to stake out
Ooh,
analytical
fuck, everything's falling apart.
Devitt et al. 542. This is where genre comes in. Genres represent somewhat stable categories around which we can organize our ideas.
About halfway through.
When I point to a policy video,
About halfway through the genre section, we finally get to what genre is.
or tweets written by corporate accounts, I'm not just finding pithy examples and constructing a narrative. Although narrativizing does constitute a genre, and is
Narrativizing does constitute a... I mean...
I'm analyzing cultural...
Okay, I'm probably gonna get shit for that. I'm not sure from whom. But if you really wanted to be a fucking nerd here, you could say that technically all forms of human communication are narrativizing. Because, like, human reality is not really a story, it's a soup. But because we see patterns, we create narratives around our reality. So technically, while narrativizing could be a genre, could be considered a genre, I'm telling a story about the human soup. Narrativizing is just kind of inherent to being human, because otherwise we'd just be living in a soup. I mean, that doesn't mean that there isn't, like, cause and effect. Cause and effect is real. But when we're talking about, like, how do I perceive reality, right? Reality only becomes cause and effect when we narrativize it as such. So, like, I picked this up and I threw it across the room. In the abstract, that's still me picking it up and throwing it across the room, right? But, think about Judith Butler performativity, right? Me saying that the thing happened means that it happened, right? We only understand this as me picking it up and throwing it across the room. In that particular language, in that particular, instance of language, we only understand that because I am describing what happened. So, complex. It's kind of complex theory. So you can experience me picking semiotics symbols, right? So language is symbolic, right? And narrativization is taking symbolic language, which is attached to real things, and turning it into a story that other people can perceive, right? So I pick this up, I throw it across the room. If I had something smaller, I'd actually throw it across the room, but I don't. And it hits the water bottle over there, and the water bottle falls on the floor. Now that is very clear instances of cause and effect, right? And we can perceive that, but how do we communicate it to other people, what we perceived? So this assumes that we share common language. We understand what a this is. And that doesn't necessarily mean that we know like what this is referring to. It means that we know that there is a word this, and symbolically the word this is this, right? And we know that there is an action called throwing it across the room. We know that there's an action called throwing, and we know that there is a space that something can be thrown, and we know that there's a room that has space in it that it can be thrown across, and we know that there's a thing called a water bottle, and we assume, we can't see it, but we assume that there's a thing called a water bottle over there, and that this can it and knock it on to a thing that we agree is a floor, right? So that's what narrativizing is. Narrativizing is these implicit processes through which we understand that our reality is constructed through a series of symbols which we call language. And there's relationality between these symbols. And that relationality can be understood both in a symbolic way, as in I threw this, the sentence, I threw this across the room and it knocked the water bottle onto the floor, but also in the physical embodied reality of me throwing something across the room and knocking things onto the floor. And this is what linguistics is. Linguistics is. I think it's neat, okay? I think it's neat. But anyway, so like narrativizing isn't making shit up. But narrativizing does imply that there are different ways that we can understand something as having happened. And so I think a really good example, at least because that's what I've been watching right now, the content that I've been consuming, is the engineering the podcast about engineering disasters. Well, there's your problem, right? So these are engineering disasters which objectively happened. But there is a level of contestation that is involved in how these engineering disasters happened. And so people the podcasters are watching or reading things, they're doing research, and they're trying to construct one potential narrative about how things happened based on the evidence which is available for understanding how the thing happened. Now, there are definitely other narratives about how these things may have happened. However, because we understand things like throwing this across the room and it hitting the water bottle, knocking the water bottle on the floor, right? And because we can communicate these things to other people, we can generally construct narratives about how things happened, even if those narratives will be contested sometimes by people who have different information and are more correct, and other times by people who are just making shit up and are more wrong. And so it's really interesting. It's really cool. It's really, and sometimes this happens in bad ways, right? This happens in I don't think we have to do the thing where we things are bad. But at the same time, yeah, there are bad ways that people make shit up and they're wrong. And we don't like that. But then again, the ways that our reality is constructed, and the degree to which we just kind of assume certain things about the way our reality is constructed. And the way to which, social science has kind of shown that, our perception of the way our reality is constructed is kind of wrong. It's really interesting. It's really interesting. And Yeah, that's why I like this shit. Anyway, where were we?
Now, this language is going to be very accessible to my colleagues, but probably more
Colleagues.
parts for people who are not engaged in English or
My little nerd colleagues.
literary studies. And that's okay, because I don't really like it either. Because
This is me. So the previous one was me making fun of my colleagues, and the second one is me. The next one, the wicked one, is me making fun of myself, basically. Because I'm too cool to go to school. I say that I'm working on my master's project on the street. I think the coughing is getting worse.
like you, probably,
Ooh.
I'm a vibes-based scientist.
The vibes-based
I like the
scientist.
discourses of these communities, even if we don't always recognize them from the perspectives of the outsider. And it is this insider-outsider perspective that I would like to think I bring to the table. So as an outsider, I can say that, broadly speaking, there is YouTube and Twitch culture. YouTube and Twitch discourse communities, same thing.
Same
And
thing.
I can also say that there are many sub-communities within that culture. And while all YouTubers and Twitch streamers are people, and they gotta eat, they all decide to bake their bread different ways through different discourses. On December 6th, 2021,
It's getting warm in here.
The video Break Bread, and I'm gonna be real. This video probably doesn't happen if that one was never made. Because what Break Bread told us is that there's a whole other world of creators who are just...
Let me pause for a moment, and we're gonna go to the Works Cited. Right here, the Works Cited. We are 2, 3, 4. Some of my I'm not sure. So the information that I have about how to cite a YouTube video is kind of wonky. So I think I might have messed some of those citations up, and I may have to go clean them up later. But they still contain all of the information to get you where you need to go, even if they're not perfectly MLA. They still have like the links, if there's a link to be had.
But first, genre. This is about genre. RedTube, also known as LeftTube, is an umbrella for all the video essays.
I have to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back.
Essaying about lefty stuff. Leftist assumptions, values, and language. So RedTube is a discourse community, and out of this discourse community come the cultural product of the video essay. And I'm too tired to talk about the video essay, so here are people who can explain it to you.
Envisage, if you will, the video essay genre, those educational blights, stains, if you will, upon the traditional academic scene. Sorry, I meant subversive critics utilizing traditional academic frameworks in order to commentate on popular culture. The ink is smudging on my hand, it's getting kind of hard to read.
Video essays are made by a broad variety of creators from different backgrounds and experiences. At least they appear to be on my dash, but I follow a fuck ton of people, especially smaller accounts who don't have much following yet. At the time, though, I didn't. And I didn't because the YouTube algorithm was mostly promoting white men to me. Yay! The algorithm is very good at recognizing discourse communities and genre. And it's even better at narrowing those genres down with greater and greater specificity. And one of those specifics is race. And in this way, the YouTube algorithm doesn't just promote discourses and genres to you, it creates them. Which is why we can have a BreadTube, you know, white people making video essays, and we can have a reaction to BreadTube. And now we have a Cornbread Tube. Algorithms are primarily built by white people, and white privilege acts as a form of silencing and erasure within our society because white privilege erases the need for white people to consider the experiences and needs of people of color. And so when algorithms are designed, people of color are often left out with disastrous consequences. Algorithms of Oppression, How Search Engines Reinforce Racism was written by Safia Umoja Noble, and the necessity of the book was made clear when Noble was Googling black girls to look for gifts for young girls in her family, and the first results were censored. I mean, I censored. It's a moment of self-censorship. Shut up. Noble 3. This issue is tied to systemic issues in tech. Tech is a white boys club. We've seen this time and time again as accusations come out against companies like Blizzard. And every time people are so surprised when the scandal breaks. Like, I'm sorry that you think it's surprising that a bunch of dudes who romanticize their business as starting in a garage with the best bros in 2005 would have trouble transitioning to an office workplace environment that promotes a culture of respect. Broski. Just 10 years ago, they were calling each other the F slur as they played COD on Xbox Live. And sure, people can grow and change and become polite, decent office workers.
I'm back.
But we have a problem
With
with sexism
beverage
in
in
our
hand.
society, and office culture is known for its discrimination and sexism against women, especially women of color.
Strawberry
So
hot
why are we
chocolate.
surprised every
I actually
time
need to go.
like,
Hold on.
call it white privilege or male privilege.
I need to go put this or put some things in the sink.
People who have privilege just don't have.
There may be an echo.
Even when it happens in front of your eyes.
Oh no,
And
wait, never
sometimes
mind.
things
I can't
are
do that.
like
I'm just gonna pause this. I'm gonna pause it while put that back in there while it's wet. I'm gonna go do some singing. Ah. Alright, so you can see this thing. I need that thing. Hey. Can't see my cat, but he's in the bedroom. He's having a good time. Ignoring me. He's having a good time ignoring me. Pretending that he does not see me and I'm not here. So here we go. Bottle of water. Bottle of water 2. Bottle of water 3. And yes, I do need bottled water because if I try to make myself drink tap water, I will dehydrate into a corn husk rather than drink the tap water. I think I need to use my inhaler. I'll be right back. Here's my regular, not cool inhaler. It was kind of boring. Press the top button. Make it go. Anyway, here's my spacer. You plug the inhaler in there. You press the button. You breathe. And then you no longer feel like you're dying, ideally. Oh yeah, I gotta shake this shit. Give it a shake. Plug it in. Let's do that again. Sometimes I cough so hard that I feel like I'm gonna throw up. But I never really throw up. I just feel anyway. I'm really bad at using that stupid thing. Cause I don't breathe at the right time. Okay. You know what? I think what we're gonna do. It's about 3 hours in. We're gonna take like an actual break, and I'm gonna go do the sinus rinse because oh my god, I feel like shit. Here. Okay. Which one is it? There we go. I'm back. But not really, because I'm gonna go turn the kettle on. So yeah, this has been my life for like the past month. Coughing, choking, all that fun, very normal, very sexy, very cool shit. Fucking cherry trees. Fucking cherry trees. If I was George Washington, I would chop down a fucking cherry tree too. Fuck cherry trees. Like literally, fuck them. Any kind of tree that has little fucking flowers, that releases little fucking pollen that has nowhere to go. Fuck it. Oh, I hate that shit.
Tube has a white problem. I was here for it. And I was ready to be part of the solution by taking control of my dash and seeking out those creators who were suspiciously absent from it. After Break Bread, something changed. And maybe it was always happening, I just didn't notice it before. But BreadTube was scholarly adjacent work. People were flying solo, grinding themselves to the bone, getting meticulous and obsessive about their work. I'm not saying those parts have changed. Cornbread Tube has all the rigor of scholarly work, but it doesn't have the alone. You see, the thing that changed, even if it was just from my perspective, was the collaboration. After Break Bread, I noticed, first of all, the creators were pointing more creators out to me, which was amazing. But even more, creators were referencing other creators, inviting them on to speak. There's this cool new element of the Left Tube Space discourse where creators will bring in other creators and hang out podcast style for an interview and cut those podcast interviews into the body of their work, which I think is the coolest way of citing a source I've ever seen in my life. This type of citation actually inspired my previous work on my Reading Rainbow, where I attempted to finesse edits and minutes to build up my analysis out of my reactions to text I'm reading. And so sure, we can call YouTube a genre, but when we understand that genres are symbolic of discourses, that's when we have to give things a little more complexity. When we have to dive into the discourse and understand what's being said, do a vibe check, suss out the assumptions, values, and language. Because even in that delineation from breadtube culture to cornbread tube culture, we see the values changing from solo work to collaborative work, lifting everyone up together. It's impossible to lift yourself up by your own bootstraps. But when people climbing the ladder or walking...
This is another one where I wanted some kind of, like, video. Because of that, like, you know, parasociality, the nature of parasocial engagement, it's one of those things where, like, if you recommend this person to your audience, people will go watch them. And if you don't, they won't. So, like, the algorithm sucks and all of that. But a way of getting around the algorithm, to some degree at least, is to introduce your followers to other creators. Something which, like... I mean, I love ContraPoints, I love H-Bomber, I love Philosophy Tube. But their content doesn't really do that. I mean, some of it's, like, changing. Now a lot of them will get other people. Maybe that was always there, but they get other people to read the quotes. But, like, Cornbread Tube really brought together, like, the idea of we're gonna bring other creators on and spotlight them and, like, sit down and talk with them about the stuff, and we're gonna include that in our content, which I think is really cool. Really cool form of collaboration where we're all doing our own shit, but we're all helping each other with the shit that we're doing, and it's really cool. I like it. It's fun.
Stairs or crossing the bridge. Reach back to help people behind them come up. We all get to come up together. While some really great things have come out.
Did I include this bridge called My Back? I don't think I did. I should have included this bridge called My Back. I mean, even though I didn't cite it, I allude to it a lot. And so I should have included a citation for it, I think.
YouTube still has the algorithm problem. One of the major critiques of Break Bread was the white guy problem. But this problem isn't
the white guy problem.
White guys. It's a problem of discourse and genre. It's a problem of how the algorithm...
This is why I had to introduce the concept of genre earlier, because the algorithm... not only are people creating genres, right? The algorithm is creating genres. And the algorithm creates narrower genres. Like, even to the degree of, like... you know, like, white guys making video essays, right? So, like... sure... white guys are making video essays, right? But also, like, the algorithm is creating a kind of audience bias, almost, that white guys create video essays, because the algorithm doesn't include other video essays, right? Well, yeah, like, well, the algorithm doesn't include video essays by, like, people of color, right? And so, this is, you know, in a discipline and punish Foucault kind of way, right? This means that the genre becomes more white because people who try to participate in this discourse are being shut out, so they stop participating. And so Break Bread comes in, and you know, because of the various people who watched Break Bread and promoted it to their viewers, and because, you know, FD Signifier had a pretty big audience already, pretty good audience already. it kind of breaks through that like algorithmically imposed genre, and so then it like starts to break things open a little bit.
Discourses and genres, and narrows those genres down so the whitest spaces are the ones.
I need to put more water in this.
Or it would be neat and easy and even practical to leave the issue there and say that YouTube has a racism problem. End of story. I think we can get more out of this. But YouTube does have a racism problem.
And it's this expectation of authenticity, right? It's this critique of the performance of authenticity. It's the identities that go into play when we are considering a person's identity or authenticity, right? It's all about identity. It's all about the performance of identity. It's all about how other people are registering our external selves and weighing and measuring those conflicting external selves against one another to try to
You're wondering
understand us.
what today's tea is. It's cherry blossom. And I know I said that the cherry blossoms are killing me,
We as humans,
but sometimes
is
the things that you enjoy consuming don't enjoy being consumed by you.
relate to one another. Relationality is not just the ways we are the same. Relationality is the ways we are different. And in our society, far more emphasis is placed on the ways in which we are different. Far more emphasis is placed on how we can be.
This is relationality in the context of authenticity. So when you're considering like identities, right? And you consider like mainstream, maybe not main, I mean hegemonic identity. A lot of big words. Stop using big words, use little words. Okay, so we are talking about relationality in the sense that the algorithm sees a are we talking about relationality in that sense? No, it's in relation to authenticity. So I mean, the algorithm is an extension of human ideology, right? So authenticity, we see people as more authentic. So there's like we have the idea of the basic woman, and the basic woman drinks Starbucks. The basic woman wears Uggs, right? And we are probably basic. We are probably very basic. But because we have these hallmarkers of difference, I don't wear Uggs and I don't drink Starbucks every day. We can say that I am not basic, even though I am very basic, right? But I'm not basic because I'm not this person, right? And so then authenticity comes into play, and authenticity says that a person who does wear Uggs and a person who does drink Starbucks is inauthentic. And inauthentic in the sense of like, I don't like that kind of person. And so you have a lot of situations where like a person is deemed as inauthentic because you just don't like that type of person. And this happens in a compounding sense where like, this is the type of person that I think that you should be acting like, but you're not acting like that person. So you're even like doubly inauthentic. And then we get into that deeper in the next, not actually, but like, theoretically, where the theory is going. We get into that more deeply in the next video about translingualism, right? Where people who, you always see that the ESL guy, right, in the comment sections, and the ESL guy is like, sorry, my English is bad, and then their English is like perfect, right? So for a person to be authentically English second language, their English has to be bad. And if their English is too good, then they're probably faking it, and they probably didn't write that comment, and they probably didn't write that paper, so I'm going to give them an F for plagiarism. And that sounds ridiculous and crazy and like, what the fuck? But actually, this is what happens in, you know, academic situations where professors are like expecting an authentically English second language person to have shitty English, and then they get mad because they don't, right? And then this happens with all sorts of situations, like people who speak, you know, AAVE. You know, the professor is like, you're not speaking in AAVE in this paper, so I think that you're being inauthentic, which means you didn't write this paper. And so, like, authenticity is this thing where, like, what am I saying? What am I getting? Let's get back to it.
Rather than what we have in common.
Yeah, where we are expecting to see difference. You know, we care more about seeing that difference that we expect to see, rather than, you know, oh my god, this person might be just a normal person like I am. And of course that, like, normal person is a kind of a normalized kind of hegemonic identity that is pushed onto people, which people conform to, and so they can, you know, live in a society that expects, you know, normalization, and people to perform you know, according to the hegemonic identity, you know, the value system and all that jazz. So, like, you know, a lot we expect to see difference, and we expect to see difference in such a way as we can, like, pick it apart and, like, be like, you're a bad person because you're not like me. Which is not great.
And so, when it comes to the question of authenticity, when you're watching a video and you're making these judgments based on authenticity, you're not actually asking, what do I have in common with this video, the person in the video that you're watching?
What I said, what I just said.
You're not just asking that. You're also searching for those moments of, like, or like, or eh.
And then we get back to the or and or like.
Where you're gonna say
the filler words.
Don't have those.
And so this is kind of one of those, like, snowballing effects where this person isn't behaving the way I expect them to, and they say too much. And so the premise is kind of, you know, in their own mind, the premise that this person is inauthentic is proven by this completely tangential, made-up wacky shit. And you see this a lot in, like, call-out threads. Somebody writes a call, and I think that's probably why I put that there, is, no, I don't get into that for a bit. But in call-out threads, there's the perfectly reasonable complaint that's like, this person did something that was kind of fucked up. And then there's the, this person definitely kicks puppies thing. And you look at the proof that they definitely kick puppies, and it's like, you know, they made a joke about something once. And so, it's one of those situations where, like, people aren't so good at reading into nuance in some cases. You know, the media literacy and all that jazz. And so, yeah. I don't know, man. If, like, don't cancel somebody for buying a house, maybe. Like, buying a house is not... It doesn't make you a bad guy. And the thing that really gets me is there's, like, legitimate situations, such as in the situation of the YouTuber that we do not speak their name, where, like, there are legitimate complaints against that person. But then there's also just some made-up shit, like, they also kick puppies. And it's like, the actual legitimate instances of harm are more important than, I also think this person kicks puppies. Because we don't have any evidence that they have kicked a puppy before, but we do have evidence that they've done actual awful shit. You know? And especially in the case of, like, you know, the ukulele situation. I'm not going to, like, in this video, at least. Well, in this video. Yeah, in this video. I'm not digging in to all of the lists of accusations for the cancellation, because we have one really good piece of video evidence that it's already played in the video before. And that's basically all you need to be like, this person is sketchy.
$10,000 every day you survive in a grocery store. 7 days stranded at sea. Train versus giant pit. World's deadliest laser maze.
I wrote the script about 3 months before I recorded this. So the titles in the script were as they appeared at the time of writing the script, but they were not as the time of recording this screen grab.
What do all these titles have in common? Well, they're titles, first of all, I guess. But they're titles from a particular creator. Mr. Beast! Well, it has become de rigueur to critique Mr. Beast for doing charity because charity bad. An argument which I am not going to get into now and will never be.
I explained the argument earlier. I did not get into the argument earlier. It is perfectly within reason to explain the argument outside of the situation of getting into the argument. Getting into the argument. Don't do that. It's not worth your time. It's not worth your life. Precious seconds. Too much of leftists' time is spent arguing with brick walls who do not care what you're going to say. They don't care the argument that they make. They don't care. They don't give a flying fuck. They just want to make leftists look bad and hysterical. So don't argue with those people. Even if they are other leftists, don't argue with them. Leave them alone. They are silly and dumb, and don't worry about them. This is one of the reasons why we do not speak about the YouTuber who will not be named.
To take a moment and think about these titles. They sound really cool, don't they? Kind of exciting, probably dangerous.
Because it's not worth your life. Precious seconds of your life that will be wasted.
What if somebody, like, died? Or was, like, really uncomfortable? But then they want money! Oh my god! Game shows have existed since reality TV has existed.
Reality TV.
Reality TV show Cops, where regular people were out there playing the game of life.
This is the alternate title for this video could be the video where I finally quash my beef with reality TV, except I don't. Where I finally air out my beef with reality TV. Where I academically describe the reasons why I have beef with reality TV.
A bunch of cops showed up to chase them and beat them to a pulp. And we were meant to be entertained.
What the fuck? I remember watching this show. As like a 5-year-old. Just like, think about how fucked up that is. Like, you're a 5-year-old and your parents are like, yeah, let's watch this show where people do police violence. Like, that's like, if you're being like a sensible understander of how culture works, that is, you're just, you're teaching your kids to be okay with state violence.
But reality TV didn't just stop there. You see, people are broke, and people gotta eat. So let's give people some money to eat. But first you have to drink this pig intestine milkshake. Yummy.
I was gonna get a picture of that, but then I was like, that's too gross.
Weird podcast guy, he was the host of Fear Factor, a show where people did disgusting things, dangerous stunts, and more disgusting things for money.
Fuck.
And I'm pretty sure that under some kind of international convention or law, if you did these things to people who had to sign 300 pages of consent forms, you would be in jail for torture right now. Because people gotta eat, and sometimes do wacky things.
I believe that copium there was, in regards to the torture, and if it was in regards to the torture, that is, I know that, like, technically there are, like, rules about, like, what qualifies as, torture. How do you treat prisoners of war? How do you treat combatants who were injured and are incapacitated? How do you, how do we consider what is a combat, an appropriate zone to engage in military combat in. And like, sure, we probably technically have rules for that, but we also know that there are people who break those rules and nobody gives a shit because they're allies of the United States, or they're the United States and Cuba. What is it? It's Cuba, right? Cuba, where they tortured the people, right? Yeah. Anyway, where the United States tortured people, I mean. You know, the Guantanamo Bay. Yeah, Guantanamo Bay. Guantanamo Gay. Anyway, like, we know that there are technically rules, but we also know that, like, the United States will prevent anybody from being prosecuted for breaking those rules if they are an ally, affiliated, whatever, with the United States. So, you know, all suffice to say, the little copium is a free Palestine, you know, free Palestine. That's what we're trying to say here, free Palestine.
So we can eat. It's all very Squid Game, isn't it?
Squid Game.
You see, engaging in activities that a court of law would consider torture is par for the course of American media. And I'm sure we aren't alone, because Squid Game is a South Korean show. But it's not the torture itself.
I mean, if you want to dive deeper into the Squid Gamification of society, the shit that the IDF posts on TikTok, while not being reality TV, while not being, you know, the people featured in those shows do not get paid. You know, I mean, I would say that, like, you know, that is, I mean, it's tangential to it, but I would say that there is a very thin line between watching reality TV where people consensually are tortured and watching IDF TikToks where they just, like, blew that, you know, destroyed that guy's home and killed everybody inside of it. Like, I think we can see, like, we can trace a through line through these things. And it doesn't mean that, like, culture in general is degrading, but that sometimes fucked up things lead to more fucked up things. And it's not the fault of social media, it's the fault of these systems which train us to kind of turn a blind eye to systemic violence.
It's the title.
Top 10 ugly puppies.
Title, and you can't resist. And we're all familiar with clickbait. Click, 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 click. Oh, fuck, you see a title and you just can't resist, and now some girl named Bethany keeps sending you emails about hot singles in your area. Probably shouldn't have signed up for the sketchy clickbait website mailing list. Click, 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 click. Oh, okay.
The tone change between me talking about how police violence leads to a culture where, you know, like, pop culturing, reality TVing police violence leads to a culture where we don't care about, you know, even worse violence, you know, genocide. And then changing to, like, me making jokes about clickbait is kind of giving me whiplash. I'm gonna be real, it's kind of giving me whiplash.
This is now, and you have a new email that will get leaked in a big tech data breach, so Bethany can find you and renew your acquaintance with those hot things in your
Hot
area.
milfs in your
Clickbait titles
milf.
are most
Hot
often
milfs in your area.
And then realizing the bait was in fact a lie. Click, 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 click. Oh, fuck, but in reality,
Took more effort than I anticipated to get that click now, click now, click now. I'm gonna be right back again. I feel like this is the part where the video gets good, so I'm gonna just mute myself and I'll be right back. Wait, I have to unmute. Okay.
Attention economy.
Let's keep going.
Where we are the commodities and corporations need us. They love us. Bethany and the singles need us too. So bad.
The basic premise behind this argument is that if you get it for free, you are the product.
It's like so bad. They need us.
And so this is supposed to represent Bethany is a scammer. And she's trying to harvest your credit card information and your data. Which we recognize as a scam because she used it to steal your money. But when corporations do these same things, nobody gives a shit because it's okay if they take your data.
Tell them back. Click the link. It's a scam. It's a scam. They're gonna get your credit card information. Anyway, and they want us to spend as much time possible looking at their shit. So
this one, so I change it from this little face to the other face. Not that one. This one. So you know
anyway, and they want us
that this face is still Bethany's face because it's pink.
as much time
Which is probably something you just was implied by the text itself. But I'm explaining it to you because I think it's funny.
possible looking at their shit so that their shit can sell some other guy's shit because everybody got into drop shipping to afford college. And so here we are in a day and age where we can't just like look at stuff. No.
Be ground up by the human what machine?
Anyway, and they want us to spend as much time possible looking at their shit. Look at stuff. No. Here we are. And sell some other guy's shit because everybody got into drop shipping to
On my way to the hustle grind set factory to be ground up by the human meat machine. Oh, that's what I wrote.
afford college. And so here we are.
Surely nothing could go wrong. I watched, oh my god, what's that thing called? The fuck is it called? What the fuck is it called? The fuck is it called? The guys who did Monty Python. You know, it's probably gonna be block. Probably gonna be in my YouTube history. Fuck! Ah! Okay, we know where it is. We know where it is. We know where it is. The little guy.
not even like sell some other guy's shit because everybody got into
Hold
drop
on.
shipping.
We'll just do it over here.
And so here we are in a day and age where we can't just like look at stuff. No. We are looking at the wackiest, zaniest, oh my god, you didn't think he would do that shit ever. In high school English, they told you your essay needs to have a flashy title.
You look through your video history.
And now here we are. Believe it or not, reality TV is actually boring. And
There you
nothing
go.
happens. And those flash forwards between commercial breaks really try to convince you that if you stick around a moment longer, things will happen. And then you stick around through the commercials and you find out that nothing happened. Or something does, but you see an interview after the
Literally reality TV show. Okay, here we go. This is the. I forget why I'm showing this to you, but. And go ahead and look at all the rest of my YouTube history. That's great.
The BBC would like to apologize for the next announcement.
Oh yeah, the human meat grinding machine joke. That's why.
Gentlemen, we have two basic suggestions for the design of this. Gentlemen, we have two basic suggestions for the design of this. Shut up! Gentlemen, we have two basic suggestions. Architectural block, the residential block, and I thought it best that the a 12
Hold on.
Ironside and Malone.
Okay.
Morning, gentlemen.
So there's two architects, and they both have different models of apartment buildings that they want to show them, and here they are.
Is a 12-story block combining classical neo-Georgian features with all the advantages of modern design. The tenants arrive in the entrance hall here, are carried along the corridor on a conveyor belt in extreme comfort and past murals depicting Mediterranean scenes towards the rotating knives. The last 20 feet of the corridor are heavily soundproof. The blood pours down these chutes, and the angled flesh slurps into these large...
Excuse me. Did you say knives?
Rotating knives, yes.
Are you proposing to slaughter our tenants?
Does that not fit in with your plans?
No, we wanted a simple block of flats.
Ah, I see. I hadn't correctly divined your attitude towards your tenants. You see, I mainly design slaughterhouses. Yes, a pity. Mind you, this is a real beaut. I mean, none of your blood caked on the walls and flesh flying out of the windows, inconveniencing passers-by with this one. I mean, my life has been building up to this.
Yes, and well done. But we did want a block of flats.
Well, may I ask you to reconsider? I mean, you wouldn't regret it. Think of the tourist trade.
No, it's just that we wanted a block of flats and not an abattoir.
Yes, well, of course, that's just the sort of blinkered, Philistine pig ignorance I've come to expect from you non-creative garbage. You sit there on your loathsome spotty behind, squeezing blackheads, not caring a tinker's cuss about the struggling artist. You excrement! You lousy, hypocritical, whining toadies! With your lousy colored TV sets and your Tony Jacklin golf clubs and your bleeding Masonic handshakes! You wouldn't let me join with you, you black balling bastards! Well, I wouldn't become a Freemason now if you went down on your lousy, stinking, polluted knees and begged me!
I'm sorry about
Okay.
that, gentlemen. The second architect is Mr. Levy of Wymus and Dibble.
Good morning, gentlemen. This is a scale model of the block. There are 28 stories with 280 modern apartments. There are 3 main lifts and 2 service lifts. Access would be from Dibbingley Road. The structure is built on a central
Oh my
pillar
God.
system with cantilevered floors in pre-stressed steel and concrete. The dividing walls on each floor section are fixed with recessed magnesium flange group. By avoiding wood and timber derivatives and all other inflammables, we've almost totally removed the risk of...
So yeah, you know, the human meat grinding machine. And even the people who don't think they're building a human meat grinding machine are building a human meat grinding machine, because that is what capitalism is. Anyway.
And the people on the show tell you everything was fake. Let's be real.
Fake. Super
Reality
fake.
is kind of boring most of the time, which is why we want to watch other.
I think this is the first appearance of the black text with the white outline, and so that is I think that's me.
Realities, because we assume everyone else is living a more exciting and fabulous life than us. And they aren't.
Nope.
So everything we know is a lie.
Yep.
Also, YouTube is like reality TV if you were the desperate producer and the actors and the film
I'm
crew.
gonna pause this for a moment so it can sink in. I don't care what kind of TV you watch. Don't comment on your guilty pleasure. Don't comment on your guilty pleasure TV shows that you continue to watch, even though it makes you feel like a bad person to enjoy. I don't want to know. I do not care. Have the confidence to own whatever sketchy media shit you enjoy consuming, and don't make your problematic fave the entire comments section's problem. Back to our regularly scheduled content.
It's a tall order.
It is. It's a tall order.
We are seeing assumptions, values, and language in action here. We assume we need audience. We value attaining capital at any cost. We speak in the language of clickbait. And that is a crass oversimplification. Dying, help! I'm okay. And that is a crass oversimplification.
Not okay.
YouTube.
So authenticity, the question of authenticity, the question of are you real or are you fake, is always something that's going to come from outside. Because anything that I think inside myself is authentically me. Because I am not a single identity or a single personality. I'm this weird, mushy, electrical signaled blob that exists inside my like skin suit.
Yummy.
You know, inside the inside of this fleshy
Flesh prison.
suit, there is.
I'm a skeleton inside a
right? And
trap.
the
Fuck.
skeletal structure of my
I am a skeleton trapped inside of a flesh prison. Free me!
head, right? Inside my skull, the skull slot. There's
Skull
my brain,
slot.
right? And the gooey brain is like
Yummy.
the essential core of me. And the essential core of me is this chaotic, weird, noisy thing that just never shuts up.
Never shuts up.
Both like me and the talking right now.
This is another one
right now, but also the,
where we get into like the concept of narrativizing, where like I'm only like my shit only makes sense because I can tell you a story about my shit, right? So we have this like personality types, right? We have the idea of personality types. We have the idea of like you know, I mean identity shit, right? And identity shit is stories that we tell ourselves about who we are. So really I'm just a bunch of bones trapped inside of a meat sack that my bones pilot around the world. And there's very much going on in there. But at the same time, I've created stories, narratives about what my meat sack actually is. That may or may not be coherent, congruent, whatever the fuck the word is, with the actual reality of what my meat sack is doing out there in the world while I pilot it.
the questions and all of the anxieties and all the weird. And that is only ever capable of.
That's why when it comes to like personality tests, that's why they always tell you to have your friend do your personality test, because a lot of people struggle with like self-perception, like you know, like the person who's like the loudest person in the world, who's like, I'm the shy, quiet type. No, you ain't, bitch. Shut up.
Because there's no way that you can.
Weather alert in effect. Hold on, I need to check this weather alert in effect. 63 degrees. Severe weather. Increased threat of sneaker waves expected until 11 p.m. Large, unexpected waves can sweep across the beach without warning, sweeping people into the sea from rocks, jetties, and beaches. These sneaker waves can also move objects such as logs, crushing anyone caught underneath, which is a really fun, really sexy, really cool thing when all of your beaches are covered in redwood trees. Sorry, don't be fooled by an ocean that looks calm. There can be 30 minutes of small waves before a sneaker wave strikes. Avoid rocks and jetties, avoid steep beaches, stay much farther back from the water, and never turn your back on the ocean. I mean, never turn your back on the ocean. However, there is a degree to which you can turn your back on the ocean if you kind of, know how waves work. This is not legal advice or any kind of advice. Just never turn your back on the ocean. And also learn how waves work and you'll be safer.
About things, but you can't really lie to yourself about things, right?
You can't lie to yourself, but you can't.
People bring up like, you know, what is it?
I mean, they have a name. They have a name for that. Cognitive dissonance is when you lie to yourself about things. Oh, yeah, but you can't.
Cognitive dissonance.
You can try. I'd say that.
December of 2017, Logan Paul uploaded a video of himself in
The fuck was that title?
uploaded a video of himself in Okigahara. Uploaded a video of him.
Shut up.
There's no way that you can actually, like, you can try to lie to yourself about things, but you can't really lie to yourself about things. Right?
We may have to do more React content tomorrow.
Like, you know, what is it? There's a word for it. Put it on the screen or something, maybe. Cognitive dissonance. People argue cognitive dissonance.
In December of 2017.
Part 7, Content Creation and You. A treatise on the ethical complications of being a fucking gremlin person on the internet.
17.
That's
Logan
fun.
Paul uploaded a video of himself in Okigahara, Japan. I'm not going into specifics, but if you want to know, I think it's only fair to give you a content warning for suicide.
I think most people know
Video is
what
an
this is
example of
about.
the extreme side of things. Most YouTubers are not out doing this type of thing. But at the same time, when you are in a culture of doing the most extreme...
This is a... Okay, so this is a... Hold on. Who is this? The False Redemption. Okay, so this is a Hassan reactions video, which is a clip of the stream where Hassan reacts to the false redemption of Logan Paul by Jay Aubrey, which I have also clipped.
Shit you possibly can, and this culture has a habit.
So if you want to see...
exploit your own needs and well-being.
Hold on. I mean, according to MLA, you only cite the one that you use. But according to MLA, ideally Hassan reactions will have cited the Jay Aubrey or included a link to the Jay Aubrey one. So
It isn't a very large jump from apathy towards your
ethical reacts
towards others.
Yeah, I do at this point I've realized that it's probably a good idea to include the introductions where they like have their little title cards. Sometime within the video later.
Travel vlogs he named Adventures in Tokyo. You know where I'm going with this. Deciding to take a trip to Japan in late 2017,
check it out.
Logan and his friends were determined to use their vacation to...
Now that I've been to Japan, what this piece of shit did in Japan is so fucked up. Okay,
I smell
it's even more
something that is
up,
on fire.
Even more
I will be right back. Okay, all is good, all is well. My neighbor is doing some charcoal grilling, which I'm sure can not possibly end poorly, which is why I shut my window.
Asia as a gold mine of new content, and none of it has aged well.
Thanks for letting me touch
A
your
cute little dog.
Okay. Tokyo!
I can't unshake my content skull. Like, every step of the way, I feel like Logan Paul, if he didn't push it to the next fucking level by doing like unimaginably cruel...
This is right here, what Assad is saying right here, I think is the absolute key to all of this. If there was not an impetus to push shit to the next level, to make things just totally awful and exploitative towards everyone involved, you know, the reality TV-ization of everything, you know, if there wasn't that, then like, you know, but because we have the, you know, the clickbaitification, the reality TV-ization, everything has to be super hardcore, super sick, the sickest thing you've ever seen. I think people will blame it on, like, you know, the same thing that they say about TikToks, how the TikToks are shorter, so you need like little short dopamine, you have a shitty attention span, and like nothing has fundamentally changed about the human attention span since TikTok was invented, since short form content was invented. We've had short form content throughout human history. It's called like a comic strip. Yeah. You know, political cartoons, little, you know, short form content has existed throughout human history, you know. So like there's nothing that is fundamentally changed about the human attention span. It's just that we have been trained by algorithms, we've been trained by, you know, media, the media ecosystems that we're involved in, to always look for the craziest, wackiest, zaniest, most insane shit. And unfortunately, because we live in a society that does not value our autonomy as human beings and our consent as human beings, the craziest, wackiest, zaniest shit is always going to be the more exploitative shit than the last shit that was published. And the Logan Paul, saga is a very clear representation of that, where, like, just harassing people on the street isn't getting you the clicks, so now you have to go film what he did. There's a very clear through line between these things. There's a very clear through line between me watching people watching cops beat the shit out of random average citizens on, the reality TV show Cops, and Logan Paul exploiting, the reactions of random citizens who are just like, what the fuck is going on here? And eventually, filming what he did. So, like, why are we blaming, like, social media like it's the new biggest ill, when, like, this type of content has always been out there for a very long time.
Majorly successful content creator without any of the fucking controversy.
Hold on a second, because I don't think reality TV is, like, the greatest social ill, right? That's not the argument that I'm trying to make. The argument that I'm trying to make here is that we do not respect the autonomy of other human beings and the consent of other human beings. And so, like, the rather than it being a problem of reality TV, it's a problem of consent, which is tied to the need to, like, we live in a society, basically. We live in a society. And so because you need money, because people gotta eat, people have to do things to eat. And, it is ostensibly consensual within the framework of the society in which we live. But at the end of the day, most people are not going to throw themselves, like, they're not going to eat pig intestines to survive on this world, because that's gross and nobody wants to do that. That's why you can make a reality TV show where people are going to be eating pig intestines to make money, because most people are going to be like, ew, that's gross, I don't want to do that. I mean, they do have, like, actual meals that are made out of pig intestines, but those are, like, cleaned and prepared and all of those nice things. While Joe Rogan just, producers for Joe Rogan's Fear Factor just blends them up into a milkshake. Functionally different, two functionally different things.
2017, Logan and his friends were determined to use their vacation to...
Now that I've been to Japan, what this piece of shit Japan is so fucked up.
Of new content, and none of it has aged well.
None of it has aged well.
Okay, Tokyo!
I can't unshake my content skull. Like, every step of the way, I feel like Logan Paul, if he didn't push it to the next,
that's where we were, basically, so it's fine.
Unimaginably cruel and fucked up shit would have been still.
And, like, I think that's where we get to the whole idea that the cruelty is the point. The cruelty is the point. Fear Factor, you're having people do, like, stunts that, like, trained professionals should be doing. That the cruelty is the point. The chance of bodily injury, the high likelihood of bodily injury is the point. Cops beating up a random person, cops having the dog go bite the crap, but the cruelty, and then, of course, recording that for reality TV, the cruelty is the point. That's the point.
Successful content creator without any of the fucking controversy.
As if laying in front of cars and running around town waving dead fish in people's faces wasn't enough. We haven't even, like,
waving a dead fish in somebody's face. What is the point to that? Besides getting a reaction of somebody being like, gross, I don't like having dead things near me. The cruelty is the point.
Of the trip, a very notable...
Fuck! Oh my god, why does this keep happening?
Installment of the Logan Paul Japanese saga, uploaded on December 31st, 2017. Now, I remember the day this video came out.
If you want to see whatever we just missed because I hit the fucking keyboard, then you're gonna have to go watch it by yourself. Bye.
The video was not only live for over 24 hours.
I mean, just go watch the video that, you know, this is from. It's on Reactions. Jay Aubrey.
The millions of kids within Logan Paul's audience at the time didn't think it was bad to film a dead person. As expected.
And I think that and I like I said, this is a few tiny minutes, few tiny moments from a very long video, but these are two situations where there's mostly, he says, there's mostly kids who think this is okay. There's mostly kids who are watching this content, right? So we see that young people, young minds, are being assimilated into this system where the cruelty is the point. And the more cruelty, the better the video. So this isn't kids, like, naturally... I don't think that this is kids naturally gravitating towards cruelty. I think that this is, you know, it's social engineering. Where we are being socially engineered into not caring about people's autonomy, not caring about people's privacy, not caring about people's consent.
The entire YouTube community took up arms against the guy they...
And so these are a bunch of, you know, these are a bunch of adults who are like, what the hell is this guy doing? And they have the good take, they have the good position. But at the same time, they're also part of this content engine that is like, where like even the negative feedback is going to be positive for viewership. I mean, even this video is negative feedback, but it's positive for viewership. Whether that is, you know, this creator's viewership, you know, any of the connected creators' viewership, my viewership. I mean, what viewership? Streaming this to an average of none. But still, within these content ecosystems, even the negative feedback is positive for your follower count, your viewer count. And like, sure, some of the adults are going to leave the subscriber base because what the fuck. But at the same time, you have plenty of people who will engage with this just because what else are you supposed to do on a Friday afternoon?
I don't think there is a single person
Maybe a Saturday afternoon is a better one. I don't know.
defending Logan Paul over the age of 6.
In digital discourses, we call this the NPC trend.
The cruelty is the point.
NPC is short for non-playable character, a term used to describe the people who are not the player character in video games. NPCs are people in the background who blend into the world and make...
I drank so much fucking water today. I have to be right back again. Wait, hold on a second. I had to give my cat some kisses. Tell him that I love him. He refuses to appear in the video.
Cool. They don't do much because that would distract from the main character who is doing important things.
Doing important things. I'm but a humble dealer of junk. Hold on.
Important things.
49, 35.
To describe the people who are not the player character in video games. NPCs are the people in the background who blend into the world and make it look full. They don't do much because that would distract from the main character who is
I am but a humble dealer of junk.
doing important things.
I would like to sell all of my junk.
Consider this
I can't buy your junk right now, but if you complete quests, maybe we can work something out.
into the Logan Paul thing, it starts to make
I don't want to quests right now. Buy my junk. I can't buy your junk right now because if you complete quest, maybe we could work something out.
the background of videos we record in public aren't us. They
Can
are
I at least get some health kits?
But also, people who aren't me I record in my videos aren't people. They're NPCs I can interact with. I think Man in the Street
Please bring me 500 rare item. Do you have 500 rare item yet? This is based on what is it? Fallout 3? I think there was an interaction I had in Fallout 3 that was like this.
back to white privilege and male privilege. And so the content that people create reflects this. Which is why somebody can do that and have 23.6 million subscribers today. I'm not canceling Logan Paul.
Wasted. Yeah.
Like, for real, I'm not. I'm just not. But we need to see this as symptomatic of a larger process, a larger ecosystem, where
An ecosystem.
in how we think about ourselves. Think back to Sonia Renee Taylor's "The Body Is Not an Apology." Shame comes from a
Which I first cited in my previous video.
place of denying our needs, and when we deny our own needs, it's easy to deny others theirs. This is why it's
What the hell?
important to read for silences. A creator participating in these cycles
Hold on.
often cannot
Get this
break
off
away from
screen.
them and retain their popularity.
Those are my sources for the next project.
And so there is an incentive to keep making this type of content and to spiral deeper and deeper into weird and inappropriate and downright offensive shit until they reach an invisible boundary or someone speaks out and people tell them to cut them.
All my stuff for my next project.
Actually, encore.
I feel like maybe I should let you guys know something.
So once again, this is another one where the video. This is the same video from earlier. This is the Hassan reactions. Yeah. Hassan reactions, Colleen Ballinger's video, apology video. But I took at some point, I take the audio and I use it, and I pair it with the video from a different point.
Maybe you're confused about something. I don't know. Let me try to help. Sometimes people make a mistake, and it doesn't make them a horrible person. Whoa. Sometimes people can make a
So if you can see, there's audio here, but the audio is not the audio that is playing right now.
They're still a good person. Crazy, I know. Sometimes people can make a mistake, and you don't have to take that mistake. Oh no. Twist it up and grind it and add some lies to
It's so gross.
rise it and stab it with knives and ruin a life and
I think it's just very poignant where like she's complaining about how people are ruining her lives, and she did that in front of the whole entire world to see. That's it, you know. I mean, should you send her hate? No. But like, she did that.
Okay, here's what I don't get, right? And some people in the chat are pointing this out too. Did she make a mistake?
No, she didn't.
Or are they just rumors?
Yeah,
because if they're just rumors,
That's the thing. She says they're rumors, but there is video. You know, there's video there. We watched the video.
then if they're rumors, then why are you owning up to it as a mistake?
It's weird to have like 10 minutes and be so vague the entire time, like not really address a single thing.
I pray no woman ever talks inappropriate online to your kids. They have trauma from it. Their abuser writes them a song and says it was a mistake. Yeah, really? What the fuck?
Mm-hmm. it's just batshit, you know?
Some of the Colleen Ballinger accusations came from people who were at the live show, people surrounded by parents and children who thought nothing was wrong, who thought everybody was having fun, who didn't realize that something awful had happened until they had a better way to understand their experience and the
I mean, how is that, you know, how could you be any more, like, how could that be any more on the nose than that video, you know? Everybody just thinks, haha, it's a joke. But then there's this grown-ass woman who is doing that.
negative emotions
You know?
that came from it. And this is the culture of content creation. Content creation, as opposed to creation, focuses on content with a capital C.
Content with a capital
We're going
C.
to push the boundaries. How far can we push the boundaries? Can we push them even further? The problem is that sometimes the boundaries break. And if we don't do the work to acknowledge that breaking and repair trust, then we're caught in the situation where boundaries keep getting broken and we keep sucking it up and holding it in. And if it almost sounds like this could be said about a lot of things, that is a good instinct.
Mm-hmm.
Consent isn't just the absence of a no, it's the
The
presence
presence of a yes. And the presence of a yes that is not a coerced yes. Right? The presence of a yes that is an enthusiastic yes. And the presence of a yes that comes from a fucking adult.
But in all areas of our lives. And when we allow minor violations of consent, even in things like who is recording me as I'm living my life in a public place, these violations.
A lot of people are getting into family content and the problem with family content. And I recommend you go watch those videos about the problem with family content. Shanspeare did one recently. It's a very good video. You should go watch it. You know, children cannot consent to having their entire lives broadcasted for everybody and their brother to see. I don't care if that makes the family money. Children cannot consent to that.
Until we have situations that we cannot resolve or heal from. And that hurt sits in us. It festers. We are hurt people, and we will hurt people. And that sucks. And I don't really know what to do about it. Because it is entrenched within our society, within the values of our society, within that specter of capitalism that haunts us. And if we could only see it, if we could only...
I did pull that through. Good job, man. Very proud of myself.
recognize it, if we could join together and decide that enough is enough, I want this to stop. If we could only fucking realize that people gotta eat.
People gotta eat.
Then maybe things could change. But it's much easier to be hurt and sit with the hurt, to sit in the uninhabitable place of thorns from this bridge called my back.
I mean, you see that across a lot of digital, like, internet activist communities where there's people who just sit in despair that, like, anything is going to ever change about this. And it's like, you can be upset about this, but also, like, think about if you want things to change. If you're upset about it, right? First of all, stop watching the thing that upsets you. Watch something fucking else, right? Second of all, if it upsets you that, like, so many people are watching it, recognize that you are participating in that watching, and once again, you can go watch something else. And that is one pair of eyes that is no longer watching the thing that is upsetting you and, you know, essentially destroying society by a lot of these people. I don't think this is destroying society. I think these are instances of fucked up shit happening, but I don't think that it, you know, it's a symptom of the material conditions rather than, you know, creating the conditions. But if you, as an activist online, say something, and you're like, so many people are watching this, it's really fucked up, be one less person who is watching that. And in a very real way, that will impact the ability of that to be made. Like, this is one of those situations where, like, whether or not you consume something can, like, immediately impact the likelihood for it to be produced. So if you don't like that there is like rage bait out there, if you get mad about the lady drinking things out of the toilet, stop watching lady drinks things out of the toilet TikToks for 2 hours every day. And that will literally algorithmically influence whether or not those things continue to get made. And don't even dislike it. Just don't scroll past it. Scroll past it. You don't need to leave a mean comment. You don't need to argue with anybody in the comments. You just, if you don't want to see it anymore, just scroll past it. And that will immediately, I mean, well, not necessarily immediately, but that will influence the type of content that you get served in the future. And that's how I keep my algorithm relatively clean.
Go on social media. I mean, not right now. Right now it's just a video recording that I'm taking in my car. But eventually, one day, it might be part of a video that I put on social media, that I put on YouTube. I'm going to share the link to the YouTube video on my Twitter. And I'm going to talk about it on a stream if I ever decide to stream ever again.
Hi, past me.
And so, this isn't just me chilling in my car talking about authenticity. This is me recognizing the discourses which I'm engaging with.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the discourses around ADHD. And those discourses aren't all academic.
It's metacognitive. So metacognitive means that we're thinking about thinking. So I'm thinking about how I would be thinking if I were a person who was performing this, and then I'm performing it in that way. So metacognitive. Uh-oh. My stream manager lost shit. I don't know what the fuck happened there. Are we okay? Looks like we're good. I'm getting hungry. Part of that is because I haven't eaten real food today. I mean, I ate grapes. Grapes are real food. But I haven't eaten, like, anything else. Aside from the grapes and biscotti.
Discourses about ADHD.
We need to take a dinner break.
Discourses about ability. Discourses about people recording videos of their cars. Discourses about vlogging, right? And it's not just discourses about, like, not just people talking about vlogging, but people engaging in vlogging. So right now, you know, I'm technically creating a vlog, even though you can't see my face, which is not very authentic of me.
Creating a vlog about vlogging. Creating a vlog about creating a vlog about vlogging.
We're engaging in discourse, and a lot of times discourse isn't just the things that we
you would call this the discourse, if you're, you know, literature person, you would call this discourse analysis. So you're doing discourse analysis basically through performing discourse analysis. And that means that you have to be thinking about what kind of discourses you are engaging with, which means that you are, you know, doing the thing as you're doing. Metacognition. It's fun shit. It's really fun shit. And to an extent, everybody who engages in a discourse, in a genre, is doing that. But then there are some people who are doing it deliberately, and this is where we get to, like, the idea of, like, parody in cinema. So, like, parody movies are deliberately engaging in the genre that they're parodying. And they're doing it by through cultivating a certain self-awareness of the genres. So, like, if it's a horror movie, right, there's the Cabin in the Woods is a good example of this. It is a kind of parody movie where these 5 people go into the woods and they go to a house and they get murdered by zombie rednecks. And so we're engaging in these different genres, and we are deliberately engaging with them in such a way that we show that we are thinking about how they are portrayed, how the genre conventions are portrayed. Yeah, it's basically parody. But at the same time, there are ways of engaging in, because we think of parody and we're like, oh yeah, that's supposed to be funny. There are ways of engaging in parody that are like I guess it's like an inside joke kind of thing, where like I am aware and like certain members of my audience are aware, but then there's outside people who are watching this and who are like not aware, and they read it as like straight, which is also a thing that happens to gay people.
I bought a camcorder and I drove out to a place and I started recording the nature with my phone, and then not my phone, with my camcorder. And I went through this series of you know, rigging up the camcorder so it would get the good shot. You know, trying to hold it myself, but realizing it was too shaky and you need a good solid shot that isn't wiggling around a whole lot. Otherwise your viewers might get a little bit seasick. You know, I
think this is a longer one compared to the other vlog segments.
The different sounds I'm hearing, the different experiences I'm having, because I want you to experience this in as close a way to the way that I'm experiencing it right now.
I didn't include the footage of it, but at the beginning of the vlog, because I was like really stressed out, and so I'm like, I need to do something to like calm myself down. And so I did this thing where you like, it's like 5 things that you can hear, 5 things that you can see, 5 things that you can feel. And so I'm kind of like, this is my vlog and we're gonna vlog, and so I'm gonna talk you through the scene that I'm experiencing, and so that's what I'm referencing there. That did not make it into this video though.
I'm engaging in authenticity labor.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to make this real in a way that it feels real to me. So when I notice a noise, I'm pointing it out to you. So that you
If it seems like I'm constantly consuming beverages right now, it's because I'm like seriously dehydrated.
notice it too. Here I am, minding my own business, doing my own
So you think you've been canceled.
And some damn conservative at some damn anti-abortion protest says the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my whole goddamn life. You see, friends, the deep state is trying to cancel babies from being born with abortions.
The camera work gets a little bit shoddy at some points.
Who are these people? These people are your grandparents, or your parents, or your cousin Jim, who has some really weird opinions
Cousin Jim.
about creating burner accounts so he can keep sharing anti-vax memes on Facebook. We know them because we see them
This joke right here is actually that lady who does libs of TikTok. She read this book to children where she talks about how being gay is like wanting a cupcake. So I got vaccinated, now I crave homosexual acts like some people crave cupcakes. That is a real thing that a real person really said and expected to be taken seriously saying.
Day all around us, and sure, their shit seems
And I said, yeah.
more extreme than anybody else's.
These are real things. There are people who really said.
Assassinated by an anti-abortion.
And once again, the Bill O'Reilly, George Tiller thing. You can also look into, who's that guy who died who told everybody that they shouldn't leave the hurricane? The radio guy, Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh, Bill O'Reilly, all of these dudes who do all of this literally insane shit. They are all you can trace them all back into this system of like promoting the craziest, zaniest, wackiest shit.
An extremist who was in no way discouraged by Bill O'Reilly's harassment campaign against Tiller. So we aren't really becoming more extreme, I don't think. Extremists are just engaging in different discourses and creating different genres.
I mean,
it's not really comforting, but it could be.
Yeah. Whatever is happening on TikTok right now, or whatever is happening in the altiest of alt-right places on the internet right now, is no weirder than whatever the fuck Rush Limbaugh and Bill O'Reilly and Tucker Carlson have been doing with their careers. It's the same shit. And the only reason it seems wackier and crazier and zanier is just pure aesthetics. Bill O'Reilly and Rush Limbaugh and Tucker Carlson are people who wear bow ties and suits and they look very serious on the TV, while the dude who talks about Jewish space lasers or some crazy shit is a gross looking weirdo. It's yeah.
It could be worse. Maybe.
They could have dressed.
I don't know.
This is where we bring in Libbers, and Libbers is a liberal, so they're obsessed with civility politics, and I get into this in the next video, where liberals care more about the appearance of civility. Once again, with the Tucker Carlson and the Bill O'Reilly and the Rush Limbaugh, they care more about the appearance of civility, and they will ally with these people who appear civil over the appearance of incivility. And that's a serious problem. That's why when, you see a bunch of liberals sitting at a table with fascists, you see a table full of fascists.
Cancellation is nothing new. And while the Tiller assassination is an extreme example, I need you to understand that cancellation has historically
Causes
had
a lot of
serious
disruption.
material consequences for the people being canceled. And cancellation without material consequences...
You are not being very civil right now.
At all. There's a difference between pushback and a harassment campaign. Sometimes that difference is hard to see because we are all participating in a culture where the only way to have people understand that thing happening is to present it in the most extreme way possible. So people telling you to sit down and listen become violent mobs harassing you. On the flip side of that coin, though, we are all participating in clickbait culture where telling someone to sit down and
I talked about how I put the blanket on the door earlier. That's why I put the blanket on the door, because of all the raindrops.
listen isn't enough. So I've doxed you. I know where you live, and let me read you your license plate number in the DMs. It's easy to fall into extremes because so much of our culture cultivates extremes. And remember, this isn't unique to digital or YouTube culture, this is offline too. And so we need to come into this discussion with nuance. Do people often exaggerate about mild pushback? Do people often go to extremes to push back against someone who has done
Both
something
and.
Both of these things can be true at the same time. But there are other dimensions to this discussion. In the chapter, Protect Your Heart, Femme Leadership and Hyper
Very shaky cam.
of Care Work.
I think this is the point where so I had a bunch of old cloth masks in my car, and I took them and I tied them to the rear view mirror, like a little basket, and I put the video camera in the little basket so that I could point the video camera out the window without having to hold it.
Leia Lakshmi Peepsna Samarasena describes just that, hyper-accountability. A common idea in social justice culture is that if someone calls you out on being oppressive, you need to shut up, listen, put aside your automatic defensive reaction and accept what they're saying, learn from it, and thank them. This is a useful ground rule, and it works for a lot of situations. We've all seen white nonsense people crush their pearls and deny they have privilege, or cis people, or able people, or non-sex workers, or whatever. And also, people with all kinds of oppressions fuck up too and need to get
Typo.
fucking up.
God damn it.
But there's also a line between setting aside defensiveness and being open to hearing how you fucked up or hurt someone without knee-jerking to, you're wrong, I'm perfect, fuck you. And letting someone walk all over you and emotionally abuse you and gaslight you.
Okay, so I will say that there's a difference between being like a person who does not have 1 million followers and one person comes to you and is like, you fucked up. And a person who has 10 million followers and 5 million of those 10 million followers are coming to you telling you fucked up. There's a difference, right? And it's just like sheer volume. So the experience of that second person where 5 million people are coming to them, when you're the main character of Twitter for the day, basically, it's a very, very different experience from somebody coming to you in like private in the DMs and being like, that's kind of fucked up that you did that. And people who are approached in private in the DMs, you're a person that I know and not some rando. There's going to be a difference in reaction, typically, from the person who is approached in that first way than the person who gets yelled at by 5 million people. And that's just how humans work. That's just how humans work. Yeah.
Peepsna Samarasena.
So don't dogpile people. It never ends well for anybody.
214. It's the women literally can't do anything meme. And it's a meme because
women literally can't do anything. This particular joke is inspired by a person I know.
Do anything without facing severe criticism. Now we understand that different things are different. Sometimes women and femme-identified people get accused of doing genuinely terrible things and decide to play a ukulele. And sometimes their hair wasn't perfect, or they misspoke, or they took a bad brand deal, or their merch didn't arrive at your house on time, or they were deliberately cornered by a person they were debating and said something that was taken out of context and is still used to defame them to this day. And if you're thinking that I'm referring to one particular incident and one particular creator and one particular debate, then you are, one, part of the problem, and two, not realizing that there are so many other people in similar situations right now. Femmes, especially femmes of color, are subjected to hyper-accountability on the internet, and this hyper-accountability often comes with hordes of annoying little motherfuckers who just want to be helpful.
Just want to be
By
helpful.
telling you that if you just lost half of your body weight or you just stopped being so ugly or undesirable, then maybe you would have better opinions and people would listen to you.
Stop being an awful person and maybe
Sounds
people will
I'm
like
being
you.
gratuitous in these descriptions for the sake of attention that is generated by extremes. But I'm actually talking about actual conversations I've had with actual people who actually thought that they were being nice to me and giving me actual constructive criticism. Y'all are hurt people and you're hurting people by being so nice and helpful.
So nice and helpful.
This doesn't come from one person. This comes from communities of people who view the world through a lens of privilege, who don't have to consider that perhaps they are perpetuating cycles of trauma and pain.
Oh, the mouse. Oh my god. There's this joke. I say joke loosely because it's like a joke story kind of thing. And the thing is, I remember the back piece of the joke, but I don't remember the front piece. And so basically it's like it starts out like there's a, and this is something I made up in my own mind. There's a rat hole in your wall and it has something to do with the rat hole. And so like basically, you can like fix the wall. I think what it was is you can fix the wall, or you can like befriend the rat inside of the wall, and you can get the rat like a partner, and then the partner will have like little rat babies with the rat, and then you're gonna basically involve yourself in an arms race with the neighbors' rats, and you're gonna build little ships so that the rats can go and colonize the neighbors and search for rat gold. And then after you do that, the colonized rat neighbors will retaliate. And so basically you're just having like an arms race between rats. And so this little rat here is a reference to that joke that I made up in my own head.
People, because this is how I was helped when I was fat.
Sometimes I'm going to remember how that joke begins, and I'm going to be able to tell that
I
joke.
said it before and I'll say it again. We cannot hold people
Reginald is living in your walls.
Accountability comes from within.
Reginald becomes a character in the video. Reginald becomes a character. Reginald is the rat that lives in your walls, and yeah.
Thinking about all these things, right?
Bethany put him in the wall.
I'm thinking about them, you're thinking about them. Well, not really because I'm thinking about them, but because I'm talking about thinking about them.
Talking about thinking about them. Thinking about thinking, metacognition.
And so we come to the question, authenticity. Am I talking about these things? Right? Because I am genuinely experiencing them. Or am I talking about them because I'm making a vlog? And this is how you engage in a vlog. There's layers, right? There's layers. Like ogres and onions. There's layers. There's layers.
Like ogres and onions. There's layers.
And so in the end, the kind of authenticity that we achieve, the only kind of authenticity that we can ever really achieve, whether authenticity actually exists or not. I would urge us to question whether one can be authentic.
Is the position of this auteur that authenticity is a lie and that everything is made up and everything is fake. I mean, it's not fake, but it is a lie.
Part 9! This better really be really good. Why are you texting me? This better be really good. Oh, you were...
That is me.
No.
I'm mad at my girlfriend because they interrupted me in the middle of me recording this thing, and the phone made it chime, and I was like, how dare you?
That is no excuse.
That is no excuse.
Sleeping.
Stop sleeping.
No sleep for...
Never sleep again.
Good. This video is looking to be longer than making my peace, speaking my piece. And frankly...
This video is actually shorter than making my piece, speaking my piece, but it is only shorter because at the end of making my piece, speaking my piece, I have a video montage of the build. Or no, of the grand tour of the build.
I don't know how that...
Or It's the third day tour of the build, I think.
Happened. But it's
I
important.
think you know why.
I cut a lot I realized wasn't going to fit in here. Some of the stuff I was writing about.
I don't think I cut that much.
Because narratively, it was driving us away from the plot. And you probably think I forgot about the ukulele. And I said this before. I can't explain the ukulele.
I don't know why I kept that in there. The editing towards the end gets a little bit shoddy because I was moving things around, I think, or something like that.
Ukulele. I can't.
Can't.
I'm only human.
I can't explain the ukulele.
I can only.
I mean, I feel like if I did my job well enough, I feel like I've given you the building blocks to understand the ukulele. And the truth about the ukulele is sometimes the ukulele is not actually a ukulele. But there is always a ukulele. There's always a ukulele. And two, sometimes the ukulele is not actually a ukulele. I'm gonna comment that on my video, actually. What I learned from this video. One, there is always a ukulele. Two, sometimes the ukulele is not actually a ukulele. Thanks for watching. Like and subscribe.
Analysis I've been doing, and hope that you use it to understand the ukulele yourself. I can only tell you that we are hurt people.
Too bad I can't subscribe to myself.
But also we need people because
Create an alt account, subscribe to myself with.
and more than anything,
Oh.
people gotta eat.
People got it. I should have ended it there. There's still 4 more minutes. I should have ended it there. That would have been such a good drop to end it on. Why am I so loquacious?
We get trapped in these cycles, no matter what new technology comes and what new social formation arises out of it.
And then I hear what comes after people gotta eat. I'm like, you have a point. You have a point. There's always a ukulele.
There will always be these cycles.
There will always be a ukulele.
Breaking bread, realizing we need a new recipe for the bread. And some people try to blame the oven because the temperature readout is broke or the knob is kind of falling off, and the oven might be crap because it's broken or whatever. But even that oven was made by hurt people who only knew how to hurt people. The oven was made in a world where the
You're making very complex metaphors so we can understand very simple things.
even if those damn ovens don't turn on or won't get hot. My oven is broken. The whole damn world of ovens is broken, and all the ovens
Indeed.
in this world are gonna be broken. This sounds dire and hopeless, I know. But when we realize the level of shit we're in, when we look at the world without rose-colored lenses, that's when we can see things as they are and start to find out what we need to do to unfuck it. Do you want to be the one sending cryptic messages from a Ouija board? Or do you want to recognize where things broke down so we can build something better in its place? Stop sitting in the middle of despair. We are all gonna die someday, and we don't have time to waste waiting for the right opportunity to come along and do the work that needs to be done.
That's
There are a lot of people out there
a
who
spiritual
come
call my
from
back.
backgrounds like me, I think. People who say the cycle ends here, I ain't gonna repeat the mistakes of my parents. And then they think those mistakes are only the mistakes of how they treat children. And this isn't a bad position to start from, but it is one that only sees the way your parents were to you, not the way they engaged with the rest of the world. And trust me, whatever your parents brought home to you, they had that same energy for the rest of the world, even if it didn't seem that way. So the first step in moving forward isn't
And I talked about this earlier about how, like, not in the video, but like me myself, about how like my parents were the ones who let me as like a 5-year-old watch Cops, which is a show where cops beat the shit out of regular ass people, right? So, you know, that energy that we, you know, you could call it like Karen energy, where like, you know, I want to speak to the manager shit, but you can also call it like the energy where we just are kind of casual about the amount of violence that we are subjected to in this society and how like we don't really care about that. And we even use the violence that we are subjected to on a daily basis as an excuse why we shouldn't care about this violence that other people are subjected to, right? Yeah, that's bad. That's bad, actually. I came across a very thread on Twitter the other day that kind of annoyed me, where like people are talking about, if you have, you know, more than like $500 in your savings account, you're not actually poor. And like, I don't know how to tell you, but $500 isn't even enough money to like make rent for most places. So like, how can you call that person not poor because they have a random $500 in their savings account? Like, that's not enough money for a lot of people to like, I mean, depending on inflation, you know, I would say like a household of like 2 people probably can't eat on $500 a month. So like, you're saying that people who have $500 a month, which is not enough, or in their savings, which is not enough for a month's worth of expenses, you're saying that that person is not actually poor, and you are actually poor because you have less than $500 in your savings account. And like, sure, $500 sounds like a lot of money when you're like, you know, homeless, I guess, but a homeless person's problem isn't with the person who has $500 in their savings account. A homeless person's problem is with the fucking billionaires like fucking Jeff Bezos and shit, who have so much money that all of the houseless people could be housed if, you know, we redistributed that wealth. Your problem is not with the guy who has $500 to their name. It's with the fucking billionaires. So why the fuck are we out here acting like there's a class war between people who have $0 in their bank account and people who have $500 in their bank account? That is stupid. It's incredibly stupid. It's a stupid thing to be arguing about. Why are you arguing about that? It just makes me so mad because it's like horizontal hostility. And apparently having $500 in your bank account or your savings account is bougie. Like, let's ignore the people who are out there with like billions of dollars in their savings account and billions more dollars in their offshore account and billions more in like whatever crypto scam they're investing in today, and instead engage in horizontal hostility against people who also don't have shit. What are you doing with your life? You're arguing with people on Twitter, and that's your life. That's your life, I guess. Why? So yeah, don't engage in horizontal hostility, because that's dumb as fuck.
Just changing how we treat children, even though that is a vitally important place to focus our energy. But rather, the first step is to change how we treat each other. I mean, literally. And you are not my...
Stop engaging in horizontal hostility!
I am not a faceless, nameless metric on the screen. And neither are you. We are people, and we come to communities,
put it over here.
We have needs. The need to not be alone. The need for friends. The need for something that we haven't really conceptualized yet, but we know deep down inside that is missing. We are looking for family. And we find family. We don't...
I was gonna do the family. But I was like, nah, we're not gonna do that.
Find it with a content creator. We find it with the community that builds around them. The culture we build and share with them. We find
the parasocial engagement with daddy content creator is less important than the actual not parasocial engagement you have with the community around them. This is so important. And it is kind of like the core of this project.
It in the memes, which is why my next
girl
video
memes for
sustainability of memes.
Yep.
And I hope to see you there.
Reginald. Oh. Thank you to Cole, my friend, who I talk about shit with. Yeah, a special thank you to Cole, who I would have linked their like shit, but they were just like, you know, it's no big deal. So I didn't link their shit. I just mentioned them by name. Cole knows who they are. But yeah, thanks to Cole, because I like talking to them. They're a good friend.
Oh, fuck.
They're actually gonna help me with my next video, or no, my final video, because the next video is just needs to be edited now, or well, it needs to be recorded and edited. But I have all of the outdoor material. Video number 5 needs some outdoor shots. We're gonna get some good shit for that, I hope.
Yeah.
So yeah, all of the content creators that we've seen. Oh, did I miss? Was I gone when I mentioned Shanspeare? I think I was. I think I stepped away for that moment. But yeah, I really love Shanspeare, so you should go check them out. They're here. Let's go check. Here, I'll link this in the chat too. Paste. So go have a look at the video and all of the links for all my sources. Break Bread by FT Signifier, and where is it? Shanspeare, the era of the critic why our video essays so popular and hated. This is the one that I could find that is actually a video essay about video essays. A lot of the kind of new era of video essays are engaging in kind of like, you know, the parody critique kind of metacognition about video essays that I described before when I was talking about my like blogging about blogging. Excuse me. And so this is the one video that I could find where it was like actually just about video essays, but a lot of the video essayists working now, creating content now, do address this, and I just didn't remember who did and what video did, and I literally do not have enough time in my life to go back and watch all of the things that I've watched in the past to find out which ones did. So I created a playlist to end all playlists where I included all of my favorite playlists. Well, maybe not my favorite, but a lot of the relevant ones, some ones I just really liked, and then this man carrying thing where he's like, the end of every 7-hour video essay. Why does every video essay start like this? And it's, you know, it's really fun. Plagiarism in YouTube, I think this is the new, I know that this is a new one, by H Bomber Guy. And well, it doesn't really talk about video essaying, it just talks about video essaying. It's weird, it's complicated. It's weird, it's complicated, and it's interesting, it's really cool. So go watch that. Go watch all of these videos. Not in this order. Don't watch them in this order. Pick a different order to watch them in. Watch them in whatever order. And there's some video essays in here that, like, do you even count this as does this even technically qualify as a video essay? And I just made the editorial decision that yes. These are all video essay adjacent. And so, yeah, I tried to get all of the heavy hitters in here, and if there are any, and I say this later in the video, if there's anybody out there, this should be my last.
Recording is an hour and 32-ish minutes
Playlist of video essay recommendations.
long, and that's okay because we're gonna do a fuck ton of editing.
Did I slow that down? I don't think I did, but it sounded like it did. Okay, I don't care about your reality TV takes, so don't tell me how you feel about reality TV, because I just don't care. I do love receiving video essays recommendations, so if there's anything in this playlist that isn't there, that you want to be there, comment it in the comment sections, and I will watch it and add it to the list if I like it. I maintain editorial control over the playlist and all playlists. Why is that so slow?
Thank you.
I don't understand.
Good night.
I don't understand why it's doing that. The whole thing is slow. Even the background noise is slow. I don't know what happened there. Oh, you know what I did? Oh my god. There was nothing wrong with it.
Long, and that's okay because we're gonna do a fuck ton of editing.
Yeah, I literally just accidentally scrolled. Anyway, so that is People Gotta Eat. Threshold Concepts number 3. This says 6, but it's actually 3. And we've already seen Threshold Concepts number 2, so we don't need to watch that again. So basically today was supposed to be the day that I was recording for rap content for Threshold Concepts number 4, which is why I have my Hawaiian shirt on. Why we have the lovely background. But my ass hurts. My ass hurts. I'm sorry. My ass hurts. So I need to eat food. I need to mentally, emotionally, psychologically prepare myself for what's to come. And if I'm still in the right headspace after I've done all of that, we will continue to stream. If I'm not, we may have to do it tomorrow. I promised Disco Elysium. I did not promise Disco Elysium. I implied Disco. Well, it was more of an imply. It was and maybe we play. So I suggested that we may play Disco Elysium. I'm gonna eat food and we'll see how I feel, okay? So in the meantime, I'm gonna turn on Threshold Concepts number 1, Bodies and Problems, and you can just watch these. Because these are my videos.
And this is the first video in my Threshold Concepts series.
I'm gonna mute myself.
Today, we're going to be talking
And I'll
about
be...
the concept.
You know what? I'm not gonna mute myself. I'm not gonna mute myself. I'm just gonna go and
AKA
do my shit.
learning through doing.
So, I guess I can't yell at my dishes like I usually do.
We're going to be watching some footage from one of my Witcher 3 Wild Hunt streams. This footage came from one of my first few streams of this game. And
That's wonderful.
a monster that I am not prepared for, and it shows because it took me about an hour and a
God, my voice sounds so gravelly right now. What's wrong with me?
Now,
I'm gonna take this with me.
Or maybe I don't. But I think I know. And what you're about to ask is, what the hell does this game have to do with Bodies and Problems? So, the basic concept behind Bodies and Problems is learning through doing. AKA, learning through doing, right? But learning through doing is the simple definition. And I want to offer up some more complexity to this issue. So, the first thing that I want to talk about is situated learning. What is situated learning? Situated learning is learning which involves using students' prior knowledge to build connection between concepts. Right? I have prior knowledge. I transfer my knowledge from one situation to another situation. I use this to build new skills. Now, sometimes we have situations of negative transfer where the skills that I already have don't really apply to the new situation, so I'm not really able to accomplish the task I'm trying to accomplish. Sometimes we have positive transfer, and positive transfer is something that occurs in deep learning. Well, not always in deep learning, but ideally in deep learning. And so that is the story that the concept, Bodies and Problems, is trying to tell. It's a philosophy about deeper learning and transfer of knowledge. A common issue we have is sometimes the fear of failure overwhelms our desire to experience something new. I certainly knew, coming into the Witcher game, that I was probably not very well versed in this kind of game. I don't even really know.
Okay, here's what I think I'm gonna do.
It's an RPG.
I'm gonna make chili.
I guess that just
Because that's what I have to eat right now in my house. So,
I mean, it's kind of like Bioshock, and Bioshock is my favorite game.
I want to take the camera with me.
There was a
I don't know if I want to do cooking stream right now.
that I had
I'm gonna be off camera making chili.
in order to really enjoy the game and not be frustrated out of my mind by it. And one thing you should know about me is I am terrible at tutorials. I do not understand what the tutorial is trying to explain to me. I do not learn. This may come as a surprise to some people because I am definitely the reader, right? But I don't actually learn through reading itself so much as I learn through applying concepts that I've learned to other situations that I've experienced, learning through doing. And this fight was a major moment for me when it comes to learning through doing, learning through experiencing. Because in this moment, to beat this fight that I could not get out of, I had to learn a lot of very important, very basic game mechanics that I didn't really understand before coming into it. One of the most important is my familiarity with my inventory and understanding what the hell I was carrying around and what I could do with it. And I never quite figure out, even though you see me accidentally so many times, and they're probably what helped me at least start with this fight. But other elements, which I call snacks, the different types of available, the steel sword. I did actually try to use the sword to fight a monster, which you know, in fact, he will automatically heal up with the sword. Then there are also the things he can set things on fire, he can shove things away from him, he can create
Okay, I gotta chop up
I have a lot of issues
onions.
understanding what the magic trap
I
is
don't know if I
for.
didn't put enough vinegar in my pickles, but
That doesn't really work
the bottom doesn't taste right.
Eventually, I get to a point where
Either not enough vinegar or not enough salt. I wonder if you can just add salt.
dark this room is. There's an alchemy potion for that, by the way, that I did not know about. That I just kind of give up, and I run around the room trying to light the different torches that I have just discovered you can light. At one point, I discover a chest in the back of the room, but I don't realize that I can't look through it because I'm engaged in a fight. The person who's fighting with me doesn't seem to be doing any damage, and that really frustrates me as well.
Say hello to the camera.
I have some sense
Say hello.
of the rhythm of
No,
the game
look at the
and pattern
camera.
of attacking and dodging. And also that's probably
The camera.
my rhythm that I come to most games
Helped.
with, where
Smokey
I
helped.
attack and then I run away from things. But for some reason, all of these skills that I already have that I'm throwing at this fight don't seem to be helping me. In fact, they even hurt me. So, as I continue,
He's a happy boy.
Increasingly
He
more
likes to help.
and increasingly more annoyed that this isn't working. Because if I can't win this fight, what does that say about me? Am I not a real gamer? Am I bad at video games? Or do I just not have this game as one of my literacies? So let's talk about the concepts of literacies real quick. Traditional thinking about literacies tells us that literacy is our knowledge of a language. I understand English, therefore I'm literate in English. I can communicate, I can read, I can write in English. I can speak to other people who are speaking English. I am not literate in Spanish. I know a few words of Spanish. I can count to 10 in Spanish. I cannot communicate to other people in Spanish because I do not have that as one of my literacies. Now the cool thing is, literacies apply to more than just language. Literacies apply to all semiotic domains. And what that means is, all forms of symbols have literacies attached to them. Right now, I'm working on this voice recording on the program called Audacity, and there are a bunch of little symbols in front of me. And in order to use this program, I need to have a literacy of those symbols, of the semiotic domain of Audacity, so that I can properly create the voiceover for the video. Now, this is a complex process, and it's taken me quite a long time to record a very, very short piece of audio. But as I continue with this program, I build a greater literacy of it.
And
With The Witcher, as I continue fighting, as I'm trying different methods to try to beat this monster and recognizing that the different approaches that I'm taking are not successful because I keep dying, I am combining different attacks. I'm trying new different keys. I'm accidentally hitting buttons and then realizing that those buttons were doing things that I wasn't able to do before. And in this way, I am being analytical and critical of what I'm doing. And I am approaching this game in a way that we call deep transfer. Now, of course, that's a whole lot of jargon. So what's going on? What's going on is I'm learning through doing. By making mistakes and seeing where I've succeeded and where I have failed, I am building a larger understanding, a larger literacy of the game. And as I build that literacy, I understand how I can win fights, what kind of tools I have to apply to fights that I am in, and other methods and practices that I can use towards this game. Okay, what does that have to do with this channel? Why is it a threshold concept? Well, let's go back to the fear of failure. It often happens that our fear of failure prevents us from doing things that we'd like to do, more than anything else. But an important thing to note is that no matter how much research you do, no matter how much advice you get, nothing is ever going to be as instructive for you as actually experiencing something. You could receive all of the dating advice in the world that you could possibly get, and that still will not help you on your very first date, because your very first date is something that you've never experienced before. So, we just have to do it. Now that's easy for me to say, isn't it? I don't have your experience. I don't have your knowledge. I don't have your understanding of the world, do I? However, the really cool, really fun, very sexy, very important thing to remember is that not all situations learning have to be high stakes. In fact, one of the best ways to learn is through play. Video games give us opportunities to explore new literacies in structured ways that take away the high stakes and anxiety of performing in the real world. And digital communities give us the opportunity to explore relationships and community building in similarly low stakes scenarios, where being part of a community is less perceived by your social standing within the community and more in the ways that you participate within that community. The community literacies that you have cultivated. And over time, as we grow more experienced in our literacies, our stamina to withstand failure and rejection grows. And we become stronger and more confident in our capabilities because we have seen our ability to apply knowledge we already have to these situations. When we don't allow ourselves to explore, to learn, to grow, to play, we cut ourselves off from very important avenues of meaning making and knowledge creation. Sometimes the first step isn't a big step, it's a baby step. A baby step like picking up a game you've never played before. That looks really fun, like you really enjoy it. And not giving up when you face difficulty. Viewing that difficulty, viewing the challenges you face as small steps from a larger journey. And each failure that you experience is not really failure at all, but rather a small part of the larger body of literacies that you are building. And so, bodies of problems, aka learning through doing. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the video. Okay, now we're going. Okay. You gotta avoid him for a bit. No! No, 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 no. Avoid, avoid, avoid. Okay. No, 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 wait, 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 wait. Get away. Oh, shit. He just like blows right through it. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Get away. Ah, I didn't mean to do that. No. Not what I want. And you, no, 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 no. Oh, you asshole.
Oh shit, I keep accidentally doing the wrong button. Okay. 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 No, 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 no. No. No, 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 no. Oh, fuck. Did he? Oh, wait, he's not. Oh my god. Oh my god. I didn't! I didn't know we would manage! Oh my god! Oh my god! If I thought about it beforehand, maybe I could have used the dry beans in this, but
to drive, just to drive.
we're gonna use canned
It
beans.
doesn't matter where or how far I go. Eventually, I know I'll have to turn back. But I like to drive. The drive isn't about the destination. It isn't about where I end up or where I go. It's about unlocking new parts of the map, which is what I hope to do with this video.
I'm gonna put the playlist for all these videos in the chat.
The style of a Sims 4 speed build. I recorded footage of the build, and now I'm recording a voiceover to describe my process. And while I do want to talk about process, I wanted to focus from the build. I want to step back and see the larger process,
Look at that.
The process which makes me.
Yeah, I'm sauteing my onions.
And unmake myself. And in this
not much in the way of like vegetables, but it's
something which scares me a little, but also something exciting. Last time we met, I told you to throw your body at the problem, and we learned through play. Today, I'm going to learn new things about
avocados
through this video. This footage I'm editing for you. This process and performance
Okay, go on.
all become actors, and the world becomes your stage. And I'm going to learn, and maybe teach through play. So be welcome, and join me in my process, so that I might become a part of yours. Today, we will be talking about concept number 2 in my Threshold concept series. This concept is called making my piece. It's hard for me to defocus. I go into everything I do with a laser, pinpoint focus, and an almost ruthless critical edge, pointing out inconsistencies and picking out pieces. Analysis is something my ADHD brain gravitates towards. I call it my cosmic microwave background radiation, after the theory of the cosmic microwave background, which scientists
I'm gonna do a few dishes. So hear the sound of running water.
Scans the night sky, the cosmic microwave background is a blob, and I imagine it makes the kind of sound a microwave makes when it's running. It's the brain go brrrr meme. It makes the boundaries of my brain fuzzy, and like little fingers, these radioactive waves reach out and drag things into me to be consumed by my brain process. These things never exist separate from me. They become part of me, a part of the known, the observable, the embodied experience. And so many of these disembodied concepts are tied to embodied experience. Many of the concepts I'll talk about later, I understand because of these embodied experiences and situations through which they were incorporated. A smell, a sound, a general vibe in the room takes me back to them. Sometimes a keyword or a phrase I think and means, but not just means to make my others. Means made through this process, a process that is often hard to recognize as happening because the way these things appear to be incorporated. And so it's hard to step back. It's hard to see my work as part of a process, something that's complicated, messy, or not perfectly formed on first go. And so many of the testers I face in the world expect perfection on the first try. It's difficult to see myself as a person in process, a person with flaws, as a person who is still working on myself and understanding myself. We are expected to know ourselves, and not just like, I have ADHD, or I like to smell eucalyptus trees like I go on the highway, but know in a way that I realize maybe we can't really know. I am a mystery unto myself, maybe. But that's not right, is it? I know myself, I know my needs, I know. It's still I'm facing is unknown. Distance between what I know about myself and distance between what the external world knows about me. In which unknowing is that distance to action, that distance to this one state, that questions me on what I know even though I think I know. thinking. I don't want to accept that I'm just a weirdo with broken brain that is way too fun to laugh. I want to go a level deeper, and if I can't have peace, I'm going to have to make it. Mindfulness is the new solution to anxiety. Choose to make your anxiety stop. Choose self-care. What do you think of self-care? For many of us, self-care is an individualized process. Sometimes you can actually stuff tough as box stresses you out. You do self-therapy because it's self-care. If you're getting you down, self-care is you can and reassert yourself as the God you are. Capitalism has this funny way of turning activist things into commercialized products. And so with this concept, with this view, I want to do something self-care. I want to broaden the view. I want to take us away from self-care as a commodity. Self-care as consumption. People with money and time to participate in consumer culture have always been self-care. And I want to examine self-care at its radically root. I want to dig a little bit. Those fears are most powerful when they're not given shit. And focus on those ones whose theory cannot be done. I'm learning to live beyond fear by living through it. And in the process, learning to turn fury at my own limitations into more creative energy. I realize that I wait until I'm no longer able to act, write, speak, be. I'll be sending messages on a Ouija board, quick to complaint to the other side. When I dare to be powerful and use my strength in service of a vision, then it becomes less important whether or not I am unafraid. I'll move it.
The onions are bothering me.
Johnny Lever, Johnny Lever, for the voyage is long and the winds don't blow when it's time for us to leave her. I like to drive just to drive sometimes. It doesn't matter where or how far I go. Eventually I know I'll have to turn back. But I like to drive. The drive isn't about the destination. It isn't about where I end up or where I go. It's about unlocking new parts of the map, which is what I hope to do with this video. To start with, this video is presented in the style of a Sims 4 speed build. I recorded footage of the build, and now I'm recording a voiceover to describe my process. And while I do want to talk about process, I wanted to focus from the build. I want to step back and see the larger process which governs and guides me, the process which makes me, and through which I make and unmake myself. And in this process, I'm going to do something new to me, something which scares me a little, but also something exciting. Last time we met, I told you to throw your body at the problem that we learned through play. Today, I'm going to learn new things about myself through this video. This footage I'm editing for you. This process and performance through which we all become actors and the world becomes our stage. And I'm going to learn and maybe even teach through play. So be welcome and join me in my process so that I might become a part of yours. Today, we will be talking about concept number 2 in my Threshold concept series. This concept is called making my peace. It's hard for me to defocus. I go into everything I do with a laser, pinpoint focus, and an almost ruthless critical edge, pointing out inconsistencies and picking out pieces. Analysis is something my ADHD brain gravitates towards. I call it my cosmic microwave background radiation after the theory of the cosmic microwave background, which scientists consider the remnants of the Big Bang. In scans of the night sky, the cosmic microwave background is a blob, and I imagine it makes the kind of sound a microwave makes when it's running. It's the brain go brrrr meme. It makes the boundaries of my brain fuzzy, and like little fingers, these radioactive waves reach out and drag things into me to be consumed by my brain process. These things never exist separate from me, but become part of me. A part of the known, the observable, the embodied experience. And so many of these disembodied concepts are tied to embodied experiences. Many of the concepts I'll talk about later, I understand because of these embodied experiences and situations through which they were incorporated. A smell, a sound, a general vibe in the room takes me back to them. Sometimes a keyword or phrase I think in memes, but not just memes made by others. Memes made through this process, a process that is often hard to recognize as happening because the way these things appear to be seamlessly incorporated. And so it's hard to step back. It's hard to see my work as part of a process rather than something that is complicated, messy, or not perfectly formed on the first go. And so many of the pressures I face in the world expect perfection on the first try, which makes it difficult to see myself as a person in process, a person with flaws, as a person who is still working on myself and understanding myself. We are expected to know ourselves and not just like, I have ADHD or I like the smell of eucalyptus trees when I drive down the highway, but know in a way that I realize maybe we can't really know. I am a mystery unto myself, maybe. But that's not right, is it? I know myself. I know my needs. I know. But still I'm faced with this unknowing. Dissonance. Dissonance between what I know about myself and dissonance between what the external world knows about me. In which unknowing is that dissonance in action, that dissonance in form and shape, that questions me on what I know even though I insist I know it. The point, I guess, is how do I defocus when I'm not designed for that? How do I know what I know? There's no easy answer to this, and I wouldn't want one, even if there was. Easy answers are meant to give us peace of mind. They're meant to give us an easy way out. Complacency. But I don't want complacency. I don't want to accept that I'm just a weirdo with a broken brain that is way too fucking loud. I want to go a level deeper, and if I can't have peace, I'm going to have to make it. Mindfulness is the new solution to anxiety. Just choose to make your anxiety stop. Do self-care. What do you think of when you think about self-care? For many of us, self-care is an individualized process where we try to decompress from the stresses of the day. Work is tough, your boss stresses you out. Do some retail therapy because it's self-care. The patriarchy getting you down. Makeup is your self-care to reclaim your femininity and reassert yourself as the goddess you are. Capitalism has this funny way of turning activist things into commercialized products. And so with this concept and with this video, I want to decenter self-care. I want to broaden the view. I want to take us away from self-care as a commodity, self-care as consumption, because people with money and time to participate in consumer culture have always had time for self-care. And I want to examine self-care at its radical roots. I want to dig a little deeper. Those fears are most powerful when they are not given voice. And close upon their heels comes the fury that I cannot shake them. I'm learning to live beyond fear by living through it. And in the process, learning to turn fury at my own limitations into some more creative energy. I realize that if I wait until I'm no longer afraid to act, write, speak, be, I'll be sending messages on a Ouija board, cryptic complaints from the other side. When I dare to be powerful and use my strength in the service of my vision, then it becomes less important whether or not I am unafraid. Audre Lorde, The Cancer Journals. I first started using a cane in 2020 when I was finding it hard to walk long distances across the beach. I've been in pain for a long time. I had a roller skating accident maybe 11 years ago, and none of me has ever been quite right since. But I never considered myself disabled. It was a point of pride that I was not a disabled person. I could go the distance. I could walk. I could heave and hoe my miserable body, and then at the end of the day, when nobody was there to witness, only then could I curl up in a ball and sit with all that pain. There's a lot of shit to process in there. My family is kind of anti-medication. I couldn't afford to go to a doctor, all sorts of layers. But the layer I need to interrogate is this one of disability. The invisibility of disability. But not just its invisibility, the way I couldn't see it, the way I couldn't admit it once I saw it,
needs
the way
to
it
cook
took 2
on
years of
low
using a cane
for a
when
couple
nobody
of
was
days.
watching before I became comfortable to use it
I
for
need
people like
to
my
put
family
this stuff
who
away.
still don't see me as disabled, or people I don't know who fawn over me and assume I can't open doors. And like, sure, it is nice to have the door open, but I'm not going to die from walking down a hall without my cane. I promise. My cane allows me to walk in a way that prevents me from experiencing the same amount of pain I used to. Everything still hurts, but it hurts less, or it hurts in different ways that aren't so bad. There's a mental calculus I have to do each day. Many people will be familiar with the concept of spoons. Spoons are how much energy a person has to do various life things before they cannot even. I wake up with a deficit of spoons most days, and through sheer dumb luck, I manage to generate a couple throughout the day. My cane isn't really part of my body like arms or legs, but it's an extension of me. I use it to grapple with this insidious evil that is the ground, or the vile contraptions we call stairs, or the awful reality of a gradually ascending, or even worse, descending slope. I even use it to poke things like the automatic door opener or doorbells.
That
It's both
avocado
not
looks
a part
so
of me
fucking
and a part of
amazing.
me. It's a tool I use, but simultaneously an
Okay,
extension of
stop.
myself and my will.
Oh, look.
While the general understanding
This
of
video.
prosthesis tells us a
Only 8 minutes in. It's not too bad. What is it like? 20 something minutes? 24 minutes? Took me to get ready, to get the chili ready. So. Okay. To play Disco Elysium, I think we would have to turn the face cam off. It's quiet. I can't hear anything. No. Okay, yeah, that is happening in my headphones. What I think I'm gonna do is gaming no face. We're gonna close this tab. Close this tab. Still need these tabs. Can move this here. Minimize that. Pop the game up. And then I'm gonna take a short break. And do something real quick. Waiting for network. It's gonna want to update and all that shit. God damn it. Okay, well. Put some music on while you wait for that shit to update. What? Ooh, Bioshock. I never finished my last Bioshock game. I mean, with good reason. A lot happened. A lot has happened in the past few months. But let's play this shit. X. Okay. Here we go. This should start working eventually. Oh, it's working. You can see the bar down there. Okay. I don't know if it's loud enough. Turn it slightly down. Minimize that. Mute that. And B. Here it is. Okay. There we go. Is it working? Oh, I have to change the. There we go. Done. So yeah, I'll be right back. I smell chili. Too juicy. You gotta cook it for the. Yeah. Okay, we're about ready to go. Go with my cans and trash. Cheddar cheese. Oh, good. Turn off the light. Don't need them without the bacon. Yeah. I don't want an adult beverage. That sounds like work. I'm just not into that right now. Maybe later. Maybe with dinner. What time is it? I mean, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, you know. 5:46. warm in here. I think my neighbor's probably done. My cat is at perfect kissing height. He's in his little cat tower right now on the top basket. Every time I walk past him, I just give him a little kiss. And he enjoys it. He enjoys little kisses. And sometimes I give him a lot of kisses. And he's like, no, thank you. Because he's a cat, you know? He's a cat. Okay. So we are going to continue. This is very loud. I do not remember where we are or what we're doing. Okay. This is what I studied law for?
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time? I am not.
You could be Liz. You could be anything. You could even be a model.
I remember this.
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school. I am an attorney.
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International.
So fucking what? Lots of models are actually really smart people, fuckwad.
Okay.
No, Glenn, they aren't.
That's rude. Okay. How do I leave this? How do I stop? Ah, I don't stop like that. Continue. Talk later. Oh, you hit the one that says leave. Okay, I can move around. I completely... It's been like months since I played this. I don't remember anything.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go.
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some
God damn
kind
it.
of cryptid extravaganza.
What the hell? I want to hear about cryptids. I like the sound of
And
that.
I don't. Just one.
Ooh, tough choice there.
The biggest, the tiniest, the most dangerous, invisible. God damn it. Most dangerous.
What an interesting question. And the answer is yes, there are.
I clicked invisible. Okay.
Of course. All fairy tales have someone or something invisible in them.
Tell me.
It's the Col de Mama d'Aqua. Its name means thin whisper of sound, and that's precisely what it is. Self-replicating sound waves, invisible and intangible.
Yeah.
The Col de Mama is very afraid
Col
of
de
us,
Mama.
which makes it incredibly difficult to track.
Mama Daka.
What does it sound like?
Nothing. It's such a high-pitched sound that us humans can't hear it, nor can other
Dog
animals.
sounds.
It could be ringing right outside your window, and you wouldn't even know it. Could be anywhere. Everywhere, even.
That was very fun, very sexy, and very cool.
Fine, I'll buy it. How can an animal be a sound?
I mean, like a bug, like a cicada. It's all about, semiotics. It's semiotics.
Many scientists.
How is the ukulele not a
asked the same
ukulele?
question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny corpuscle that emits sound waves. But there's no evidence to support this theory.
Sometimes a corpuscle is not a corpuscle. Could it be here right now?
Could be. As I said, it could be everywhere. And we wouldn't know any better. It could be ringing all the days of our lives and nights.
Like sand through the hourglass. Fuck. Like sand through the hourglass. So are the days of our lives. And nights.
Maybe it's predatory.
Is it gonna eat me?
It's not. Don't worry. If it were predatory, we would have found it by the damage it inflicts.
So wait, is this just my tinnitus, but like the sleep paralysis version of my tinnitus?
I wouldn't be so sure. What if the damage is also invisible?
Like my tinnitus, which is invisible and imaginary. Evidence.
Plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 1920s, a group of areopagite ornithologists, that is, scientists who study birds,
Bird guys,
were trying out a new recording technology for capturing sounds outside the range of human hearing. When playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, they noticed certain anomalies. Patterns that seemed random at first, but on closer examination were consistent with the waveforms of songbirds.
Nod eagerly.
Scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based on sound waves in a strictly delimited range of ultrasonic frequencies, even higher than those of the highest pitched bat calls.
How would you know if it was a feeding, mating, and migration pattern if there was nothing that you could observe? Which is delimited.
They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Col de Mamadaqua, after the Paracanassian name for the voice of God, which is said to be very silent.
How can something be very silent? Like, oh yeah, that's kind of silent, that's sort of silent, and that is very silent. Go on.
They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them, they could distinguish among individual birds and even began to name some of them.
Imaginary birds.
Sequester, Time, Joscan. Those are but some of the Mamadaqua they followed individually.
Why is it afraid of
That
us?
is a sad story. A group of university students assisting with the field work in their enthusiasm for the project, and no doubt because they were preoccupied with impressing their professors, nearly drove it to extinction.
Extinction.
They tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought might match the Mamadaquas. And what happens when a sound wave meets another sound wave of the same frequency, dear?
This is the part where I forget if frequency is the same as pitch. I believe that every pitch has its own frequency. So if my computer is making a and I make a oh, that's slightly higher pitch. Hold on. Yeah, that's the noise my computer makes. That's not going to cancel each other out because I still hear both of those. They amplify each other.
No, dear. They cancel each other out. And
That's not how that works. We just did that. It did not. You could still hear me.
When they happened upon the right frequency, well, they wiped out most of the population.
That's like if that's like saying that if everybody in choir is singing in the same pitch at the same time, we're all gonna die. Am I wrong about this? We have to Google it. We have to Google this. This is making me mad. Frequencies cancel each other out. To completely cancel each other out, the two waves must oscillate at the same frequency and be 180 degrees out of sync with each other, meaning the peak of one must coincide with the trough of the other. What the fuck does that mean? I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm gonna forget that I encountered this. We're just gonna forget about this. It's hurting. It's hurting me. This hurts my soul. Fuck. Okay. I don't like it.
After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere.
I have to go check on my
There
children.
have been recordings of anomalies similar to those spotted in Ea, but they've been few and far between. It's impossible to confirm the presence of any stable Koltamamadakwa population anywhere.
Okay, I'm coming back. Hey, blow me up. Where the fuck did my tissues go? I dropped them on the floor, of course. Okay. Oh, my ear popped. And I feel dizzy. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. Okay. So it migrated. There's anomalies. Yeah.
Of course. A common thread in these. Disappearance.
It can't be a common thread if we've only heard one story. So judgmental.
I'm glad you did,
Girls
dear.
just want to have fun. Damn it. What about
what?
The biggest cryptid?
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one.
God damn it. Don't you want to hear about another one too?
The lieutenant pauses thoughtfully.
Ah, fuck it. Let's have more cryptids.
Yes!
Well, the
A
biggest
man of
cryptid is,
taste!
of course, the horrible giant of Kokonur.
Okay.
The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur Desert in South Samara, casting a strange light across the barren wastes.
Strange light.
Mirage or
Ooh.
psychogenous luminance.
Psychogenous. What the fuck is that a real word? Half these words, I don't know if they're real words. Psychogenous. They're okay, so psychogenic means psychogenic is when your brain is making shit up. Psychogenous. Okay, that is a real word. That is a real word. It's psychogenous luminance. So you're I mean, I know what a mirage is. She just how big is it?
No one knows for sure. It's like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon and expanding to cover almost a third of your field of vision.
Sounds very fun, very sexy, and very cool. It's dangerous.
The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore. Some say it's a fata morgana.
A what?
Others, fate unimaginable.
Why do I need a dictionary to play this game? Okay, it's just another word for mirage. Let's see. Get images of this. Okay, so there's a lot of pictures of ships floating in midair. Kind of creepy. I don't really like that. I don't like it. Nope, 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 nope. Too many shapes. Don't like it. Don't like it. Ah, my skin is crawling. Oh, God. Oh. Shapes.
Oui.
Too many shapes.
No animal can be that large. It's a mirage.
Hooey.
That's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very limits of scientific law. The giant of Kokonur must be the largest animal the planet can support. There are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism an ecosystem can
That's why
get.
chickens are tiny.
Some say a gravity anomaly below the Kokonur desert might allow the creature to grow to these gargantuan sizes.
A gravity anomaly. It's like the, what is that? The house. The houses, and they built the house on a hill. And they build it kind of like sideways, and then they're like, gravity is suspended in this, the mystery spot. Gravity is suspended in the mystery spot. And no, it's just they built the house at an angle, and you just can't tell because it's built on a hill.
Great. This is great shit. You need more.
This has been educational.
Of course, dear.
That's all for now. You. Hi.
Can I help you?
Oh my.
Another thing. Great. I love those.
Another thing I want to ask about. Oh, I bill for tonight. Do I? Is that my money? Not yet.
Why are you wasting my time?
Goodbye. No. Can I go here? No. I cannot go there. Hi, fella. I talk to you. We communicate. All about the money. It's not all about the money. It's not about the money.
Was that? Could it be the Col de Mama Dakwa?
That is your
It's probably
tinnitus.
just your imagination ringing in your ear.
Listen.
There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring.
That's my tinnitus.
Lena said it was very high-pitched, right? It's like something tickles your ear. Honestly, your ear isn't hearing a whole lot. The distant hum of the industrial harbor, the traffic. But, admittedly, there is a high-pitched noise somewhere there too. But then, isn't there always...
If I ask him if he hears the noise, he's gonna be like, no, you're crazy.
Oh no. The sound. It's
Ooh.
moving away, somewhere over there. Go after it.
Go.
No. Too late.
Oh, fuck.
It's gone. There is no ringing anymore.
Listen more.
Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species really has migrated to Martinez, you're sure to hear it again.
Yes. What is that? Ew. How do I think I forget how to do this. Solution. There's no solution. I forget what I have to do here. Get out. How do I leave? Like that. Okay. We're gonna walk around. Look it up, I guess. Trash. Look at the trash.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito.
Leave. That's not a trash can, that's a mailbox. The angry guys. I don't remember you.
The woman before you.
How much shit in front of me? Where am I going? Is that a trash can? That's a trash can. That is mine. What is that? Is that junk? Random junk.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible.
Look inside.
A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onut written on the other side,
Kuno.
with N and C scribbled backwards. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows. Around the large wooden building, you see chunks of sea ice gathered on the beach, and a small tent sets up on the ice. This coin-operated viewer is facing south.
I don't know what I thought that would do. I thought that would do something. Coin operated, damn it. Okay, there was a lady over there. She wanted something from me. She was hot. He's still there.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Tell me about drugs.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samaran Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
And you want us to investigate through the terminal?
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual
I have to
production is
go
taking
get
place
my
at various sites in
thingy.
and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Nuts. Time for the beans. 5 cat's gonna come into the kitchen when he hears me opening the can. Hey, baby. Coming? How's it going? All I got is beans. I don't think you like beans, but I think you like beans, baby. Boop. Back to the game. North of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
Am I gonna need bolt cutters?
Unlikely, officer. I'm talking about the lorries. Once the ingredients reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers, well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they may be vulnerable. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now.
She wants us to steal
The
drugs.
drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
Her irises are light green, like the river Esperance in bright daylight, upstream where it's clearer.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you. We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
Well, here's your chance, officers.
So, a lorry is a truck, right?
No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue. Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
A cold breath rushes in from the bay, making its way down the alleyways and potholed streets. From Martinez to Jamrock, in the traffic you hear the clinking of glass vials, concealed beneath tarpaulin. Or is it just your teeth chattering in the cold?
A lot of it. It comes in from large Samaran factories in South Safre, Sigai, and Sinyao. The literage they must get from this terminal alone must be oceanic.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Tract and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wandered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand.
Do you have proof?
How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
So, if I shut down the drug trade, I'm shutting down...
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
Let's discuss something else. I don't know if it's safe to talk to her about this. That's all for now. What is this? What is this? Gum.
A crinkly chewing gum wrapper. The worn label reads...
Oh, fuck, there's no gum? There's no gum? It's just a wrapper?
With a barely noticeable twinge of cinnamon. You neatly fold the wrapper into a square before you put it back into your pocket. Carefully.
Folding small square things into smaller square things. Orange hat. Okay. Can I talk to him about anything?
Yes?
Never mind. What's in here? Find now. Belt. Okay. I forget. Hold on. There should be shit. Pick up the dice. Tuesday. What's today? I don't know what today is. Today's day 2. But is today Tuesday? I guess we have to go find out. Where is the dice? The dice maker is in the lady's house. Oh, this is the wrong way, I think. In the cursed room. Unless this is the same day that I met her. How's it going?
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime Romance.
Bye. What? Okay, come on, let's go. Oh, but Jesus. Okay. Noises.
The barbell waits patiently on
Leave
the floor.
it. Can't see for shit. Don't I have a flashlight? There we go. Okay. Time. That's that computer thing. I remember that. There you go.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated. For a moment, it almost feels as though you're outside the building, exposed to the atmosphere.
Didn't we already talk about this?
I think we did. You're not in the same.
What are you talking about? My address is exactly the same. Rue de Saint-Guilain 10.
No, the old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture. Its ruins swallowed up. Yet it has a different address in the heart of the city.
You're in the chimney of another building.
Doesn't make any sense. Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from?
You probably haven't sealed the chimney.
You're right. I should take a trip to the roof once the snow is gone. Does it mean that I'm safe from failure?
Don't let her become complacent. She still needs to ward her soul against the evil forces.
No one's ever really
She
safe.
starts laughing, her fingers trying to rub away the exhaustion from her face.
What?
Do you know what this is?
Jewelry?
It's a mourning ring. I made this when my first company failed. It was a small jewelry shop right here in the East Delta Commerce Center, built with the little I inherited from my parents. I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan.
Okay.
It wasn't just the jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the world that you were supposed to try again and again until you finally succeed. And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney?
Coincidence is all that safeguards us. I like that. I like that one.
Yeah. Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed. It's such a precarious place. Nothing ever works out the way you want it. That's why people like role-playing games. You can be whoever you want to be, you can try again. Still, there is something inherently violent even about dice rolls. It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. Some alternative ending or an entirely different world. But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer.
Precarious world. The point seems like the point of this game is victory. Sexual victory. Having things and not losing them. Everyone's mostly losing. Why is that? And how do you not lose? You get lucky. I get out of here. It's like 5 o'clock right now. In the game, I mean. Let me out! I don't know where I'm going. There's a room. A door? A boarded up door. Okay, here we go. Be right back. I hear a vigorous bubbling. Hi, baby! Cheese. Cheese bucket. Washed. I'm gonna do that later. Mister, how is it going? Okay? Very good. I wish I had like. Oh, the bowl is hot. I wish I had like a few pickled jalapenos left. But I ate those the other day. So there are no more jalapenos, unfortunately. Ooh, okay, let's do it. And by this, I mean eat some chili. This chili is looking to be very yummy. Well, that's good. Hot. Yummy. Okay. On the road again.
Hi, Ace Detective.
Bye.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Went to the
You
shack.
found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get in?
I phase shifted through the roofing material.
Shit. Get the fuck out of here. You can't do that.
Yeah, I can.
Can't do that, Kuno. He's trying to fuck at you again.
Yeah, no, I can do that.
Pigs can't displace. Can't do that teleport shit. How did you like it in there, pig old boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool shit there, right?
Pighead.
How's that? Kuno decapitates pigs.
That's fun.
That's just a Kuno demo tape.
Oh. Kuno is quite the pleasant and delightful individual. Forget it, I'm not saying. Like some demo tape, like some kind of a musician.
Yeah, Kuno plays on snuff radio, fucks pigs, live, fucks their heads off. Kuno's a cop killer.
Indeed. Powders,
That's
drugs.
where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno Shazam. Kuno rides the fucking lightning in there, pig.
I'm sure you do. So Kuno is addicted
Bet you'd like to
to
ride the
meth.
lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and old, but you could have that sparkle in your eyes.
Hey, Brett, chill the fuck out. He's not gonna know what that is.
It's a vitamin, pig. Don't
Oh,
you
he does know what
anything?
that is.
You could use some.
Magnesium?
Yeah, it's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day, rips mag like a motherfucker, and you could use a bottle.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno. He's gonna use it against you, Kuno.
I rock it all the time.
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't do anything. Like you stayed home playing with your choo-choo.
Playing with your what? I think the choo-choo is it's just a toy train.
You pig, don't do mag. You're gonna OD and you're gonna fucking die.
Why do you care? You make jokes about killing pigs all the time. You think that you would want me to do it?
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno.
Talk about your shack
What do
again.
you want with it?
Never mind.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk.
Bye.
Kuno doesn't.
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slouched.
Isn't magnesium like a vitamin?
The magnesium levels in your blood are dangerously low. It's about the low magnesium levels and not the high alcohol levels.
I have not had alcohol. My magnesium is fine. That could have been interesting, though. I kind of regret not listening to him or communicating with him, because that could have been interesting. Okay, let's go.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man.
What's up?
What are you calling?
High-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
What are you
Can't
actually?
even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of found cargo. Mostly sporting goods, tracksuits, and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grodd in the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically.
Bye. Get rid of this flashlight. Forget what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh, who's that guy? Done. Active. Monday. Oh, is this what I have to do for Monday? Little girl in the fishing village down the coast. I don't know where the fishing village is. Is there a map? There's like a postcard, isn't there?
The worn map features the patchwork grid of the street.
It's not gonna show me the map, it's just gonna tell me about it. Okay. I guess let's go this way then. This way. Trash can. Can't go through there.
G'day to you, officers.
Bye. So I think
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. Two ugly lines mar the bright countenance of the blonde. The sign billboard has fallen on the...
Bye. Why did they keep glowing? I don't see anything. And I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. No. Okay, so this is probably Tuesday. Okay, Joyce. I don't have time after 21. No, never mind. 1754.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to
Are you
not
on?
much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on
How
the
long?
strike. Oh, they've been at it for a while.
Cargo?
Apples.
Apples.
Yeah, apples.
He's given you the runaround. Let's be honest, you were bested.
Talk to that guy.
Right to work! Right to work! Sure.
Leave. I think our problem is that we just this is all the area we have, so I don't I feel like I've been, you know, like I've gone through this area. I'm not sure what to do next.
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph in her hands. No response, wherever.
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman.
Why?
Why?
Okay, fine. Ooh, I can go up there. Ooh, I can go back down. That's fun. That gets me nowhere. Gets me nothing. Let's look back at the map.
The worn map. Your finger. Finally.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the map.
Map away. Go to your journal. Hit the map tab. Okay, you are here. Means that there should be something over here. That will get me to there. How do I get there? How the fuck? Let's go. Go there. Map. Where are you now? Where are you now? Where are you now? What? It's the lady with the boat. Things. This is the thing. How do I get out of here? Go there. Let him go there himself. Okay, there we go. Wait.
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the
Closer.
faded marks are too degraded to draw any forensic conclusion.
Where?
Somebody got shot.
There? Those are old.
Like
yes,
old,
the one
old?
that happened half a century ago. Those bullets were fired during the revolution and do not warrant an investigation by officers of civil law.
Okay. Tell me about it.
Not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it. Shall we?
Okay. Go down here. Ooh, a fish. Okay, now where are we on the map? We're like here. A damaged ledger. I guess there was some kind of like okay, so This is stuff that I can do. Challenging, formidable, medium. So damaged ledger. So it looked like it was in that one building. In here. I probably can't go in there. Probably have to go around. Okay. Who can I talk to?
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Scan the room.
Starting once the sitting on it across.
We already seen this.
And then in the far corner, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 44, 40-something, non-alcoholic beverage, size 41, with the light step. Not a child, after all, an older man in the middle. In conclusion, these exactly. You've stood there.
The fuck is with you, fella?
Very low. Bye. Okay. You don't have a ledger. You don't have a ledger. Who are you?
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod. Acknowledge.
Bye.
You see a heavy...
Anything can open a door.
You see a heavy steel. The door does not. The door does. The cobalt blue surf. Old cobalt paint. Rough on the...
Never mind. Where's the damn ledger? Am I in the wrong place for this? Time only happens when I'm talking to people, doesn't it?
The bed is still cold.
No.
The door is closed. This door can only...
Okay. We're having an existential crisis. We're going to consult a crystal ball for life advice.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board. Arson, petty theft, spousal abuse. You don't exactly close them. So it's proving to be harder than expected. You just don't just relax. The two sides of the board are slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's... The slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, you know, without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. Two ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. Two octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there too.
Nice.
Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue.
Smell it.
It smells of chewing gum, apricot flavored. Exactly like the gum wrapper you found. The same brand of chewing gum.
Open it.
Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, round letters in a woman's hand. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Throw it away, please.
Keep reading.
Your hand shakes, holding the card. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest, down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you.
Keep reading.
You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it.
So sweet.
Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No. Hold on.
Hold
to
on.
What? There's nothing.
Shut up.
Detective, is everything all right?
Crap. Did I die? Did I die?
There is nothing.
I read a letter and it killed me. Oh, come on.
Again.
Nothing.
Nothing sad, brother. No treachery, just blackout.
Okay.
Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you, that's still there. And the small light that's on, fluttering, somewhere in the basal ganglia.
The what now?
That's me. Blue eyes, that's me.
Who was that?
Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it. Still trying to hold on to the great sorrows slipping in the water. Slimy.
Okay.
Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow.
There's just this drunk guy laying on the ground, hallucinating different parts of his brain talking.
Because it's always there.
Tell him.
Ah, yes. In the olfactory system, they call it the apricot chewing gum scented one. It's unhealthy of them to linger on it so. But as they say, What do you do?
Yummy.
It didn't smell nice. It smelled like betrayal.
Harry.
Your name is fuck all.
Your name is you are a jerk. Be nice to me.
It certainly ain't Harry.
What is it?
Your name is passed out on the ground, dragged around by one of the other evil apes. They're taking you somewhere.
Where?
There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on pause.
Bye.
You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules? No. Someone is breathing on your face now, inspecting your pupils, stupid idiot.
Cold.
Yes, they're pouring something on you. It's in you. And it's...
Water. Water.
It's delicious.
Uh-oh.
Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness.
I didn't die? Where am I?
The upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket.
Yeah,
the air
but I
is thick
died!
with works and heavy fuel oil. Cold water runs down your chin.
Drink. Water.
Water. Drink.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself, as it pours down your parched throat. The pounding in your head recedes. The darkness parts.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2
Dumbass.
days. Did you know
Drink
the human
water,
body is
I
not
say
made
as
to
I
survive on alcohol alone?
haven't
You need
drank
the secondary
water
form of hydration.
2 days. And I'm drinking a lot of water now to compensate
With
for it.
greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat. The lieutenant pays no heed to it.
Water sucks. I should ask you to the same.
You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. I carried you to my kinema to take you to a hospital. Then you came to.
How long?
10 minutes, maybe.
I have a depression. I'm dying. I'm ignoring things. I have a depression.
That does sometimes happen.
Continue.
You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed?
Let's solve this case.
Good.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used both as an interactable and a tool equipped in your held slot for skill bonuses. Find it under the Tools tab in your inventory.
Okay. Oh. Nice.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A
Can I read
cabbage
it?
of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Ew.
Without resistance or sound, the two
Close.
hits slightly. Your hand shakes. You're flushed with adrenaline.
Put it away. Warning. Okay. Now, map. I thought we already did that. There we go. Let's go to the monument. What do we gotta do there? Down this way, isn't it? My butt hurts from sitting for too long. There we go.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island.
What did he do?
Pointing toward the sea. The more you ask yourself, the less you know. One thing is for certain, though. Something with great kinetic energy seems to have impacted the monument.
Leave. Okay. We can't do that. There's still something to do with that stupid ledger. Like,
It's the ledger you found in the
the
trash.
case files.
Cabbage of papers hanging from the board.
That's the
Arson,
case file.
Petty theft. You don't exactly close them. So much.
Map. Oh, it's still like it's implying that there's something I can do there. Interface. Punch clock payphone. Where's the punch clock payphone?
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Alright. I believe the punch clock is in here.
The already familiar cold touch of plastic.
Dial random number.
Your fingers run over the dial pad. 005. That's the dialing code for Revachol. 4952. And a moment of hesitation before entering the final numbers. 993. Calling. Calling. Still calling.
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. You rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lummy. How may I help you?
The voice of a youngster on the other end sounds as enthusiastic as that of a man walking towards the gallows.
Ain't that a vibe?
Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lummy.
Do you know me?
No. Sir, I don't know. It's a video rental. Maybe you rent videos here.
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period?
Harry?
Let me fire up the machine. Dubois. Dubois. Here we are. You haven't rented anything in 5 years, but you still have a copy of Blue Ocean Hell from November
Blue
46.
Ocean Hell.
Whoa, not a fun film, that one. It's not an easy watch. After the death of his daughter and subsequent divorce, Ziemsk immigrant Egidius Wojcik tries to come to terms with the onset of dementia.
Have I watched this movie so many times that I believe it's my life?
No wonder no one's been missing it. Still, it would be great if you could return it to us. We're on the corner of Voyager and Maine.
On the corner of Voyager and Maine, a large neon sign hangs on the side of a building. Video Revachol, 24 hours. It's raining and there is almost no traffic on the street. A woman's footprints in the mud lead away from the front door. Tiny heels tiptoeing down the road. Beautiful steps, light-footed with a lifetime ahead of them. You look up and the air seems to grow darker. Suddenly you feel like you don't want to hear about video rentals anymore. You don't want to hear about any of it. It was all shit. It's over.
I feel like I'm being placed in a position where it is my job to give this guy therapy. I feel sad about
That's
that.
enough for you today. Let's conclude this call.
It.
Okay. Map. Oh wait, look. There was shit down there. God damn it. Show me the things. Why can't I scroll down there? Legendary. Impossible. Legendary. Impossible. godly. Okay. Now I can't get up! Oh, that's annoying. Shit. What the fuck? Okay. Let's do challenging. Where is the sleeping dock worker? I don't know where they are. Are they over here? I have to go talk to that guy. Okay. I'm just fine. It's fine.
This is the night watchman's.
Leave. You.
All those empty wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Someone partied.
How hard?
Well, they went through 6 bottles of...
Did I do that?
Yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you.
Still not convinced. I must have been on an advanced scouting mission.
Yes, this looks pretty advanced, alright.
This is the night watch.
No. Hurry it up! Faster. No.
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened.
Never mind. Give it a kick!
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair.
Murder.
I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you?
Maybe.
Just as I thought. Culturally antiquated mug collection. What a weasel. Pissing on Everart's Rainbow Coalition. Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good.
Should I trust this guy? Similar mug.
Racist mugs in the trash and in the apartment? You guys are just light years ahead of me.
You
I have
little
so
shit.
much confidence in the ability of your organization. I'm relieved you're doing this and leaving me to do what I do best, helping people.
Yes, yes. Do you think this weasel is somehow connected to the murder?
Oh, no. I don't cross paths like that. All I want is for you to succeed in your investigation. I would never complicate things for you. Believe me, Harry, he's a nobody. Just your basement variety nobody. Can't imagine him being connected to a high-caliber case like this.
Indeed.
But he does live nearby. Maybe it's a pedantic weasel. Fascists are known to be neat freaks. I feel like a real detective right now, Harry. Am I getting this right?
So he dropped the mug, and the mug broke, and he had to throw it away. And he has nothing to do. Say nothing.
Of course, Harry. Stoic silence. I like that. Very befitting a police officer.
Okay.
I'm not a real detective. You are. By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps.
Listening.
Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
Indeed they did.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire?
He had a machine gun?
He performs a motion as if spraying bullets from a machine gun.
I'm talking beasts. Hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramoritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry.
Are we talking about Banana Republics?
Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant.
You have a village elephant. I believe the elephant is much like a ukulele, not actually an elephant. Go on.
Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container.
I believe that.
About my fun container? It's a hoot, Harry. Who knows? Maybe you'll be in here the next time they move it. It will be very fun, I promise.
I feel like you're implying that I'm going to be murdered.
But enough about me and my container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them. All hardened commando types.
Indeed.
One of them got downright suicidal. Getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy. The one who likes hanging out and trees.
So, it was self-defense, and they, hung him to well, we already know that he was shot. And that they stuck him up there to cover up the murders. So, he tried to assault somebody, and that person shot him.
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers.
Indeed.
We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill.
Who?
There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood. Making sure everything runs smoothly.
Mm-hmm.
They're like
the tax
guys.
collectors they mentioned earlier.
Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
So it was not a case of self-defense.
So these idealists killed our victim?
I feel like they just covered up the murder.
One day, Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was
So
burning
he's
the
willing
land."
to roll on Titus.
He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave
And he's
told them
just
to
telling
lay
me all
low
of
to
this.
avoid retaliation.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
So he's not going to blackmail me.
If he's just boasting, then it sure doesn't feel like that to you. He's not worried.
So the dead guy got shot. How do you know they were hired by a lawyer girl? Tell me about Titus.
Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members, always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins.
Theo, that's the guy on the railing, isn't he?
Gotta love his initiative.
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Martinez and Revachol in mind.
Indeed.
Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the streets.
Order. I don't like it when people talk about order. Makes me uncomfortable. Can you ask them to cooperate with me?
But of course. It's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk.
Great.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real.
Why?
I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real.
I don't really need it.
Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else?
Mercenaries were hired by the shipping
Let
company.
me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last
So,
winter,
the
some
hot
poor
lady
workers in
hired the
Terminal E
mercenaries.
went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry.
Oh, God.
These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
Indeed.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant.
It's a
Boys like
proverbial
that don't
elephant.
just happen to show up during
Titus
strikes.
is the elephant.
He's not scared of them. If anything, he likes them being here. Strange.
Lawyer girl.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal.
Indeed. The dead guy got shot.
So they shot him.
He was shot in the head before he was hanged.
How odd. I don't know what to say, Lieutenant. They told me they hanged him. A hanged man is what I saw when I took a look into that yard. What I do know is, the case is in safe hands. If anyone can get to the bottom of this shot and hanged man, it's my 2 little policemen. Godspeed, policeman.
Okay,
Was
I'm
it a
gonna
good talk?
head out.
I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet. Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
Oh my god, all of these answers are terrible! I'm not a man of the left, I'm a patriot! You're right not to trust me, I take care of me, I'm a hustler, I grind, I'm a money engineer! What's that supposed to mean? I'm more left than you are! This is another corrupt scheme, isn't it? I'm neither left nor right, I do what my heart tells me to do. For fuck's sake, I hate all these options. They're so dumb. I mean, I guess this is like, I'm more left than you are because I have less than $500 in my bank account.
You're saying it, but I don't believe you. You know how it is. Company snitches, agent provocateurs everywhere.
Okay,
I'm
I have
barricaded in
to.
this fortress of mine, and I need to get a message out.
I have to
Will you
go
help
and
me?
shut the window because I'm cold. I'm gonna shut the other window. Oh my baby, I love you, my baby. Mwah! He's my baby. He's so handsome. I want more chili too. I wish I got like veggie dogs or something. That would have been good. I just remembered, there's always a lighthouse from BioShock. So there's always a ukulele. But sometimes that ukulele is a lighthouse. Okay.
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
What do you think?
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
But he thinks it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm gonna hand you the keys to Martin A's, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing. I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martin A's. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates.
And now I'm like, is the CIA selling drugs to the inner city children, or is the Union selling drugs to the inner city children? And how much of a difference is there between the CIA and the Union? I don't know.
There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry.
Where is it?
On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there. A little village, they're calling it.
Oh.
A gloomy place.
That's where I need to talk to that little girl.
I trust your detective skills, Harry.
Water drips from the eaves. A woman looks at her freshly tarred skiff. There's a pair of cavalry boots under the fish in the box, and the wind howls like a vicious spirit.
Indeed. Tell me more.
You're already pretty deep into this. What's a little more? No one can see you here in Martinez.
What will happen to the current
They're
occupants?
just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie.
Okay.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there is some trouble with the waterlock, but they should fix it by Wednesday morning. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then I'll know you're a solid socialist.
What's in the container outside of your office?
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbour. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them.
Special.
Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
Let's hear
Let's
it,
talk
Harry.
about me. Oh,
Of
different
course,
things.
Harry, of course.
My gun.
Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone. Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
I don't like it when he puts emphasis on certain words.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Pawn shop?
Yes. Thank you for the hot tip regarding your lost gun, Harry. My men have indeed factored in that you pawned it. Now, please, let the professionals do their job. Kick back, Harry, relax. I have great guys on this. You focus on what...
It did not come as a surprise to him. He might actually not be bullshitting.
I need to think about this for a moment. I really should not be playing this game because I read too hard into every little thing. Okay. So I'm not going to be blackmailed. And then he knows that I'm doing these favors for him because I'm like, you know, or I'm calling him. All three of these are a way of calling him on his bullshit, I think. If I say I don't care about my gun, it's gonna piss off my buddy, I think. And he's gonna call the bluff and he's gonna be like, I think you do care. If I say I'm not gonna be blackmailed, he's gonna be like, there's nothing you can do about it if you want to get it back. If I say, does this mean if I do things to you, I'll get my gun back? Then I'm kind of making him have to admit that he is. I don't care about it.
I don't care about my gun. I love it, Harry. Wish I could be like that, but I can't. I have a responsibility to this community. I can't have a loaded gun out in the street.
Indeed, so you should give it back to me.
The officer is exaggerating. Of course we care about the missing firearm, and we are actively looking for it as well.
The lieutenant is concerned about the lost gun and feels that the fact you haven't prioritized looking for it is unfortunate, if inevitable, and doesn't put the RCM in a good light.
The fuck was that? Okay.
Excellent, Mr. Kitsuragi. That's excellent news. Looks like we have a friendly gun-finding competition on our hands. Most certainly, Harry.
Never mind.
By all means, Harry. What's on your mind?
Choice.
Great! You want to bounce something off your old friend, Mr. Clare, right? Well, let's hear it, Harry.
Why haven't you let her
If
see
she
you?
actually wants to see me...
It's a fortress. He knows she can't get...
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go. Empty all your barrels on me, Harry. Vanished? Harry, the woman left... Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go... Absolutely, Harry. What's...
Bye.
See you soon.
Challenging. I still don't know where this guy is. If I knew where he was, I'd go do it.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period.
Fucking dumb as shit.
In the addendum. There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door.
What are the ramifications of this?
I should have seen it. Evrard probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time he finds... However, we'll need access to the coast before we do anything. Evrard won't believe.
The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the... You take the legal document.
Yeah, that's all I could see from that. Legendary, Google, challenging. Okay. Oh.
Yes?
What if you did it? Yes, you killed him. Forgetting was merely a matter of convenience. Maybe this is... Are you sure you would have the strength to take down a hardened mercenary?
That's dumb. Okay, let's go. Let's get out of here. Is that coffee? How the fuck do I leave? Let me out! Free me. Fuck do I get out of here? Dude, how do I get out? How do I leave? Do I leave here? the fuck do I leave? It's broken! Broken. Oh, for fuck's sake. There we go. Jesus Christ. Is he sleeping?
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. It's like
Questions.
Lady Larice said. No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all.
Bye. Continue. Oh my god. 53 views on this fucking... Not okay with that. Stop viewing my shit. How dare you. Disgusted. Anyway. Let's do this. I don't know what we're doing, but we're doing something. Ooh, let's try the phone again.
The payphone hangs mutely.
Never mind.
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you?
He's got a lot of mugs.
Yeah, the janitor who gave me the key to his apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole.
Antiquated?
Like I said before, I don't know much about this weasel, but the bossman said he's a real piece of work.
Bye. Do you see anybody who is sleeping? I mean, I think that the guy who's sleeping is going to be on the other side of this thing, right? Because these are all scabs. These aren't dock workers. Let's look it up. Consult the crystal ball. Sleeping dock worker. Go in the cafeteria! That was the guy with the keys, wasn't it? Maybe he's back. Oh look, there are people. Let's go see if we can talk to him.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Mm-hmm. He's promised you cooperate.
So you went and talked to my mom.
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us?
Very mature.
Yeah, I heard him. Now, fuck do you think I'm doing here? You'd have your ass handed to you if it wasn't for the boss man's word.
Yeah.
Let me state this very clearly, Capo. Hello, officer. I'm Titus Hardy, and these are my boys. Hardy boys. How may we assist you?
Let's talk about
Again,
the thing.
Just get the dead guy's autograph.
Good one, Titus.
When did it occur?
You don't have to keep answering his question.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to...
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah!
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks...
By the Pines Cow, you mean Joy Smith?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to... Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she...
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus.
About fucking time.
Establish authority. Yes. Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind.
I need your gun. Just stomp my foot like a little baby.
Stop shitting your pants. You don't need to know, all right? We took care of it. The law handled it, all right?
Yeah. Aren't you listening? It's done. Finito.
I guess we're both the law around here. Oh no. What happened? What did I do?
No, asshole. You're nobody. I'm the law.
Stop yelling about the goddamn law in my establishment! We get it. You're all the law.
You're all the law!
Let's just all cool off. We had some questions, that's all.
Bye. You're all the law! Oh, that makes me very happy. That makes me quite happy. Is the sleeping dock worker is not here. I can talk to that guy. Oh, I can talk to that guy. Never mind, I cannot talk to that guy.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Can I help you?
Another thing.
Another thing. Great. I love those.
The door.
Oh, yes, that door. Sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just
You have
a
the
door.
key?
No, I don't have it. Or some boring story.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
Fine, okay. A little. But so, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though. After the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that.
Something else.
Yes?
My
Got the
bill.
20 real. Good. You got the room for the night, but...
How could anyone?
Oh, they was gonna say things. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Legendary, formidable, challenging. See, he's not here! Hey! Yeah. Okay, so let's try...
Yes?
Pick over what's left of your frontal cortex.
Never mind.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete.
Put it away. It says that I can do stuff with it, or did I misread that? No, it says I can do shit with it. Oh no, it doesn't. Never mind, it doesn't. Box of sunglasses. Go check out the box of sunglasses. Hurry it up! So slow. Down here, isn't it? Where's the box?
The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100%.
Oh, I want that.
No luck.
Oh!
Hey, at least it might actually offer some protection.
I hope not.
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem.
Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't.
Damn, officer!
They're perfect for concealing your. It's going to be very difficult for anyone.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you.
I want the frog hat. Maybe if we exchange our junk, we can get the the frog hat. Exchange junk for the frog hat. We only need $6, so $3 more. $3 more before we can buy a frog hat. Should have taken that $5. Shit.
The tear machine stands in the. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying.
Like $1 short. Pineapple juice.
Trying to sneak up on me.
Give me your trash. Oh, shit. I'm kind of late, I think. 7:52. Okay, here's the deal. We're gonna call it a day. We're gonna call it a day. And I'm gonna end stream. I don't know how to quit. So I'm gonna call it a day. And I'm gonna see you tomorrow, where maybe we watch some React content. This was fun. It was a fun time. It was a good time. It was a good time, and it was a long time because I've been streaming for 7 hours. But anyway, I'll see you in the next one. Thank you for joining. And that was the hiccup. Bye bye.